In one of the fortified lecture halls of the Awakened Academy, a large auditorium was slowly filling up with students. These young men and women, however, did not look like inexperienced sleepers. Instead, most of them possessed the grim confidence of battle-tested veterans. They were sharp and rough around the edges, exhibiting the telltale signs of those who had just recently returned from the dream realm. For the same reason, the crowd of students was suffused with a sense of energy and liveliness typical to people who had recently brushed with death, but managed to escape its clutches alive. These were the newly awakened. Several weeks after the winter solstice, most of those who were destined to survive had already found their way to a human citadel and returned to the waking world. Now, they were settling into their new lives and responsibilities. While some chose to forge their own path, many decided to remain in the academy for a while longer. Its curriculum was not only aimed at sleepers, after all. A larger part of the complex was dedicated to continuous training of the awakened students. Just because one had survived the crucible of their first venture into the dream realm did not mean that they could stop learning, after all. In fact, faced with its many challenges, most of the survivors learned one crucial lesson. No matter how prepared they were, that was never enough. Granted, the lecture that these particular young awakened were about to listen to was not from a popular course. Titled Resource Management During Prolonged Expeditions and Intercitadel Travel, the course had nothing to do with battle training or aspect proficiency. As such, it was rather obscure and unpopular. The large crowd of students had more to do with the identity of the lecturer as opposed to the theme of the course. As an actual ascended and a person of wide renown, this star lecturer presented an irresistible attraction to the awakened students. Who was better to teach them than a person who had braved the dangers of the dream realm and slain countless nightmare creatures with their own two hands? As the time of the lecture approached, the students settled on the seats in the auditorium and waited for the lecturer to arrive. One of the last to come in was a young man in stylish civilian clothes. They were predominantly black, with subdued gray accents. The young man glanced at the young awakened, then proceeded to walk to the center of the auditorium. A few people looked at him in confusion. Instead of joining his fellow students, the young man walked to the teacher's desk and outstretched one hand. To everyone's bewilderment, he was summoning a memory. Stranger still, that memory turned out to be in the shape of an exquisite wooden chair. The strange guy put it down, then took a sit behind the desk and looked at them as if this was the most natural thing in the world. Several awakened opened their mouths to condemn his childish antics, but then hesitated. Although the eccentric student was bound to anger the lecturer with his disrespectful behavior, there was something about him that demanded attention. Another reason for their hesitation was that he was incredibly attractive. The young man was not very tall, but his slender build and stylish attire made him look very charming. With his porcelain skin and raven black hair, he looked like an exquisite doll. His striking dark eyes seemed to glint with good-natured humor. At the same time, there was something cold about them that made those who looked at the young man for too long shiver. It was as though shadows grew a little deeper around him. After a few moments, one of the young women in the first row cleared her throat and said in a friendly tone, "Hey! You better move before Master Sunless arrives. Here, there is a free seat, right next to me." The young man looked at her and smiled pleasantly. At the same time, the girl next to her whispered furiously, "What are you doing? This is Master Sunless, you idiot." The first girl slowly opened her eyes wide, then turned beet red and raised one hand to cover her mouth in horror. A wave of whispers ran through the auditorium. "What? This is Master Sunless? But he's our age." "Of course he's our age. It took him less than 2 years to ascend. Why do you think he is famous? He's not at all like the actor who played him in the Song of Light and Darkness. The casting director must be crazy." Sunny, who listened to all that with the same pleasant smile, cleared his throat. Immediately, the students grew quiet. "Good morning, Awakened. I am Ascended Sunless. You can call me Master Sunless, or simply Master. Welcome to the first lecture of the Resource Management During Prolonged Expeditions and Intercitadel Travel course. As some of you might know, I have a tiny amount of experience with that. A few polite chuckles resounded from the audience, making him wince internally. Damn. Tough crowd. As this was his first day as a teacher in the academy, Sunny was unsurprisingly nervous. He would much rather fight a room full of nightmare creatures than speak in front of a room full of people. He could kill the nightmare creatures, at least. Sunny paused for a moment, then said, "We will explore various topics in the course of these lectures. But first, let me ask you a question." He looked at his students and smiled. "What was the biggest threat to your life in the dream realm?" Overall, the lecture went better than Sunny had expected. If not for the fact that many female students had stared at him a bit too intensely, for some reason, he would have been completely comfortable teaching these young awakened. After all, he was basing the lessons on his own experience, and the students, while not as battle-hardened as him, were not amateurs themselves. Each of them had survived the first nightmare and a journey to the dream realm. So, the lecture was more of an exchange of knowledge between professionals than a traditional lesson. It was even refreshing, compared to his tutoring sessions with Rain. Although his sister was incredibly talented and hardworking, not to mention nice to be around, there were many things he simply couldn't explain to her with words. With a sigh, Sunny turned off the projector and looked at the empty auditorium. Was this his life now? 6 months had passed since the cohort returned from the second nightmare. During this time, many things happened. He had celebrated his 20th birthday just a few weeks ago. Some of the changes were good, and some were bad. On the bright side, he got to spend a lot of time with Rain, teaching her how to protect herself and slowly growing closer to her. Sunny had been careful not to appear too friendly, though. He still did not want anyone, including the girl herself, to know that they were siblings. He had also spent a lot of time talking to Aiko and trying to turn the brilliant emporium into a small, but thriving business. However, there was one big problem that loomed over everything he did. Ever since returning from the nightmare, Sunny was not able to enter the dream realm again. He had spent all 6 months in the safety of the waking world. And the reason for that was the strange situation he had found himself in with Clan Valor. While St. Tyrus had done everything in her power to shield Sunny and Cassie from the wrath of the Great Clan, her influence was not unlimited. The White Feather clan itself got into hot water with their overlords. From what Sunny learned, they were dismissed from ruling the Chained Island and burdened with another duty. What that duty was, he did not know. Both Cassie and he would have fared poorly if they remained awakened. However, their ascension changed things substantially and gave them more room to bargain. If before the great clans would have been inclined to make them disappear, now, they were more careful in their approach. Which did not mean that everything was fine. The issue was too nuanced and sensitive to be solved quickly. So, the preparations for the negotiations took a lot of time. For the time being, both of them had to protect themselves. Things were much worse for Cassie, who seemed more complicit in Mordred's escape. After all, she had requested to be stationed in the Night Temple, only to leave after a while and return, causing the disaster. Since no one except for St. Tyrus knew about Sunny's clash with Mirror Beast, it was easy to believe that Cassie had come in contact with the imprisoned prince during her stay in the Citadel, and then orchestrated his escape, or that she had this goal in mind from the very beginning. As the result, things turned a bit ugly for the Fire Keepers. After a couple of them disappeared, the rest took shelter in the Ebony and Ivory Towers, where the ocean of divine flames and the crushing protected them from any threat. They rarely returned to the waking world to avoid problems. Sunny was on the opposite side of things. Thanks to Master Jet, he enjoyed a bit of protection from the government. Since the great clans had a lot of influence in the dream realm, but were not as powerful in the waking world, he was advised to remain there for a while. Which meant that he could enjoy some peace and quiet for a bit. It also meant that he could not hunt the nightmare creatures and saturate his cores, unless a gate suddenly opened nearby. This was a problem. After the Seat of Nightmare had been destroyed, something unexpected happened. A gateway took its place, turning the Ivory Tower into a citadel. At the same time, the Dream Realm anchors of the cohort members shifted, becoming tied to it. Masters did not have to travel to another world every time they slept, but they still needed a gateway to return to reality. Changing an anchor was as easy as making use of another gateway, but there lay the problem. The only way to leave their new citadel was to either brave the crushing, somehow, or to go through the portal to the Ebony Tower and rise from the depths of the sky below on the flying ship. While that made the Ivory Tower incredibly safe, it also meant that there were no nightmare creatures around for them to hunt. There was no point for Sunny to go to the Dream Realm at all, especially after he had explored Hope's former prison, finding nothing of particular interest inside. It also meant that Mordred was most likely tied to the same gateway. However, the Prince of Nothing had never shown himself. Either he had found a way to change his anchor, or he had chosen to remain in the waking world as well. In any case, there was no safe way for Sunny to collect shadow fragments in the Dream Realm. He was also cut from his main source of memories, which he had hoped to put on sale through the Emporium. At first, Sunny was very unhappy with this situation. He was both much stronger and still far behind Nephi's in terms of raw power. Even though there was a vast gap of 2 ranks between them now, his soul lusted to grow even more. He could never have enough strength, never be powerful enough to protect himself and those he cared about from the vicissitudes of life. He was still too weak to challenge fate. But after a few days of peaceful life in the waking world, Sunny had started to slowly change his mind. In the past 3 years, his power had grown tremendously, and at a breakneck pace. While that was extremely beneficial overall, there was a negative side to such speed. His foundation had turned unstable. He had been so preoccupied with gaining more power, more strength, deeper insight, greater understanding, that he had not spent enough time actually assimilating all these gains into a coherent whole. Internalizing and absorbing all the lessons he had learned into his very bones was very important, yet he had neglected it for the lack of time and opportunity. He needed time to truly make the vast power he had won his own. Additionally, there was something else that concerned Sunny. His mental state. Ever since he had been infected by the nightmare spell at 16, his psyche had been subjected, sometimes by the circumstances and sometimes through his own volition, to incredible abuse. Sunny prided himself on the fact that he never broke, no matter what ghastly horror and gruesome agony he had to endure. And there had been plenty. However, he also never forgot the conversation he had with Master Jet on the way to Shadowblade Kurt's execution. He knew that awakened, no matter how great and powerful they seemed, were also the most likely to crack. The nightmares they brought back from the dream realm haunted them, and many succumbed to the relentless strain. Sunny had been gutted, beheaded, and burned. He had watched friends die or be left behind. The amount of torturous pain he had gone through could only compare to the amount of mental anguish he had experienced. The Red Colosseum, the nightmares, and all the rest, it was enough to crush a dozen people. And yet, he still stood tall. But for how long? While Sunny considered himself to be a resilient person, maybe even incredibly so, he was not prideful enough to think that he was better than every overhuman out there. Would his soul and mind continue to remain strong if he continued to carelessly abuse them, or would small cracks appear on their surfaces? Maybe there were countless cracks on them already. In the end, he had decided that taking a break to consolidate his foundation and give his mind time to heal was worth it. The situation with Clan Valor, while unpleasant, was not critical. It just demanded time and caution. Slowly but surely, the sides were going to come to an understanding and find a compromise through negotiations. As masters of considerable renown, Sunny and Cassie had enough influence and weight to reach a favorable outcome in these negotiations, especially because 50 of the most promising awakened of their generation were following Song of the Fallen. He was going to use the time before that happened to his benefit. So, although the past 6 months had not exactly been exciting for Sunny, they had been very fruitful. He had spent a lot of time practicing his combat skills and shadow dance, properly assimilating everything that he had learned to elevate his mastery of battle to a new level. He also had to relearn a lot of things to adjust to his new power as a master, and adjust all his techniques to this new incredible reality. One of the more valuable discoveries he made during this time was that the inherent problem he had been struggling with, the threat of losing himself to the formlessness of shadow dance, was easily remedied by a simple thought exercise. He just had to remember his true name. No matter how far gone he was, it always brought him back. Apart from that, every single aspect of Sunny's combat ability was vastly improved by his newly profound control of shadow essence, as well as the time he had taken to fully absorb all of his rich battle experience. Battle techniques were not the only thing he trained, though. He also dove deep into the intricacies of shadow manifestation, first learning how to properly wield it, and then leveraging his cunning and creativity to push its uses to their limits. His new ability was an incredibly versatile one, so there was a lot he could do with it. Not only did it have the potential to be powerful on its own, it could also be weaved into every other facet of his battle performance in unexpected and insidious ways. Almost every day, Sunny discovered something new he could do. The possibilities were simply limitless. That limitlessness, however, was its own problem. Just because Sunny could do a lot did not mean that it was wise to do it. So, it took a lot of time to find the most effective and efficient ways to use shadow manifestation. Slowly but surely, his arsenal of true and tested tricks and methods grew. He practiced each one until they became as instinctive as his combat techniques, so that he could use them without wasting even a split second on thinking about and concentrating on the desired result. Lastly, there was sorcery. After the initial breakthrough he had made in the nightmare, Sunny spent a lot of time widening the scope of his understanding of spellweave. This was perhaps the most unassailable and tough field of expertise he was trying to study, since there was nothing and no one to teach him how to do it. The scope and complexity of the subject were boundless, and all he could do was blindly stumble in the darkness, learning tiny bits through trial and error. It did not help that he could only experiment with memories, which were a rare and finite resource to him. Sunny worked around that limitation, somewhat, by turning mundane things into memories and experimenting on them instead. However, that produced its own obstacle. He needed soul shards to do so, and soul shards were very expensive in the real world. And he could not procure them in the dream realm, for now. To solve his resource problem, Sunny turned to the only source available to him, the merit points provided by the government, which could then be exchanged for various valuable things. To get points and fund his research, he had compiled another paper with the help of teacher Julius. The exploration report on Chained Isles, by Ascended Sunless, did not produce as big of a ripple among the general public, but caused a real explosion in the awakened academia. The data about all the ancient nightmare creatures, the culture, and the bizarre nature of the Kingdom of Hope was a true boon to the collective knowledge base of humanity. Sunny, of course, kept the most sensitive pieces of information to himself, but just what remained brought him vastly more contribution points than the report on the Forgotten Shore. Information from nightmares was 10 times more valuable, after all, since very few people ever challenged them, and even fewer returned alive. These contribution points, as well as other benefits and privileges he had become entitled to as a master, allowed him to not only pour his mind and soul into studying sorcery, but also kept the brilliant emporium functioning without a constant influx of his hunting trophies. Sadly, even that was not enough. And hence, Sunny found himself teaching young awakened at the academy. While that was not the best and most efficient way for a master to earn, it was still rather profitable for someone in his situation. Sitting in the empty auditorium, Sunny sighed and looked at his communicator. A pale smile appeared on his face. She must be already here. Today was a special day for more than one reason. A few days prior, Master Jet had suddenly contacted him. This was not too strange, since they interacted often in these past 6 months, but this time, something about Soul Reaper's voice sounded a bit off. Not exactly bad, just different. She had told him that she had some good news, and some bad news, and requested a face-to-face meeting to discuss an important issue. That meeting was about to take place at the instructor's cafeteria. Shaking his head, Sunny stood up, dismissed his chair, and walked to the door. I wonder what Master Jet has to say. Gods, was there really a need for all this mystery? She made it sound as if the world is ending. Chapter 753 Crux of the Matter Plus, Turn Off Reset. Now that Sunny was a teacher at the academy, he was very much looking forward to gaining access to the instructor's cafeteria. He remembered the last time he had eaten there in perfect detail. The food was simply to die for. It might have been one of the major reasons why he had accepted the job of a lecturer, to be honest. No, it wasn't. I am not that shallow. Walking inside, Sunny glanced at the tasteful interior, gaining a new appreciation for the wooden furnishings. By now, he was not shocked every time he saw natural wood in the waking world. However, this was not just any wood. If he remembered correctly, all this lumber came from the corpse of a slain titan. A titan killed by the great clan Valor, to be precise. Perhaps even by Anvil himself. What irony it was, to enjoy a dinner on one of the cafeteria's tables while being secretly hunted by the people who provided the titanic lumber for its creation. With a sigh, Sunny looked around and noticed a familiar face. An exquisitely beautiful woman in a deep blue uniform sat in the corner of the cafeteria, cradling a cup of coffee in her hands. He confidently walked over and sat down across from her. Master Jet. Soul Reaper Jet looked up from her cup and smiled at him. Master Sunless. Well, that sounds weird. He shifted uncomfortably, not accustomed to being addressed that way, at least not by her. Although the two of them were technically of the same rank now, Jet was still older than him. The gap between them had grown much smaller, but he still felt a lot of respect for her. Looking at his fellow Ascended, Sunny suddenly frowned. Master Jet looked different today. He was accustomed to her usual, slightly unkempt and careless appearance. However, the person in front of him looked like nothing if not an exemplary officer. Her uniform was perfectly ironed and buttoned all the way, with not a single crease or blemish marring its surface. Her silver epaulets were glistening with a polished sheen. Her leather boots were freshly shined. Her raven black hair was perfectly arranged, and her icy blue eyes were sharp and piercing. He raised an eyebrow. You, look nice? Jet's smile widened. Oh, this? I had to attend a special ceremony in the morning. Promotions are flying off the shelves in the government these days. Sunny cleared his throat. Congratulations, I guess. Soul Reaper laughed, then pushed a small alloy box toward him. No. Congratulations to you. Happy belated birthday. He blinked a couple of times, then opened the box and looked at the glimmering soul shard that lay inside. His eyes sparked when he recognized its ascended rank. Ah, this is exactly what I needed. Thank you so much. But, isn't it too luxurious? A shard like that cost a lot. Master Jet shrugged. Perks of being a public servant. I have more access to such things than most. She grew silent and looked at him expectantly. For a few moments, neither of them spoke. Finally, the Ascended Beauty sighed. What, no present for me? I recently turned 30, you know. Sunny froze, then chuckled awkwardly. Oh. Well, in that case, dinner is on me. Soul Reaper seemed more than happy with that arrangement. Ah, you know me too well, Sunny. In that case, don't mind if I do. Some time later, they finished their food and leaned back on their seats in satisfaction. Master Jet took a sip of coffee and smiled. Credit where credit is due, you Academy people really know how to treat your staff. I am regretting my choice of career, a little. Her voice trailed off a little, and a wistful expression appeared on her face. Then, she shook her head and finally addressed the true reason why they met today. Good news first. You can relax, Sunny. Valor seems to finally be ready to behave reasonably, so the worst part is over. He inhaled deeply. At last. What changed? Master Jet shrugged. Well, a lot of things. But mainly, they just don't have the energy to pursue small matters anymore. The tension between the great clans seems to be growing, so Valor elders have a lot on their plate. That plays in your favor, because you and your cohort have managed to make yourself valuable. With Saint Tyrus advocating on your behalf, everything is ready for a sincere and friendly negotiation. Sunny frowned. Sincere, friendly? What about the fire keepers that disappeared? You might have not noticed, but the survivors of the Forgotten Shore are a tight group. To them, this is not a small matter. She smiled. They are alive, although maybe not well. Their release is one of the points you and Song of the Fallen will have to negotiate. However, I don't foresee any problems with that. As long as you told the truth and neither of you had conscious plans of assisting that mysterious prisoner of theirs in the escape, everything should be fine. A dark expression appeared on Sunny's face. Master Jet knew the general situation, but not the details. The problem they had with the great clan Valor was very simple. Although Sunny and Cassie had caused a great deal of harm to the clan's interests, because of the lack of witnesses and Saint Tyrus volunteering to act as the scapegoat, that by itself was not something intolerable. However, the crux of the matter was that no one in the great clan knew if their actions had been simply the result of a misfortunate happenstance, or premeditated. What Master Jet had just told him meant that Valor was ready to abandon their hostile paranoia and accept the version of events where neither Sunny nor Cassie had helped Mordred escape willingly, as well as grant them an unofficial pardon. With the White Feather clan taking the responsibility for the death of Saint Cormac, that would leave them in the clear. However, although the great clan knew that Mordred had escaped as the result of their actions, no one except for the members of the cohort knew that he had followed them into the nightmare. If the fact that the 5 of them had become masters together ever came into the light, then, no matter what the truth was, no one would believe that the bastard simply manipulated them all. They would all think that Sunny and Cassie were his willing allies. So, this secret had to remain buried, forever. Sunny grimaced. So what do they want? Master Jet shrugged. I can't say, really. But you have to be ready to make some concessions. Valor will probably insist on recruiting you to their side, at least in some capacity. Whether you manage to resist their forceful invitation or not depends on you. She thought for a bit, and then added. What works in your favor is that you, Song of the Fallen, Nightingale, and Raised by Wolves are a package deal, as far as everyone is concerned. Valor might have ambitions of making all of you their asset, but they will probably be satisfied by ensuring that none of you becomes entangled with their opponents. Recruiting just one would make it so that the rest would not join the opposite side. A deep scowl appeared on Sunny's face. Are you telling me that we will have to sell one of us to Clan Valor? Master Jet smiled. You make it sound as if becoming a member of a great clan is something horrible. Most awakened would kill for such a chance, you know? Granted, you will never be treated as a true-blood descendant, but that does not mean that they won't shower you with resources and opportunities. Probably. Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed. I know. But I need to think about it. She took a sip of coffee, then leaned back. Well, think fast. He looked at the beautiful Ascended with a dark expression and asked in a low tone. And why is that? Master Jet grinned. Well, because the representative of Valor will be here tomorrow. Your friend Cassie is coming back to the waking world, too. You will meet here in the academy, as its neutral ground. So, you have until tomorrow morning to prepare for the negotiations, Sunny. Good luck. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then scowled. What do you mean, good luck? Aren't you going to be there to mediate the negotiations? Master Jet took a sip of her coffee, then shook her head. No. While the government often serves as a neutral party and a connective tissue between the great clans, this is not one of those cases. Besides, I simply can't. I am being transferred out of the city. This is my last day here, for a while. He stared at her, dumbfounded. Master Jet was not going to be around anymore? Sunny suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. He had grown accustomed to her being present out there somewhere, not exactly close to him, but at the same time within reach. Noticing the expression on his face, she sighed. Actually, that is the second thing I wanted to talk to you about. The bad news. Soul Reaper casually looked around, then summoned a memory that looked like a music box. Immediately, a dome of silence appeared around them, cutting off all outside noises. Sunny frowned, confused by the need for secrecy. She had seemed to be perfectly fine discussing private matters of a great clan in the public. What could have been more sensitive than that? Master Jet lingered for a moment, then said. To be honest, Sunny, I was not going to have this conversation with you, at least not yet. But since the situation changed, and the things we are going to talk about can affect the decisions you will make tomorrow, I decided that there is no point in postponing it. He shifted uncomfortably. That is, very suspenseful. What is the matter? She smiled, then activated her communicator and summoned a projection. It showed a map of something that looked like a big chunk of the dream realm. Sunny saw a lot of water and several large landmasses, each no smaller than the Forgotten Shore by the looks of it. However, no matter how he looked, he could not find the familiar landmarks, the Hollow Mountains, Bastion, Ravenheart. Either he was not as proficient at reading maps as he had thought, or he had never seen this land. Slightly confused, he glanced at Master Jet and asked. Is that a previously unexplored region of the dream realm? She looked at him with a strange expression, then coughed. No. That is planet Earth, you dummy. Sunny froze in embarrassment, then looked at the image again. Oh, right. I am an idiot. Soul Reaper grinned. Sunny, are you one of those awakened that know more about the dream realm than about the waking world? He cleared his throat. Well, it's not like I spent a lot of time in school, you know. Her grin dimmed a little. Right. Sorry. Sometimes I forget how young you are. It took me a while to cover the basics after leaving the outskirts, as well. Master Jet sighed, then pointed to the map. In any case, this is our world. As you can see, it is not in great shape. A few centuries ago, it looked very different. There were around 12 billion people living across it. A few million even found their way to the moon, eventually. She sighed, then added. But now, there's barely 3 billion of us left. And we only populate 4 of the 7 continents. Do you know which continent we are currently on? What our city is called? Sunny looked at her with a dark expression. I am not a complete fool, you know. We are in Asia? And the city is called, wait, it has a name? I just thought it's called, the city. She rolled her eyes. Well, you are half right. We are indeed in Asia, which is one of the 4 populated continents and one that shelters the most people. The city we live in is the largest and most populous city left on Earth. It is also the industrial, military, and administrative heart of humanity. Around 1/10 of all humans live here. That is why while it is technically called the Northern Quadrant Siege Capital, or NQSC, people usually just refer to it as the city. Master Jet hesitated for a moment, then said with a hint of darkness in her voice. Most of the surface of the planet is either uninhabitable or overrun by nightmare creatures, so megacities are the most convenient way to sustain a large population. However, even with spell tech and modern science, they are not capable of sustaining everyone. Hence the outskirts, where around 20% of the total city population is offloaded to slowly die out of the sight of the rest of humanity. But that is neither here nor there. She sighed, and then pointed to a continent directly connected to Asia. This pit of desolation used to be known as Europe. It was turned completely unsuited for human life long before the spell appeared. Her finger trailed across a large body of water. This is North America. We lost it not long before you were born, when a Category 5 gate opened there. That was a big disaster. Because of its proximity to the gate, South America was mostly abandoned, as well. Now, we only maintain a small presence in its southernmost part. Those settlements are incredibly important, however, because that is where most of our food is produced. Master Jet hesitated for a bit, and then gestured to a large archipelago situated below South America. This is Antarctica, the second most populated continent after Asia and the logistical link between the rest of the continents, connecting both hemispheres together. Believe it or not, before the Dark Times, it was covered in ice. Actually, the melting of all that ice was one of the reasons that caused the Dark Times. She sighed. The sea levels across the planet rose, drowning many cities and displacing billions of people. The percentage of the landmass that was devoured by water was not too radical, but the problem was that many civilization centers were situated along the coasts. With all of them gone and billions of refugees seeking shelter, the global infrastructure collapsed. It did not happen in an instant, of course, but quite fast. That is the danger of building a deeply interconnected society. Lack of self-sufficiency is perfectly fine and even beneficial during the good times, but makes civilizations vulnerable to cascade failure. Soul Reaper looked at him with a grim expression. Which was exactly what happened. The worse things got, the more chaos there was, and the more chaos there was, the worse things got. Endless natural disasters, destruction of global infrastructure, and resource starvation led to an escalating series of wars. Orbital kinetic strikes, nuclear warfare, chemical warfare, biowarfare. In the end, everything was being used. The planet was already in bad shape, and this was almost the last straw. In the end, the terribly reduced population achieved some form of stability, and that was the nightmare spell appeared. Master Jet shook her head. But am I getting off topic? The point is, almost all of humanity resides around the Indian Ocean today. Asia, Antarctica, Africa, and Australia are the 4 remaining bastions of our civilization, forming the northern, southern, western, and eastern quadrants. Sunny listened to the impromptu lecture with interest. He knew bits and pieces of human history, of course, but mostly from them being referenced in popular culture and government propaganda, which were more often than not one and the same. Out there in the outskirts, people did not need to know a lot about the world, because their world started and ended in the outskirts. Even the city proper seemed like a distant land. He would have had more general knowledge, of course, if he had attended school, but Sunny's formal education more or less ended when he was 7. Honestly, the fact that he knew that people lived on the outside of the planet as opposed to on the inside was already an achievement. He had managed to become a teacher despite all that, had he not? Still, I probably should start educating myself on matters not having to do with the nightmare spell, now that I have the chance. There are plenty of people as ignorant as me, of course, but still, this is kind of embarrassing. Sunny looked at Jet and shifted slightly. Thanks for the history lesson, Master Jet. But what does it have to do with anything? She leaned back, smiled calmly, and answered in a relaxed tone. Oh, it's very simple, really. These 4 bastions of humanity I mentioned? They're about to become 3. Master Jet's nonchalant attitude was in stark contrast with the gravity of her statement. Sunny froze for a few moments, then slowly put his cup on the table. When he spoke, his voice sounded a little hoarse. What? She sighed, then looked around the cafeteria. It was slightly surreal, to be discussing something that concerned the lives of hundreds of millions of people in the safety of this tranquil place. Several instructors were enjoying their meals, and there were members of the staff going about their business. None of them knew of the approaching disaster. This contradiction was chilling, too. Soul Reaper did not seem to mind. I have told you about the Obel scale once, right? It is a very complicated spell tech system that the government uses to predict the appearance of gates across the globe. Well, I was not entirely honest when I said that a bit of maintenance and calibration would solve all the problems it had been experiencing recently. In truth, the problems we've been having with its readings are not as trivial as I implied. They are just a symptom of a much bigger problem. Sunny's eyes widened slightly. Kurt. Shadowblade Kurt. He mentioned something about the Obel scale. It was the reason he had given up and gone mad, one of them, at least. Master Jet nodded, an expression of mild contempt appearing on her face. Yes. However, Kurt was broken and weak. He really blew the issue out of proportion. The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. I wouldn't call losing an entire continent a small issue. She shrugged. Neither would I. But is not the end of the world, either. Soul Reaper calmly took a sip of coffee. Back when we lost North America, something similar happened. The Obel scale went out of alignment, making its detection scope unreliable. In the end, a Category 5 gate appeared, and after that, everything went back to normal. However, a few years ago the government noticed growing irregularities in the readings again. After studying these irregularities for some time, we came to the conclusion that something massive was going to happen again. She pursed her lips. This time, it is going to be different. Instead of one gargantuan gate, there is going to be a chain reaction, of sorts. Hundreds of smaller gates are going to open in relatively quick succession, allowing countless nightmare creatures to invade the real world. And all that is going to take place. A moment of tense silence passed before she finished the sentence. In Antarctica. Sunny felt his mouth turn dry. But you just said that Antarctica is the second most populated continent on Earth. Master Jet nodded. Yes. There are around 900 million people living there. He remained motionless for a while, then looked away. You also said that a compartmentalized global infrastructure is vulnerable to cascade failure. And that Antarctica serves as a logistical hub between the 4 continents and South America, where most of our food is produced. Soul Reaper smiled. Indeed. However, it is not as bad as you might think. Every megacity possesses robust hydroponic agriculture and is capable of sustaining itself, to a large degree. We've learned our lessons. Yes, losing the connection to South America will be a painful blow, but humanity will survive. There will be a big change, of course. I think you have already guessed its nature. More people will be pushed out into the outskirts. Maybe there will be 30% of the population living there instead of 20. Maybe more. Sunny still could not let go of his dismay. What about the millions of people living in Antarctica? What is the government doing? Can't you throw enough troops and awaken there to contain the chain reaction? She hesitated for a few moments, then let out a wistful sigh. Sure. If we mobilize all our forces, and I mean all of them, and get the great clans to fully support the operation, we might keep hold of Antarctica. However, it is not that simple. Everything has a cost, Sunny. There are 3 other continents we have to protect, and sending so much awakened into the meat grinder will leave them defenseless. After all, the fact that hundreds of gates will open in Antarctica does not mean that they will stop appearing everywhere else. Overextending our resources to protect one quadrant will doom all of them. Even if that doesn't happen immediately, in the long term, humanity will cease to exist on Earth. Master Jet rubbed her face, then smiled. That does not mean that we are going to remain idle, however. In fact, the government has been preparing a massive operation for the past 2 years. It's just that, the situation changed much quicker than anyone could have expected. The timetable has been brought forward by several years, at least. Our current preparations are entirely insufficient. She grew silent, then added in a neutral tone. We thought that there would be much more time to get everything ready. But there isn't, not anymore. So, it's going to be a damn mess of epic proportions. Sunny scowled, not entirely sure what that was supposed to mean. He could barely accept the fact that losing one of the 4 continents was an acceptable price for keeping the other 3 intact. Humanity had already lost North America, after all, and persisted despite the loss. It had arguably grown more powerful as the result. But if the government was willing to let nightmare creatures conquer Antarctica, what operation could it be possibly planning? What exactly is the government going to do? Master Jet turned back to the map of the Earth, lingered for a few moments, and then pointed at the large archipelago in the south. Why, what else? We are going to evacuate 900 million people from the doomed continent while a never-ending horde of nightmare creatures is pursuing us. Or, we will try, at least. To be honest, I think that most of those who try will probably die. Master Jet studied the map for a few moments, and then traced a line across the ocean that lay between the 4 continents. Then, she suddenly asked. Do you know a lot about seafaring, Sunny? He slowly shook his head. As much as the next guy, I guess. She smiled. Understandable. In truth, navigating the oceans is not an easy task. If it was, we could have just used the Pacific or the Atlantic to transport food from South America. But trying to sail them is pure suicide, for now. Soul Reaper leaned back and took a sip of coffee. Most of our planet is covered by water, and most of that water is infested with dreadful nightmare creatures. That is because most gates open underwater. And since we have very few methods of battling them below the sea, and very little reason to, we just leave those gates be. Humanity might still hold 4.5 continents, but we have surrendered all of Earth's oceans to the enemy. She sighed, then dejectedly shook her head. Still, no civilization can exist without efficient transportation, and shipping cargo across water has been the mainstay of transportation since the dawn of time. So, we maintain a presence in the Indian Ocean. Navigating it is not easy, however, because there are unspeakable and uncountable horrors dwelling in the depths. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then asked with a bit of curiosity. Wouldn't it be easier to ship stuff through space, then? Soul Reaper grimaced. It is not cost-efficient. Getting to orbit requires considerable resource commitment, more so with heavy cargo, and resources are something we desperately lack. Plus, space is rife with its own dangers. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What dangers? She simply shrugged. That is above even my pay grade. So I don't know. Suffice it to say that simply maintaining a scattering of satellites that support the network and the Obel scale is already a dire challenge. Whether you like it or no, water is the only way. He frowned. So how do we manage to make use of the ocean if it's so dangerous? Master Jet smiled. Well. The answer is pretty simple. House of Night. Sunny blinked a couple of times. The Great Clan? She nodded. The representatives of the House of Night excel in guiding ships through turbulent waters. They are not called Nightwalkers just to honor the clan founder, after all. To move across the ocean, convoys that consist of massive, heavily armored ships employ the services of Nightwalker navigators. Sunny leaned back, thinking. He knew a bit about the third and the least prominent Great Clan, but not too much. Unlike Valor and Song, which resembled most legacy clans and had originated from a single family, House of Night was born from an alliance of several prominent clans. They resided in a dire region of the dream realm known as Stormsea, and controlled one of the 3 great citadels, which, as far as he knew, resembled a giant ship and was most likely left behind by one of the 7 demons. Sunny also knew that the House of Night did not possess a sovereign of their own. Andal of Valor and Kisong ruled their families, but Asterion was seemingly not related and had nothing to do with the third great clan. It was not clear why the other 2 powers did not consume the weaker one. Now that Sunny learned of the pivotal role Nightwalkers played in sustaining human civilization, he guessed that they simply offered too much utility to be pressured into submission. Alternatively, the nature of the region they controlled might have simply been too hazardous for either Valor or Song to invade, or their existence created a bit of much-needed balance and deterrence between the 2 dominant great clans. What was clear, however, was that the House of Night was deeply connected to Storm God. There were just too many coincidences between their powers and the deity of depths, oceans, darkness, stars, travel, guidance, and disaster. Did Nightwalkers bear the lineage of Storm God? That would certainly explain a lot. Master Jet, meanwhile, continued. The scions of the House of Night allow naval convoys to reach their destinations, which is both a blessing and a curse. The problem with that situation is that while there are more Nightwalkers than there are descendants of the other 2 great clans, their number is still limited. And so, the number of convoys we can operate simultaneously is limited, as well. She sighed. We can only evacuate people across water. By our calculations, it will take at least 2 years to evacuate the population of Antarctica that way. That is even if we commit the bulk of our navy to the operation. However, her voice grew dim. The chain reaction is going to start in a few months, at most. It won't be too severe at the beginning, but quickly ramp up, drowning the entire archipelago in nightmare creatures. Sunny remained silent for a bit, then asked. So what is going to happen? Master Jet finished her coffee and offered him a smile. Well, the government is going to transfer a very substantial part of its forces to Antarctica. Pretty much everyone who can be spared without leaving the rest of humanity completely defenseless will be transferred to the expeditionary force. They will try to stall the nightmare creatures for as long as possible to allow as many people as we can save to escape. Oh, also, I will be on one of the first ships myself. Sunny looked away, not knowing what to say. Master Jet herself had judged that many of those who were going to take part in the evacuation would not be coming back. Still, she was Soul Reaper Jet, was she not? Surely, she of all people was going to be okay. Master Jet sighed, then looked around once again. Then, she said calmly, "Of course, that will never be enough. In a couple of months, the government will announce a voluntary mobilization, both among the awakened and among mundane humans. Many people will answer the call, while most will not. As I've said, the loss of Antarctica is not a world-ending event. Dying there is not really worth it." Sunny gritted his teeth. "So why are you going? With your position, I am sure that you could have chosen to stay behind. Did you let the propaganda get to your head? Honor, duty, and sacrifice, do you actually believe in that crap?" Soul Reaper laughed. "No. I am as cynical as you, Sunny. However, I have my own reasons." She lingered for a few moments, and then added in a suddenly serious tone. "And I think that you might understand my reasoning very well. We've known each other for a while, Sunny, and I always shied away from giving you the recruitment speech. However, times have changed. So, tomorrow, when the representative of Valor tries to invite you into their great and illustrious clan, I want you to refuse." She leaned forward, looked him in the eyes, and added, "Instead, I want you to leave everything behind, enlist, and come with me." It was hard not to get swept up in Master Jet's cool presence. However, Sunny was not so easy to sway. He held her gaze for a few moments, then turned away. His expression grew somber. "You just spent a lot of time convincing me that losing Antarctica would not cause irreparable damage to humanity, and that most of those who go there would end up dead. And now, you suddenly want me to go as well? Why would I? Sure, fighting a noble and glorious war against the nightmare creatures sounded exciting. But Sunny was not an inexperienced kid anymore. He knew the price of glory all too well. To him, war casualties were not an abstract concept, but instead a very familiar and grim reality. He was not arrogant and ignorant enough to consider himself immune to death. Master Jet leaned back. "Don't you want to defend your fellow humans?" Sunny shrugged. "Don't get me wrong. I really want all those people in Antarctica to survive. However, none of them helped me when I was starving to death in the outskirts. None of them were there when I was drowning in my own blood on the forgotten shore. The government didn't do crap to uplift me, either." He frowned, and then added, "In fact, one might argue that the government not only abandoned me entirely, but even did everything in its power to make sure that I die swiftly after being used up to bring it a tiny bit of benefit. Like my parents did. But, despite all that, I survived and managed to build a decent life for myself. And now that I finally have something good going for me, you want me to throw it all away and go risk my life to maybe save a bunch of strangers?" Master Jet sighed. "I get it. Trust me, I do. But..." Sunny raised his eyebrows. "But what?" "I do believe that you get it. You are from the outskirts yourself, after all. Maybe your life there was not as bad as mine, but it wouldn't have been too different. So why are you going to Antarctica?" She lingered for a few moments, then looked away. "I guess it's hard to explain. Honor, duty, sacrifice, you're right, those words don't mean much to me. Working for the government is a means to an end. However, I do work for the government. And I take pride in my work." Soul Reaper studied the visitors of the cafeteria with her icy blue eyes, then glanced at Sunny. "I might not have a lot of affection for humanity, but maintaining the fragile balance that allows it to exist is something that I chose to make my responsibility. My domain. So, watching Antarctica go up in flames from the sidelines would be against my professional sensibility. Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking about what she said. He felt that, in a sense, Master Jet was very much like him. Too stubborn to give up, unwilling to let the world have its way. However, there was a big difference between them. While Sunny aimed all that spite and resentment at surviving and elevating only himself, she had chosen something much grander as her target. Instead of going it alone, Soul Reaper had decided to tie herself down to a much bigger hole. Was it worth it? He did not know for sure, but felt that it wasn't. People like him and her deserved to be selfish. The world had never treated them well, and so, they had no obligation to return the favor. Dying for someone you did not care about was utter foolishness. He looked at her and said dourly. But I am not in the same profession as you. Master Jet smiled. True. However, I wasn't finished. My work ethic is only part of the reason why I am going to Antarctica. The other is, the future. Sunny raised an eyebrow. The future? She nodded. Yes. The world is changing, Sunny. What happens in Antarctica might not end humanity or even change it too much. But it will change the awakened. Think about it, with so many of us going, either as part of the initial force or as volunteer reinforcements, the power balance of the awakened society will shift. Thousands will die, but those who survive will grow stronger. Soul Reaper leaned forward, her voice suddenly intense. How many will fully saturate their cores? How many will achieve a breakthrough in their combat skill? How many will ascend? There are less than 1,000 masters alive in the world right now. How many will there be after the battle for Antarctica? I'd wager much more than that. How many new saints will emerge? Everything will shift, Sunny. You can either be a part of that shift, or be left behind. Sunny studied her face for a few moments and shrugged. Then, he asked in a somber tone. Are you hoping to become a saint in all the chaos, while all the great clans are looking elsewhere? Master Jet sighed, then slowly shook her head. No, not really. You are mistaken if you think that their monopoly on transcendence exists only through preventative measures. Even if you become a saint, they still can, and will, make you disappear. Plus, entering the third nightmare is not something that can be done in the heat of the moment. If you want to survive, you need years of preparation and an ocean of resources, not to mention a powerful and cohesive cohort. Jumping into a random seed will just get you killed. Sunny remained silent for a bit, then scowled. What are the great clans doing about this situation, anyway? The House of Night is supplying its navigators for the Navy. Are they going to join the ground forces, as well? What about Song and Valor? Soul Reaper grimaced and shook her head. No. The great clans are staying clear from the ground operation, for now. Maybe they will join eventually, but currently, all three are withholding their forces. His face grew dark. Why? Isn't protecting human lives the purpose for their existence? She sighed. It is. And they are. They just have their own thoughts on what that implies. Master Jet hesitated for a few moments, and then added. The great clans have given up on Earth a long time ago, Sunny. Instead of trying to protect humanity's old home from falling apart, they set their gazes at building a new one. They have big plans for the Dream Realm. Sunny left the academy with a lot on his mind. As a master and a high-ranking citizen, he had the right to acquire a PTV license and more than enough money to purchase one. However, Sunny had no idea how to control a personal transport vehicle and was too lazy to learn, so he still used public trains to move around the city. Around the Northern Quadrant siege capital. Paying no attention to the captivated glances people threw at him, he looked into the window as the train slid forward on its magnetic guideway, flying through district after district with incredible speed. The city was a nice enough place, as long as you were not born in the outskirts. Tall buildings burrowed deep underground and rose high into the sky, connected by tunnels and aerial bridges into a complicated maze of graphene composite and reinforced alloy. Here and there, artificial trees and grass broke the white monotony with vibrant shades of green, yellow, orange, and red. Everything seemed clean and bright despite the heavy snowstorms that were prevalent this time of year, not at all like the dirty, dim, poisonous clutter of the outskirts. There were large screens displaying beautiful vistas of breathtaking landscapes that had not existed on planet Earth since centuries ago, and propaganda projections that had been masterfully designed to brighten the mood of the citizens. Most of all, the city seemed full of life. Endless streams of people were crowding the crosswalks, with a rare PTV or two appearing from time to time. Millions, hundreds of millions of humans called this place their home. Only here, protected by the colossal outer barriers and protective air filtration systems, as well as powerful awakened, could they survive and thrive. It was strange to imagine that many similar human shelters in Antarctica were going to be abandoned and destroyed by the endless tide of nightmare creatures very soon. Sunny had seen the panic and mayhem that an unexpected manifestation of a gate could cause. However, his imagination failed when he tried to envision what would the same disaster, but magnified hundredfold, look like. All he could picture was the horde of abominations that the Dreamer army had faced under the Crimson Spire suddenly appearing on these peaceful streets. Already, that image made him shudder. However, he still stood by his words. He did not owe these people anything. Sure, if a gate opened right in front of him, Sunny would have been inclined to fight and buy the civilians time to run away. This was just human nature. But he was not going to go out of his way and seek death just to fulfill some abstract obligation. No one had helped when he had been desperate for help. He had survived despite humanity, not because of it. And he would continue to put himself first. Most likely. Sunny would have lied if he said that Master Jet did not put a seed of doubt in his heart. Sure, the expedition to Antarctica seemed like a suicidal exercise in futility, but she was right. Those who survived that ordeal were going to grow much stronger. Although Sunny would not be getting any shadow fragments from the hordes of dormant and awakened abominations that were going to flood the southern quadrant soon, he could still collect plenty of soul shards and memories, maybe even echoes. There would be more than enough of fallen nightmare creatures roaming Antarctica, as well. However, he also did not believe in the government's ability to accurately predict what would happen there. They seemed to think that only lower category gates would appear during the chain reaction, but was that assessment right? Who could say with certainty that another category 5 gate would not manifest itself instead? The last time it happened, the likes of Immortal Flame and Smile of Heaven perished in the fight. Could Sunny guarantee that he would fare any better? No, he definitely could not. In the end, it all came down to a simple choice that depended on tomorrow's negotiations. If all went well, Sunny would regain the ability to enter the Dream Realm. There, he would be able to achieve much better results than the expedition to Antarctica could ever provide, and with much less risk. More than that, he could even pledge allegiance to the illustrious Clan Valor. By now, he had more than enough value to negotiate a supremely lucrative deal. With their training, support, and resources, becoming a Titan would not be out of the realm of possibility. The barrier that stood between him and transcendence would instantly disappear, too. Instead, he would be in the best position possible to attempt conquering the third nightmare. Perhaps he would even be able to enhance his understanding of sorcery by leaps and bounds. Valor was widely renowned for creating incredible memories, after all. He had also seen how proficient the representatives of the Great Clan were in using runic sorcery, back in the Night Temple. There was so much knowledge that they possessed. So much he could learn from them. As for the fact that the Great Clans seemed to be preparing to abandon Earth in favor of the Dream Realm. Were they even wrong? Sunny still remembered the conversation he had had with Effie in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City. She, too, believed that the waking world was dying, and that the Dream Realm could become humanity's salvation. Her argument was dreadful, but compelling. In any case, if something went wrong, he would always be able to leave Clan Valor behind. Pledges of allegiance did not mean anything to Sunny, after all. As a person who abhorred the word honor, he was more than willing to betray any promise he made as long as it suited him. Deserting a great clan would probably not be easy, but by then, he was going to be powerful enough to manage. So, if negotiations went well, he had no reason to do something as stupid as following Master Jet to Antarctica. If they went poorly, however, that would be pretty much his only choice. That was why Sunny had not given Soul Reaper a definitive answer. She did not ask for one, anyway. Master Jet had just told him to think about her offer and inform her of his decision during the next 2 months. As the train approached the Terrace Distinct, Sunny sighed and headed for the exit. Damn, my head hurts. Why did all of it have to happen on the day of my first lecture? That's too much excitement for one day. Worse still, tomorrow promised to be even more exciting. Sunny continued to ponder as he walked from the train station to his home. Once there, he opened the door and walked inside, then sat down in the living room and stared at the wall for a while. This is not good. Right now, he was supposed to be mentally preparing for tomorrow's meeting with the representative of Valor. Antarctica or not, these negotiations had the potential to decide the course of his life, maybe even whether or not he was going to live at all. The sudden revelation of the impending disaster discombobulated him, making it hard to concentrate on the immediate issue. Facing the emissary of Valor was going to be a delicate dance. Sunny was helped by the fact that he had never intended to set Mordred free. However, he was not entirely innocent either. After all, he had sided against Welth and Pierce, even slaying one of the 2 knights of the great clan with his own 2 hands. Not to mention that Mordred had followed him into the nightmare and ascended. Sunny had many things to hide, but could not lie. Even though he was confident in his ability to twist the truth with misleading answers, the negotiations could still derail really quickly. Whatever. As if anyone would believe that an awakened like me was able to kill one of the famed Knights of Valor. Now that Sunny had become a master himself, he lost most of his ability to feign weakness. However, no one but his closest friends knew how powerful he really was, and especially had been. This was another fact that played to his advantage. It all depends on the emissary and how they conduct themselves. If Valor sent someone cavalier and arrogant, Sunny would be able to dance circles around them. He had plenty of practice dealing with haughty individuals, after all. If they sent someone smart, however, that could be a problem. Sunny stared at his shadow, then sighed and stood up. He really hoped that everything would go smoothly tomorrow, but it paid to be prepared. Worst case scenario, he was going to have to join the Fire Keepers in their Dream Realm exile for a while. So, unless he wanted to return to a monotonous diet of eating nothing but monster meat, it was best to prepare a few things. Soon, a big metal chest appeared in front of him, then opened its heavy lid, revealing rows of massive triangular fangs. Covetous Coffer had changed after the second nightmare, as well. The mendacious coffer enchantment allowed it to mimic the form of any inanimate object, but was limited by Sunny's core capacity. Now that he was an ascended, the capacity of his cores increased tremendously, so there were a lot of options. Sunny had experimented with the form of the coffer a lot in the past 6 months. He had made it into all kinds of things, from alloy safes to leather armchairs and sleeping pods. He had even made it into a refrigerator once. However, after having fun with it for a bit, Sunny came to the conclusion that not all forms suited the memory well. Items that already had the function of storing things worked the best. So, he ended up simply turning it into a large chest of reinforced alloy. Now that the covetous coffer had grown up, its size and strength were enough to make the lurid trunk enchantment truly dangerous. If before the small box could only bite off a few fingers, now it could swallow a potential thief whole. The capacious chest enchantment had grown stronger, as well, vastly increasing the coffer's storage capacity. Now, it could store an entire room's worth of items. The locomotive chiffonier, meanwhile, did not change a lot, but due to its new size, the chest could move around much faster. In fact, the coffer was now large enough for Sunny to sit on top of it, using the memory as a bizarre mount. In that regard, it was not too different from the original Mordant Mimic, whom Sunny had ridden all the way down to the Ebony Tower once. Not that he wanted to repeat the experience. And speaking of mounts, if there was one thing that had really frustrated Sunny in the past few months, it was that he had no opportunity to learn how to properly ride Nightmare. He had even ordered a custom-made saddle from an exclusive leatherwork boutique. The mundane professionals working there often received commissions to create various harnesses for echoes of all shapes, so they were used to strange requests, and since only wealthy awakened possessed echoes, their prices weren't cheap. The cost only ballooned when Sunny had to sacrifice a precious soul shard to turn the saddle into a memory. And yet, it had all been to no avail. Sunny was unable to travel to the dream realm, and summoning the dreadful steed to move around the city would not have been too convenient. Even if he did not mind attracting the wrong kinds of attention, there surely were laws and regulations in place to prevent exactly that. It was not all bad, though. As a terror, Nightmare possessed an ability similar to that of a tyrant. In his case, the stallion accumulated literal nightmares instead of corporeal minions, and the more of them he ruled, the more his power grew. Eventually, the Dark Destrier was supposed to unlock his final ability, Dream Curse, by gathering an army of 1,000 nightmares. Sunny had not known where to find these phantasms or how to create them, but the 6 months of idleness allowed him to figure it out. There were 2 ways: Nightmare could either create his dream minions, or subjugate them. Creating one was not easy. First, the Black Steed had to sow a seed of terror into an enemy's soul. If the enemy escaped and the seed took root, they would be haunted by the memories of the dreadful Destrier and see him in their dreams. The weaker the will of the victim was, the more chances there were for the nightmare to grow and become more and more potent. However, a brave person would cause the seed to wither and die. Eventually, if the nightmare fully formed, the stallion would be able to use his Dreamwalker attribute to harvest it. The second way was also troublesome. The Black Steed could travel into the dreams of powerful beings and subjugate their own nightmares. In the waking world, that meant ascended. However, that task was not easy. The more powerful the dreamer, the more powerful the nightmares haunting them were. To subjugate such a nightmare, the shadow had to defeat it in battle inside the dream. Nightmare had returned severely wounded more than once from such battles. Still, he managed to gather several minions that way. Neither of them faced any real enemies since returning to the waking world, so for now there was no other option. Sunny gathered a bunch of supplies and stored them in the covetous coffer, then dismissed the memory inside. Accumulating 1,000 nightmares for his shadow was not going to be easy. Maybe he should have accompanied the Black Steed into other people's dreams. However, there were enough things haunting him already. He did not need to experience someone else's fears, as well. Getting close to sleeping masters was also rather perilous. At that moment, one of his shadows noticed a familiar figure walking toward the door. Sunny checked the time and smiled. Oh, she's already here. My favorite pupil is nothing if not punctual. In the underground dojo beneath Sunny's home, steel was ringing against steel. Rain was moving with a speed and precision unusual for a mundane girl of her age. Her nascent battle style was grounded, calculated, and sharp, merging steady defense with unexpected and explosive attacks. The heavy training blade sang in her hands, cutting the air as if it possessed an actual edge. The awkwardness of youth was almost gone from her body, ceding to the promise of maturity. She was much more fit and in charge of her physicality, as well, fighting with confidence and poise that would have left most of her privileged classmates consumed by envy. As much as Sunny wanted to, he could not boast that her progress was all thanks to him. Currently, he was facing his little sister, deflecting her blows with one hand while keeping another in his pocket. No matter what Rain did, the soft alloy stick he was holding seemed to be impenetrable, inevitable, and unbreakable. All her attacks crashed and shattered against it, and all her defenses seemed useless against her tutor's lazy movements. Time after time, the stick suddenly shot forward and hit her on the shoulder, bounced off of her forehead, or stung her hands. Nevertheless, the girl did not allow herself to get frustrated and continued to exert herself without losing concentration. It was that will, cool mind, and meticulous discipline that had allowed Rain to advance so fast. Not bad. Sunny deflected another swift attack, stepped forward, and poked the girl in the chest with the tip of his stick. Here. You're dead. Again. I'm tired of fighting a corpse. Let's stop. Rain jumped back and grew still, breathing heavily as drops of sweat rolled down her pale face. She did not, however, lower her blade. Sunny had taught her the peril of lowering one's guard a long time ago. Those bruises took a long time to heal. He grinned, then scratched his back with the stick and offered her the endless spring. After the girl was done quenching her thirst, Sunny sat down on the floor and asked in a commanding tone. Where did I hit you? Rain sat down, too, and answered steadily. Head, right shoulder, right hand, left forearm, chest, right thigh, left shoulder, head, neck, left shoulder, left hand, chest, head, chest. He smiled with satisfaction. When did I put my hand in the pocket? She frowned. After hitting me on the thigh for the first time. Sunny nodded. In which direction was I looking 2 hits before that? Rain gritted her teeth. Up. You were rolling your eyes. He chuckled. Good. Your awareness is sufficient for that stage. The young girl threw a menacing look at him, then turned away. After a few moments, she sighed and suddenly asked. Sunny, am I any good? Sunny hesitated, then shrugged. You're doing all right. Rain remained silent for a while. But not as good as you were, right? That caused Sunny to laugh. What? No, you are way better than I was. I had not even seen a sword before my first nightmare, let alone held one. In fact, when I got a chance to arm myself with a sword there, I chose to drop it. Because it was too heavy. Rain turned to him with surprise. What? Then how did you survive? Sunny thought for a bit, then shrugged. Well. I strangled one enemy with a chain. Poisoned 2 more. Fed the last one to a nightmare creature, and then simply got lucky. I guess you can say that I just survived out of spite. He hesitated, and then added. Actually, that is a very important lesson. I've told you before, sure, knowing how to wield a weapon is important. But having a mind that is more dangerous than a weapon is paramount. The world is a vicious place, Rain. You have to be vicious too. To survive. Rain was going to turn 16 in a few months. In fact, she would probably celebrate her birthday not long after the first gates start opening in Antarctica. After that, his little sister would be vulnerable to the nightmare spell, as well. That was another factor he had to consider. Leaving with Master Jet meant leaving Rain, too. Granted, he had already taught her most of what he could without resorting to more drastic measures. Rain was more prepared to face the first nightmare than he had ever been. Or most people, even. Very few kids ever received the chance to be trained by an ascended, let alone one with as much battle experience as Sunny, or possessed as much talent as Rain. He glanced at her, lingered for a moment, and then asked. Do you want to be an awakened? The girl hesitated for a long time, then slowly shook her head, surprising him. No. I don't know. I really want to be able to protect my family. But I don't want to be away from them. Or die. I had an older brother, you know. Sunny almost flinched, but forced himself to remain still. An expression of mild curiosity appeared on his face. Oh? Rain remained silent for a bit, then sighed. My mom and dad had a son, before adopting me. He got infected by the spell, and died. I don't think they'll be able to bear it if I die, too. Sunny looked away. A few moments later, he said. Sorry to hear that. The girl shrugged, then looked at him with a frown. What is up with you today, anyway? You're all serious. Sunny smiled. Really? Well, I got an important day tomorrow. Besides, I gave my first lecture today. Shaping young minds is a very serious matter. Rain giggled with vindication. Ah. So more people are going to suffer just like me. That makes me feel better. She smiled, then patted him on the shoulder. That's good. I thought you were still moping around because Effie is not around that much, anymore. Sunny looked at her with outrage. Moping around? I never moped around. To be honest, he did feel a bit sad that his friends were out and about living their lives. The house seemed awfully quiet now that the boisterous huntress was gone most days. After the four of them had returned from the second nightmare, Effie got a bit drunk on having a healthy body. She greedily dove into all the things she never had a chance to do growing up as a disabled person. Since Cassie was indisposed and Sunny did not want to show his face in public, the government was very clingy in making her attend all kinds of events, as well. Now, the huntress only returned home once every week or two, and then disappeared the next day again. Kai got it even worse. Due to the nature of his new ability, he could not perform music anymore. It would have been strange to sing to crowds of people, knowing that his voice could literally mesmerize them. The famous idol group Knight and Gale announced their retirement, with Gale launching a very successful solo career and Kai transitioning to acting for the betterment of humanity as an ascended. At least that was how his agency spun his sudden decision. Now, the government paraded Kai around like a paragon of the human race. Cassie, Effie, and he had already been venerated as heroes after the Forgotten Shore, but after becoming masters at such a young age, their celebrity rose a whole another level. So, he did not have a lot of free time either. Both Effie and Kai were in a strange position. They had nothing to do with the events of the Night Temple, but also could not, and would not, move on with their lives until Sunny and Cassie resolved their issues with Clan Valor. In truth, Sunny himself had told them to stay away from him, for now. Still, he missed their company. That is all right. This whole mess will end tomorrow, one way or another. He sighed, and then turned to Rain. You did well today. Keep it up. Now, go home before your parents call me again. The last time they very politely tried to explain to me that you have homework to do and I was keeping you too long was very awkward for all of us, you know? Rain laughed, then stood up and headed for the elevator. All right. But, next time we spar, I am going to get you at least once. You'll see. Soon, she was gone, leaving him alone in the dimly lit dojo. Sunny sighed and looked at his shadows. After a while, he said quietly. Until Rain is on Earth, those damned sovereigns better not leave Earth behind, otherwise, the great clans and I are going to have a problem. The next morning, Sunny approached the massive red gates of the academy and stood there for a few moments, looking at the countless thousands of candles that burned in front of the deep moat surrounding it. Their flames swayed and shone through the falling snow, turning into a beautiful sea of orange radiance. Back when the Dreamer army had suddenly returned from the Forgotten Shore, rising a storm with their unexpected resurrection, people started placing these candles in front of the academy for the one who had stayed behind, the last daughter of the immortal flame clan, Changing Star. Some believed that Nephice would not die until at least one candle continued to burn. As long as it burned, the immortal flame would not be extinguished. Now, 2 years later, the number of candles had not diminished one bit. In fact, there were more of them than ever. Changing Star's legend had not only remained alive, but continued to grow and spread. At first, the candles might have been just a desperate gesture by those who hoped against all odds that she would remain alive, but with each day that Nephice somehow defied death and continued to persevere, alone in the cursed darkness of the dream realm, her fame and influence rose. No one could explain how she was managing to survive in the desolate, lightless abyss of the Forgotten Shore, but she undoubtedly had not succumbed to its indescribable horrors. Sunny knew it better than anyone, but others knew, as well. The government was not shy about fanning the flames of the misguided fervor and used Nephice to fuel the propaganda machine, painting her as the symbol of the noble and unbreakable spirit of humanity. It was easy for them to confirm that Changing Star still lived, after all. Unlike those who turned hollow, someone like her showed signs of brain activity similar to that of a dreaming person. So, they did not even have to invent false proof. By now, there were at least 100,000 burning candles placed in front of the academy, where she slept in a heavily protected underground chamber. Sunny sighed, then shifted his gaze to a delicate silhouette kneeling in front of the candles. Cassie lit one of her own, waited until some wax melted and flowed to the ground, then placed the candle near others and stood up. She was wearing civilian clothes. Her attire was tidy and mundane, but despite that, no one could mistake her for an ordinary person. The solemn and otherworldly beauty of the blind girl surrounded her like an invisible barrier, making a few people who came to light their own candles stay away, looking at her with stunned reverence. Not paying them any attention, Sunny scowled a little and walked other. As he approached, it seemed as though the shadows of the burning candles grew a little deeper. Welcome back to the real world. When did you arrive? Cassie lingered for a moment, then turned to him and smiled a little. Just a few minutes ago. My tether is here, in the academy. Sunny nodded. As masters, they were able to travel to the dream realm physically and at will. Once there, they were still bound to a gateway anchor, and had to use it to return to the real world. However, at the same time as their connection to the dream realm had grown stronger, their connection to the waking world had become a little less absolute. To return, each ascended had to create a tether, an intangible mark that served as their beacon on the return journey. They would appear at the spot where their tether was placed. Creating or moving a tether was not too hard, but required some time. Sunny's own was situated in the dojo below his home, but Cassie had to choose where to place hers more carefully. Ambushing a master at the moment of their return was the best way to catch them in their weakest state. So, the supremely defended academy was a good choice. He looked at Cassie with some concern, then asked. How have you been? The young woman smiled. Not too bad. We've been busy these last 6 months. Exploring the ivory tower, restoring the flying ship to its true glory. Now that I had studied it at its prime, there is a lot more we can do. Sunny knew that Cassie had spent a lot of time learning from Noctis about his remarkable ship. It seemed that she was putting these lessons to good use. His face darkened a little. Are you still planning to take it over the Hollow Mountains? The blind girl sighed. Yes, maybe. The fire keepers are still too weak to make that journey. But, perhaps today's negotiations will change things. Clan Valor knows more about the Hollow Mountains than anyone else, after all. Sunny scoffed. And you think they will just share that knowledge with you? Cassie lingered for a second, then weakly shrugged. Why not? Now that St. Cormac is dead, someone has to continue his mission. She hesitated for a bit and asked. If we do go, will you come with us? Sunny laughed. I don't know. Gods, why does everyone suddenly wants me to come with them these days? Cassie faced him and remained silent for a few moments. Then, she simply said. Because you are strong. Sunny looked at her with a faint smile, then turned away. I guess I am. Anyway, are you ready for the negotiations? Things can go really bad for us, you know. The blind girl nodded and turned her back to the sea of glowing candles. I know. As she said that, a luxurious black PTV appeared in view, stopping some distance away. Its door slid open, and the representative of the great clan Valor stepped out onto the pavement. When Sunny saw who it was, his face fell. He gritted his teeth. Crap. Of all people, why did it have to be her? The young woman that exited the PTV looked sharp in a perfectly tailored, elegant business suit. It was entirely black, with buttons and cufflinks forged out of silver steel. Her hands were protected from the cold by leather gloves, and her raven black hair moved slightly in the wind. With alabaster skin and a slender figure, the young woman looked both beautiful and daunting. She resembled a lethal blade, and that impression was only exacerbated by the cold gaze of her striking, strange, vermilion eyes. Morgan of Valor had come to represent her clan herself. Sunny silently cursed. This was, more or less, the worst-case scenario. Now that a direct descendant of Anvil of Valor appeared to conduct the negotiations in person, his chances of fooling anyone dropped significantly. Not to mention that his heart suddenly ached, as if remembering the pain of being ripped out of his chest by Morgan's slender hand. Even though that unfortunate incident had happened in the illusory dreamscape, the memory of pain was very real. Much worse than that, Sunny couldn't help but shiver when he realized how strongly Morgan resembled her older brother. The resemblance was almost uncanny. It was as though he was staring at a slightly younger, female version of Mordred. That made him deeply uncomfortable. Morgan looked up at the crushing mass of the academy's gates, then glanced at the sea of candles with curiosity, and walked forward. Stopping in front of Sunny and Cassie, she offered them a polite smile and said in her low, raspy voice, "Master Sunless. You look familiar. Have we met before?" If Sunny was in a bad mood before, now it turned really vile. Of all the questions out there, why did she have to ask that one? He hesitated for a moment, then answered indifferently. "Not face to face. I once saw you from afar, during one of the dream tournaments. I doubt you got a good look at me, though." He also saw her up close, but she did not need to know that. Morgan seemingly lost interest and turned to Cassie. "Song of the Fallen. It's an honor to meet you." Although her tone was not too deferential, she was treating the blind girl with a bit of respect. Anyone with a true name deserved acknowledgement, even from a scion of a great clan. Cassie nodded. "Master Morgan." The daughter of Valor smiled. "Ah. So I don't need to introduce myself." With that, she turned away and looked at the red gates of the academy again. By now, the massive drawbridge had already started to move, slowly lowering itself to allow them entry. Morgan's face became a little wistful. "This is the Awakened Academy, then. I've always wanted to attend. Sadly, that was never in the cards for me." Sunny glanced at her with a bit of confusion. "Why not?" The young woman lingered for a moment, then looked at him with a disturbingly familiar pleasant smile. "I've been trained by the best of the best since I was a child. There was nothing the academy could offer me that I did not already have. Spending time here would have just been wasteful." She paused for a moment and sighed slightly. "Still, I used to love dramas and webtoons about the academy. It's a shame." Morgan watched as the heavy metal bridge fell into the special grooves in the ground and grew still after a series of loud clicks. Then, she looked at Sunny and asked, "Would you mind giving me a small tour? I hear that you are a lecturer now." Of all the possible ways he had imagined the negotiations to start, this was not one of them. Sunny hesitated, then shrugged. "Yeah, sure. Why not? Follow me." The academy was something of a city within a city. It was self-sufficient and well-protected. The whole complex was surrounded by a deep moat and a wall of armored alloy that was tall and durable enough to slow down an attacking titan. Here and there, automated turrets of the air protection dome could be seen, their large-caliber barrels aimed at the sky. Sunny, Cassie, and Morgan of Valor walked for a few minutes before approaching a low, modern building with white walls. He pointed at it and said with little enthusiasm in his voice, "This is the sleeper compound. Most of it is underground, of course. Usually, there is a lot of activity inside and around it, but this soon after the solstice, there are no sleepers around. The first batch is going to be inducted in a week or two." When he was done talking, Cassie added, "There are a few private academies here and there, but only one Awakened Academy. The government brings all willing sleepers to this compound, no matter what quadrant they are from. On an average year, around 1,000 young men and women prepare for their first venture into the dream realm here." Morgan studied the sleeper compound for a bit, then asked with a smile, "So, is it as lively and boisterous as it is portrayed in the dramas? Do sleepers really get to all kinds of shenanigans, develop lifelong friendships and bitter rivalries, and go on risky adventures?" Her raspy voice sounded genuinely curious. Sunny laughed dryly. "I don't know. We are the last two people you should be asking that, honestly. Not only did we spend only a month here, we were also both at the absolute bottom of the rankings. Everyone treated us as walking corpses." Morgan looked at him, then said, "And yet, here you are. Only 3 years later, both alive and ascended." He glanced at Cassie, then grinned. "Yes. Life can be funny that way, sometimes. They proceeded to walk around the academy for some time. Since Sunny knew it much better than Cassie due to his research assistant position, he did most of the talking. He showed Morgan around, explaining the purpose of various compounds and buildings, while she listened with interest and asked questions from time to time. All in all, Morgan of Valor seemed really friendly. That was the danger of it, however. Sunny did not miss the fact that the more he talked, the more information about himself he was giving away, and the harder it was to keep his guard up. Although the daughter of the great clan seemed pleasant and well-meaning, the truth of it was that every one of her words was calculated and served a purpose. His worst fears were coming true. The emissary Clan Valor sent was not some arrogant, cavalier fool. Instead, they sent a lethal princess with eyes so sharp that her gaze could almost cut skin. Although Morgan had not made it apparent, the negotiations had already started. They were walking past a painfully familiar building when the realization that the complicated dance of negotiating with the great clan had already begun hit him. As his face grew a little dim, Sunny lingered for a moment and then gestured at the building. This is the hospital complex of the academy. It is one of the best medical institutions humanity has to offer, combining state-of-the-art tech with ingenious spell tech, as well as employing many awakened with actual healing aspects. This is also where sleepers enter the sleeping pods to venture into the dream realm. I myself spent about a year in one of them. He paused, and then added. This is where many of the hollow are kept, as well. Morgan looked at the alloy walls of the complex. A few moments later, she suddenly asked. This is also where Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan is currently being kept, isn't it? Did Sunny imagine it, or was her voice suddenly a bit more cutting? He frowned. She is not hollow. But yes. Oh, by the way, can we cut the crap? Morgan looked at him with a cold smile. What do you mean? Sunny met her intimidating gaze without flinching. If he wanted, his dark eyes could be as cold and oppressive as hers. In fact, the complete absence of fear or apprehension in their black depths was perhaps more frightening. I doubt that you are really interested in sightseeing. Let's not waste time. Morgan studied him for a moment, then chuckled. As you wish, Master Sunless. Let us get the formalities out of the way first, then. She pierced him with a sharp gaze and asked. Did you come to the Night Temple with the intent to set its prisoner free? Sunny knew that the daughter of Valor had to have plenty of memories on her to discern whether the answers provided to her were true or not. Not that he could lie even if he wanted to. He looked at her with a deep scowl and uttered through gritted teeth. Of course not. If I knew, I would have stayed as far away from your damned citadel as possible. I didn't even know that it was a prison, let alone had plans of breaking the bastard free. Morgan lingered for a moment, then turned to Cassie. What about you, Song of the Fallen? The blind girl's face grew dark. You have no reason to trust our motives, true, but at least don't disrespect our intelligence. If we really wanted to set that monster free, we would have found a way to do so without getting stuck inside the trap with him, don't you think? Both Sunny and I only escaped that disaster alive because of Saint Tyrus. If she had not happened to be nearby, we'd be dead, or worse. Morgan tilted her head a little, then suddenly smiled. All right. I believe you. Still, intentional or not, the two of you caused great harm to Clan Valor. Sunny inwardly sighed. Just like that, the hardest part of the negotiation seemed to be over. Now, the long and arduous process of bargaining was about to begin. The end result was still very much unclear. Sunny and Cassie had to withstand the pressure and exert some in return. Aside from deciding their own fates, they also had to secure the release of the captured fire keepers, as well as negotiate other favorable terms. That was not going to be easy, especially against someone like Morgan. The most important part was to make sure that they would be the ones setting the tone and cadence of the negotiation, as opposed to following what their opponent said. They had to go on the offensive. He forced out a confident smile. Can we not do that? Assigning blame is fun and all, but let's be honest, Clan Valor needs us more than we need Clan Valor. Morgan raised an eyebrow. Do we? What makes you say that? Sunny shrugged. We might not have helped that maniac escape, but that doesn't mean that he did not have help, or that he is not trying to find help as we speak. In fact, he might be having an identical negotiation with one of your enemies right now. He doesn't have 50 of the most talented awakened of this generation backing him, though. Morgan's eyes grew even colder than before, making him shiver a little. Oh? What do you think about that, Song of the Fallen? She turned to Cassie, but strangely, the blind girl was not there. At some point, she seemed to have fallen behind. Cassie was standing a few meters away from them, still facing the hospital complex. She was as pale as a ghost. As a dark premonition suddenly grasped his heart, Sunny quickly stepped toward her and asked, his voice ringing with tension. Cassie? What is it? What's wrong? The blind girl remained silent for a few moments. Her hands suddenly moved, as if trying to find the pommel of the quiet dancer. Then, still facing the hospital, she opened her mouth and whispered. Fire. In the next moment, the ground beneath their feet quaked. Deep underground, in a heavily protected room, a sleeping pod was glowing softly in the darkness. Inside, a young woman with silver hair slept, her face pale and still. Then, however, her eyes suddenly began to move beneath the eyelids, as if she was experiencing a terrible nightmare. A strange heat suffused the air. A split second later, something flashed. The room was instantly engulfed in furious flames. The armored door flew off its hinges and melted in the air, turning into a spray of liquid metal. The reinforced alloy walls cracked. The sleeping pod was violently torn to pieces. The force of the explosion was so dreadful that a destructive shockwave rolled through the whole level, causing incredible damage. Loud alarms screamed, and as the lights went off, emergency lamps ignited, drowning the burning corridors in a dim red glare. That light was almost instantly outshined by the angry glow of the spreading fire, however. In just a couple of seconds, the most protected level of the hospital complex was utterly devastated. A sea of white flame was spreading across the devastated underground level, hungrily devouring everything it could touch. Darkness, the red glare of the emergency lamps, and the searing white radiance mixed together, creating a hectic atmosphere of chaos and mayhem. Dust and smoke suffused the scorching air. Soon, the fire suppression systems came online, drowning the burning corridors in water and film-forming foam. The flames slowed down, but did not retreat. Instead, clouds of boiling steam flooded the underground level, reducing the already abysmal visibility even further. The alarms continued to scream, summoning the security forces of the academy to the site of the explosion. And at the center of it all, a radiant figure slowly rose from the white flames, wreathed in blinding light. The flame ghost, or whatever the being was, seemed beautiful and pure, as if untouched by the imperfections of the world. It possessed the graceful silhouette of a slender young woman, but also seemed, completely, utterly inhuman. As fire swirled around the figure without causing it any harm, the radiant creature slowly looked around, as if disoriented. Then, it took an unsteady step forward. At that point, more of the automated systems of the hospital complex finally activated. A cracked alloy plate shot down from the ceiling, and a compact security turret deployed itself from a hidden nest. Despite the low visibility and the damaged status of many of the cameras and sensors installed in the ravaged room, it received enough telemetry to identify the presence of a dangerous and unidentified being. It only took the turret a split second to take aim. The radiant figure sharply turned its head and stared at the twin barrels, confused. A moment later, the turret roared, spitting a stream of hundreds of high-caliber rounds at the intruder. Each was powerful enough to pierce an armored vehicle clean through. None of them managed to wound the fire-wreathed apparition, however. The white flames suddenly surged, wrapping around the radiant being like an armor. The tungsten bullets fruitlessly ricocheted off the creature's naked skin, melting as they hit the walls. The being swayed, and then threw a hand up. In the next moment, a sliver of fire separated from the blaze, streaked through the air, and hit the turret. Another explosion rattled the complex. The turret was obliterated in an instant, and the section of the ceiling around it completely disappeared, revealing the torn lattice of reinforced alloy above. Different security measures were already deploying, however. More importantly, the Awakened charged with defending the hospital had already arrived. 2 teams of experienced warriors appeared from both sides of the level, closing in on the epicenter of the explosion with speed. Every member was clad in heavily enchanted armor and wielded powerful memory weapons. Before the radiant figure could react, a silver javelin hit it in the back, biting deep before melting and disintegrating in a rain of sparks. A warrior in polished plate armor appeared nearby, delivering a crushing downward blow of his battle axe. It did not matter. A moment after the silver javelin disappeared, the deep wound on the creature's back closed itself. Instead of being cut by the enchanted battle axe, it simply raised a hand and blocked the crescent blade with its forearm. The sharp edge failed to break the being's skin. Behind the visor of the helmet, the awakened warrior who wielded the axe paled. He had caught a glimpse of the creature's radiant face, and felt the immolating wrath and ruthless killing intent burning in its eyes. The radiant figure moved, grabbing the man by the throat. The steel of his powerful memory armor melted, and the flesh beneath it blackened. The warrior screamed. Before he was dealt a mortal wound, however, the creature shifted and threw his body at the advancing security officers of his cohort. There were 13 Awakened left to deal with the invader, each an experienced, well-equipped combatant and a master of their craft. But the flame apparition was just too tyrannical. It cut through their ranks as if dealing with mere insects. No amount of skill, no amount of powerful memories and devastating aspect abilities could slow it down, let alone damage it. Faced against such an overwhelming adversary, not even the perfect synergy of the security team could play a role. All the Awakened managed was to cover each other and save their wounded comrades from being killed by the unstoppable monster. Their ability to resist, however, was running out. Soon, they were going to start dying. What was worse, the whole battle only took a dozen seconds. That was not nearly enough time for reinforcements to arrive. Or so the desperate Awakened thought, before a swift shadow suddenly appeared in their midst. Sunny rolled out of the shadows and coughed, feeling terrible heat, smoke, and scalding steam assault him. He had used Shadow Step to jump to the underground level of the hospital complex almost as soon as the ground trembled, and only had time to summon the Undying Chain. As the dull steel armor and a couple of other memories finished manifesting themselves, he tried to take in the sight of the devastated interior and shuddered. Gods! He could not see much, but his shadow sense told a terrifying tale. It seemed as if a series of explosions had rolled through this hallway, cracking the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. There were fires burning all around, despite the streams of water and foam being discharged by a few parts of the fire suppression systems that remained intact. White fire. He also saw the sorry state of the Awakened security team and the radiant figure rampaging between them. From the looks of it, the officers were not going to last long. Back. Retreat. I'll handle it. Enhanced by the sonorous enchantment of the extraordinary rock, his voice boomed in the scorching, fire-infused darkness. Not daring to disobey the authority in his order, the Awakened did not make him ask twice. Grabbing their wounded, they hastily disengaged from the combat and ran. At the same time, Sunny dashed forward. His heart was beating like crazy. Can't. Because of all the fire and the damage done to the ventilation system, there was not a lot of oxygen left in the air. It was hard to breathe. Following his will, the shadow suddenly moved and rose from the ground. Instead of touching the incandescent flesh of the radiant being and turning to ash, they swiftly formed a sphere around it and then solidified, turning into a large black orb. That orb was durable enough to hold. White cracks appeared on the surface of the shadow cage, which then exploded into charred pieces. Sunny's eyes widened. How? That was an ascended cage. He closed in on the radiant being, allowing the shadow lantern to devour all the light around and submerge the hallway in absolute darkness. For a moment, everything became black. And then, 2 furious white eyes ignited in the blackness. A moment later, a white silhouette became visible again, surrounded by a blinding glow. that glow pushed against the darkness, on the verge of vanquishing it. However, Sunny was already near the radiant figure. He could attack it freely. But he did not. An incandescent hand shot forward, aimed at his throat. Sunny allowed it to grab his forearm, instead. A terrible pressure and heat descended on his arm, slowly turning the steel of the undying chain bright orange. He could feel his flesh beneath it starting to burn. But he still did not attack. Instead, Sunny dismissed his helmet and looked straight at the flame apparition. Stop. His arm was in a sea of blazing pain. Refusing to move, Sunny looked at the beautiful radiant face in front of him. Stop. It's me. Slowly, a vague hint of recognition appeared in the burning white eyes of the radiant monster. The blinding light emanating from her skin dimmed a little. Sunny gritted his teeth. Changing star. Her hand trembled. The stark inhumanity of her face grew less frightening. The apparition opened its mouth. Her voice was hoarse and awkward, as if covered in rust after not being used for a long, long time. Sunny? He forced out a pale smile. It's me. Snap out of it, damn it. The radiant figure, Nephi's, froze. Slowly, the light suffusing her skin dimmed, and then became extinguished. The fire devouring the underground level weakened, too, allowing the fire suppression systems to douse it. Standing naked amidst the devastation caused by her, Changing Star stared at Sunny with a confused expression. Then, she suddenly swayed, and fell down. Sunny was barely quick enough to fall to his knees and catch her. Holding Neph in his arms, he looked up and noticed the awakened warriors of the security team staring at him in shock from afar. The corner of his mouth twitched. What are you doing, fools? Bring me something to cover her up. Don't you know who that is? He shook his head, hiding the fact that he was as stunned as they were. This is Lady Changing Star, the last daughter of the Immortal Flame clan. She's back. Shock. Confusion. Joy. Reprieve. Peace. Fear. Sunny sat on a flimsy chair in the waiting area in front of an armored door, shell-shocked by what had happened. What was happening? Failing to envision what was going to happen. His mind was thoroughly scrambled. The waiting area was situated on a different level of the hospital complex. By now, the one devastated by the recent events was already put off. The fires were gone. Teams of the academy staff were sifting through the wreckage, trying to determine the amount of damage done to the structure of the building and various equipment. Those wounded by the explosion and the members of the security team were being hastily treated. It seemed that no lives were in danger, mostly because Sunny had gotten there in time. What exactly had transpired? He had a good idea. Back when Sunny had awakened, he had unconsciously activated his aspect ability before fully regaining his consciousness. As the result, he had come to his senses standing near the sleeping pod instead of inside of it. Shadow Step was a teleportation ability. What if he had gotten a direct damage ability? What if he had been a tyrant, at that? This was not an uncommon occurrence among the awakened. Kai had gone through something similar, if Sunny remembered correctly. The same must have happened to Nephi's. It was just that her new ability had turned out to be nothing short of devastating. As expected from the daughter of the Immortal Flame clan. After spending a whole year on the Forgotten Shore and then 2 more wandering alone through the Dream Realm, she must have been extremely disoriented by the return to the waking world. Using her aspect caused her to be in the throes of terrible pain, as well. Her flaw was very cruel, after all. Perhaps Neph could have regained her composure, but sadly, the automated battle systems of the hospital complex were not sophisticated enough to differentiate between an unknown awakened and an active threat. Even the members of the security team had failed to make the distinction. All they had perceived was that the guarded room where the heir of the Immortal Flame slept had been destroyed, and that a seemingly inhuman apparition stood among the fires. In any case, the turret had unleashed a hail of bullets on Nephi's, causing her muddled mind to switch into combat mode. After that, all she saw was a threat. In combat, you had to kill the enemy and prevent the enemy from killing you. Who knew how much damage she would have done if Sunny had not appeared on time? Lucky. But, how was she so powerful? 14 powerful awakened had failed to even slow her down. Not even the cage he had created from shadows could withstand the heat of her flames. Sunny scowled, then grimaced. Cassie was sitting nearby, gripping his hand so hard that even Boneweave was struggling with the pressure. Both of them were waiting for the doctors examining unconscious Nephice to deliver some news. He patted the blind girl on the shoulder, then said awkwardly, "Cass, my hand." She turned to him with a confused expression, then flinched and let go. "Sorry." They weren't alone in the waiting area. In fact, a small crowd of people was there with them: doctors, faculty members, a few disheveled government agents, academy administrators. Everyone was anticipating the news with bated breaths. Their faces were pale, shocked, and excited. Morgan of Valor was there, too, leaning against the wall and typing something in her communicator, her expression calm and nonchalant. She seemed to have understood that their negotiations would have to be postponed. What was the point of negotiating with Sunny and Cassie when everything had just changed? If Valor wanted to recruit the members of Changing Star's cohort and the Fire Keepers, they were going to have to speak with Changing Star herself, most likely. Or they would continue their attempts to assassinate her. Provided that Valor had been the great clan responsible for sending Castor, of course. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. Right. There's also that. The situation had already been incredibly murky and complicated, and with Neff's return, everything was turned upside down and made even more convoluted. Chaos, it was pure chaos. Everything was changing. His own situation had also just turned much more dire, for obvious reasons. So why was he struggling to keep a sincere smile from appearing on his face? Sunny had reasons to be shocked, and reasons to be tense. And he was. But most of all, he was happy. Incredibly happy. A sense of profound relief, contentment, and joy threatened to drown his ability to think clearly. He felt as though something precious, something vital that he had lost was suddenly returned to him. Something that he had been missing. And now that it was back, Sunny felt complete. What the hell is this nonsense? Since when am I that sentimental? Although he tried to cover his raw emotions with a veneer of cynicism, in truth, Sunny could pinpoint the exact moment when he had changed. It was when he stepped into the circle of runes inside the Crimson Spire and escaped the Forgotten Shore, leaving Changing Star behind, to be devoured by darkness. After that, nothing had been the same. He gritted his teeth. Doesn't matter. Take a hold of yourself. Sunny had the right to be happy that Nephice had returned alive to them. She was his friend after all, much more than that, even. But that did not mean that he could allow himself to relax. Just like her name suggested, Changing Star's return was bound to cause a massive shift. There were many dormant dangers that were going to awake now. More than that, there was a chance that she would become a danger to Sunny herself. He had spent years both hoping for and dreading her return. First things first. He had to know how Nephice had managed to come back. There were no other gateways in the Forgotten Shore. Had she found one in the Hollow Mountains, or had she gone north, east, or west in search of a less deadly region of the Dream Realm? Not that there would be, no one had ever returned from those parts, too, after all. Now that Nephice had lost consciousness, she was bound to be sent back to the Dream Realm. Depending on how dangerous the area surrounding her anchor was, she might not be able to return soon. Or at all, although Sunny doubted that the probability of that outcome was very high. The rune shown by the spell also named an Awaken's anchor. Since he could see both his own status and Neff's, all he had to do to find out was summon them. Not wasting any more time, Sunny called upon the shimmering runes and concentrated on a certain string of them. A moment later, Neff's status appeared in the air in front of him. Sunny started reading, but then froze. His eyes widened. How is this possible? But there was no mistake. The runes read. Name, Nephice. True name, Changing Star. Rank, ascended. As it turned out, Nephi's had not found a gateway to escape the dream realm and awaken. Instead, after 2 long years of solitude and relentless battles for survival, she had found a seed of nightmare and conquered the second trial of the spell as a sleeper. She had done it alone. At least that was the only way Sunny could explain the runes he was staring at. Ascended. That is impossible. Surviving the second nightmare was already not easy for a cohort of prepared awakened. More people perished while trying than returned victorious. How could a lone sleeper accomplish the same? No one had done it before. However, no sleeper had been a tyrant before. No sleeper had escaped alive from a battle with a corrupted horror of the depths before. No sleeper had slain a fallen terror before. Nephi's had long established her penchant for accomplishing the impossible. Why was Sunny so surprised that she had done it again? No, he wasn't surprised. He was dismayed. A deep, unsettling emotion nestled in his chest, making his face grow dark and his eyes grow dim. The shadows around him seemed to become deeper. Doesn't matter. That doesn't change anything. The important part is that she is back. Who cares how she returned? But it did matter. To him, it was of paramount importance. His obsession with becoming more powerful than Nephi's was not born out of simple vanity or empty pride. Someone else might have been tempted to chase power just for the sweetness of it, but to Sunny, being anything else than the strongest was an existential threat. As he sat in stunned silence, the sound of hurried footsteps resounded near him. Looking up, Sunny saw Effie pushing her way through the crowd. She was not shy about using her prodigious strength, so people did not really have any choice except to let her pass. Even Instructor Rock, who had appeared 10 minutes earlier, had to politely make way. The big man had been the person to send Nephi's into the dream realm. It was no wonder that he dropped everything to come and wait with the rest of them. Sunny felt a bit touched. The huntress finally reached them and froze for a moment, then asked hoarsely. Sunny, Cassie. Is it true? Princess is back? Sunny looked at her for a bit, then simply nodded. Yes. I passed her to the healers with my own 2 hands. Effie did not move for several seconds. Then, a wide grin split her face. It looked as if she was on the verge of starting to howl again. Hell yes. I never had a doubt. No nightmare creature exists that can keep that pampered psycho down. Sunny couldn't help but smile a little, infected by her jubilation. Before too long, Kai arrived, as well. Usually, his appearance would have caused a stir, but right now, no one paid the former idol any attention. When he received the confirmation, an expression of profound relief appeared on the young man's beautiful face. Kai swayed a little, and then leaned on the wall to keep himself upright. Gods, thank the gods. Sunny had not realized it, but his friend must have been blaming himself for leaving Nephi's behind all that time. He was truly too decent of a person for this vile world, and infected by a misguided sense of nobility to boot. Knowing that he had escaped the hell of the Forgotten Shore because of someone else's sacrifice must have pressed down upon him a lot. The 4 of them huddled together and waited. Sunny silently observed the faces of his friends, seeing sincere happiness and relief written all over them. Some, Kai especially, looked on the verge of getting emotional. Unlike him, they had no reason to feel a strange ambivalence about Changing Star's return. And looking at them, Sunny decided to ignore the darker part of his mind for a bit, too. Whatever happened, he would have to deal with it then. If he had to die to avoid becoming a slave, he would. If he had to kill in order to remain free, that was not out of the question, as well. But for now, he chose to just share this rare moment of joy with his friends. The founder of their cohort was back, after all. Soon, the armored doors finally opened, and one of the awakened healers in the employ of the academy appeared from them. Everyone gathered in the waiting area held their breaths. Even Morgan of Valor looked up from her communicator, strange sparks igniting in her vermilion eyes. One of the government agents couldn't contain herself and asked. How is she? Lady Changing Star is really back? The healer lingered for a moment and then nodded. She is. Her physical condition is fine, better than fine, even. Perfect. As for her mental condition, we will know when she wakes up. Lady Nephice is currently sleeping. Someone from the crowd immediately spoke. Sleeping? Do you mean that she is back in the dream realm? The healer hesitated, then slowly shook her head. No. Lady Nephice seems to have ascended. So, she is simply asleep. For a moment, the crowd seemed to have lost the ability to speak. And then, all hell broke loose. Despite the government's attempts to stall for time and control the narrative, just in a few minutes, the incredible news of Changing Star's return spread across the network. Not long after that, another explosive rumor appeared, claiming that she was now a master. Just like that, all of humanity learned that Nephice of the Immortal Flame clan, the descendant of the two legendary pioneers and the famed hero of the Forgotten Shore, had become the first human in history to conquer the second nightmare as a sleeper, thus jumping ranks, and return to the waking world unscathed. Her already prolific fame and exalted status instantly soared as high as the sun. While Nephice slept, her arrival was already creating titanic waves in the mindset of millions of people. In front of the awakened academy, 100,000 candles continued to burn despite the falling snow. And cast by their flames, 100,000 shadows danced on the ground. The news of Changing Star's return spread across the world like wildfire. The network practically exploded with an endless amount of discussions. Everyone wanted to share their excitement and celebrate the homecoming of the young hero who, without a doubt, was going to become one of the most powerful champions of humanity soon. While exaggerated, the reaction of both mundane humans and awakened alike was easy to understand. In this dark and fragile world that balanced on the verge of destruction, everyone longed for something to illuminate their lives and chase their fears away. Everyone desperately searched for hope. Thinking about it, Sunny couldn't help but remember the description of Nef's aspect. Lightbringer. You are a creature of light that was banished and doomed to exist in the darkness. You bring radiance and warmth to wherever you go, but with it comes indescribable longing. Was hope the longing it talked about? Longing was just another word for desire, after all. In any case, the government had long used Nephice to satiate that desire. They had constructed an uplifting narrative around the events of the Forgotten Shore and made her the linchpin of the story. No matter how much Sunny hated the abhorrent movie adaptation that had been rushed through production soon after their awakening, he had to admit that it was a sign of how deeply the survivors of the Dreamer Army and their leader had affected the public. To be fair, the government had not needed to work too hard to turn Changing Star into an iconic figure. Her achievements had truly been singular and remarkable. Her perceived martyrdom had truly been compelling. What was more, Nephice had inherited an already established and powerful legend simply on account of her birthright. Her grandfather was the first human to conquer the second nightmare and become a master. Her father was the first to conquer the third and become a saint. Both of them were great warriors, pioneers, and revered heroes of humanity. And now, she had joined their ranks by becoming the first human to ascend directly from being a sleeper. Considering all that, he was not surprised to see how intensely people reacted to the news. Already, there were a lot of discussions on the network predicting that Changing Star would inevitably become the first to conquer the fourth nightmare and push humanity one step closer to salvation, as her parents and grandfather had done. If only they knew. If only they knew that sovereigns had already given up on their world, and that very soon, hundreds of millions of people would probably die for it. And that the hero they were praising had much grander ambitions. Conquer the fourth nightmare? No, that was too trivial for Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan. She was going to conquer all nightmares. She was going to destroy the spell itself. Or at least try to, even if the waking world had to burn as the consequence. While the government agents ran around with panicked expressions and most of the waiting crowd dissipated, Sunny found himself leaving the group and walking away to find something to eat. Morgan of Valor had left some time ago, so he did not feel too threatened. Oh, right, the true negotiations ended up never happening. I wonder what it means for my future. Eventually, he settled in the hospital's cafeteria and forced himself to swallow some food. A few years ago, he would have been ecstatic to be able to feast on high-quality food like that. But now, he did not even feel the taste of various dishes. They might as well have been mimic meat or scent paste. Sunny sat quietly, consumed by thoughts, when Effie suddenly appeared nearby and landed on a chair near him. There was a mountain of food on her own tray. The huntress looked at him with a smile. Great minds think alike, huh? She took a bite out of a small cake, then swallowed it entirely and said with satisfaction. The healers want us four to come help them when Nephice wakes up. You know, in case she becomes agitated again. Sunny silently nodded. Effie sighed. I can't believe that she just went and ascended. Well, I can actually. It is still amazing, though. Nev must have one hell of a crazy story to tell. It might even be more unbelievable than our own. He shrugged, then put a spoonful of something mildly spicy in his mouth. The huntress studied him for a while, then suddenly said. You know, for someone who was just reunited with their first and best friend, you don't look too happy, doofus. Sunny glanced at her. Who said that we are friends? Effie scoffed. Don't lie to me, Sunny. I know how you feel about Nephice, and how much of it you feel. What's up with you? He grimaced. Lie? How can I lie? Sunny lowered his eyes, hesitated for a while, and then said quietly. Stronger. I wanted to be stronger than her. I really, really tried. And to be honest, I am very annoyed that all of it was for nothing. The huntress looked at him with a strange expression. Is that why you were in such a hurry to challenge the second nightmare? He leaned back and turned away. Yeah. That was a big part of it. Effie lingered for a bit, then slowly shook her head. Listen, Sunny. I am really sorry to say this, but you will never be stronger than Nephice. He looked at her sharply, sparks of anger igniting in his eyes. Oh yeah? Why is that? She sighed. It's very simple, really. Both of you are exceptional, talented, and have great will. Both of you are incredibly strong. But, Sunny, it doesn't matter how fast you gain a new rank, how many nightmare creatures you kill, how many soul fragments you absorb. She will always be ahead. She looked him in the eyes and said soberly. It's because she has something that you lack. Nephice, she has conviction, Sunny. And you don't. As long as that doesn't change, you will always be behind. As he stared at her with resentment, Effie suddenly grinned and shrugged. But hey, who cares? I have even less conviction than you, and I'm doing great. Who needs it, anyway? I would much rather have a full belly than something like that. With that, she laughed and returned to her food, not paying the conversation any more attention. Sunny, however, remained still for some time. A somber expression appeared on his face. After a while, he sighed and silently resumed eating his meal. Conviction, who needs it, indeed. Eventually, the four of them were invited into the room where Nephice slept, this time on a hospital bed instead of inside of a closed coffin of a sleeping pod. The administrators of the academy wanted to avoid any more damage, so asking the members of Changing Stars cohort for help was a logical step. Seeing familiar faces first after waking up would probably calm her down. And if not, having four masters at hand would be enough to deal with any unforeseen complications. Most likely. Sunny stood in the corner, looking at Nephice with a somber expression. Her pale face, her silver hair. For the past 2 years, he had often seen her through the transparent lid of the sleeping pod, bathed in its ghostly light. Now that she was out and returned to the real world, Changing Star seemed much more material. And strangely vulnerable. She was truly back. He sighed. Cassie was sitting on a chair beside the bed, while Effie and Kai were resting on a sofa. None of them knew when Neff was going to wake up, and they had already spent a couple hours waiting. Without having to discuss it, all four decided to stay quiet. So, by now, they were pretty bored. Sunny, on the other hand, was filled with more and more tension. The corner of his mouth twitched. This anticipation is killing me. It's pure torture. He did not think that Nephice would abuse her power over him. But it was better to prepare for the worst. For that reason, Sunny was mentally going over all the clever ways he had thought of to undermine her absolute authority as his master. There were always ways. Owning an unwilling slave was not an easy endeavor. Especially one as powerful and resourceful as him. That had been one of the reasons why he had chosen to kill the mirror beast instead of subjugating it, all that time ago. Still, Sunny could not help but feel a hint of fear. After a while, he shook his head and moved slightly. Then, without being noticed by anyone, Sunny silently merged with shadows. Hidden in their dark embrace, he hesitated for a few moments, and then called upon Nightmare. A vast shadow appeared near him, all around him. This was the Dark Destrier in his true, shapeless form. Sunny allowed himself to be enveloped by the larger shadow, and then gave it a silent command. What happened next was hard to describe. He had only done this a few times in the past, and each time was as strange. It was a bit like traveling to the dream realm, but also different. Tired of waiting, Sunny had decided to travel to Nef's dreams. There was no sense in prolonging his anxious anticipation, anyway. He had to see if Changing Star was still sane. He had to know that she was still herself. Soon, Sunny found himself on a dark shore. Beneath him was a vertical slope, with furious waves crashing against the cliffs far below. Some distance away, a tall and beautiful lighthouse stood, illuminating the absolute darkness with its radiant flame. Sunny studied it for a while, and then nudged Nightmare to walk along the edge of the cliff. Sitting in the saddle, he rode the black steed and tried not to look around too much. Dreams were a strange place. They did not adhere to the logic of the real world and were always flowing, always changing. The more powerful a dreamer was, the more solid they sometimes appeared. They were also dangerous for dreamwalkers such as Nightmare and Sunny. The threats contained within them might not have been real, but by invading this subliminal space, the uninvited guests had to treat them as such. This was why Nightmare often returned wounded from his travels. If an Ascended dreamed of a powerful abomination, the Dark Destrier had to battle the abomination as if it was real. However, not only dreadful fiends posed a threat. His opponents were empowered by the dream itself, so their strength depended on the strength of the dreamer. Their actual shape did not matter that much. Nephice was very strong. So her nightmares were bound to be terrible, as well. Soon, the landscape around them changed. The dark shore and the lighthouse disappeared, and instead, the streets of a ruined city appeared from nowhere. With a bit of apprehension, Sunny recognized the familiar shapes of the stone buildings of the Dark City. However, they were simultaneously the alloyed towers of the siege capital. Their facades were broken, with smoke and fire escaping from the cracks. A wide road was littered with burning debris, and a luxurious PTV lay overturned some distance away, its armored frame bent and riddled with holes. Blood was spilling on the melting asphalt from the shattered windows. Sunny slowly approached the PTV and then jumped off Nightmare's back. After hesitating for a moment, he bent down and looked inside the cabin. There were several corpses inside, all wearing mundane clothes. Most disturbingly, these people lacked faces, and instead looked like smooth-faced mannequins. Their flesh, however, was quite real, and terribly mangled. With a frown, he looked away and studied the surroundings. It did not take him long to notice a trail of blood leading away from the burning PTV. Leaving Nightmare behind, Sunny followed the trail. He crossed the street and entered the foyer of a business tower through a large hole in its wall. Looking around, Sunny noticed that the foyer strangely resembled the silent shore of the dark river they had crossed once, a long time ago, while searching for the remains of the First Lord. White fog swirled above the water, full of silent whispers. There was only one thing that did not seem to fit: a large reception desk stood not too far away from him, drowning in shadows. Sunny slowly walked to it and then moved around. Behind the desk, leaning on it with her back, a young woman with silver hair sat on the ground. Her face was pale and tired, and her striking gray eyes were devoid of any light. She was wearing mundane clothes, which were marred with blood. Sunny sighed, and then said, "Hey, Neff." The young woman slowly looked up, and then smiled. "Hey, Sunny." A beautiful smile illuminated Neff's face, making her look much softer and younger than she usually seemed. In all the time they knew each other, Sunny had only seen her smile a few times, and every time he did, a hint of regret brushed against his heart. It was a shame for such a brilliant smile to appear so seldom. Maybe in her dreams, Changing Star allowed herself to show it more often. Looking at the reception desk serving as her cover, he tried to make his voice sound calm and asked, "What are you doing here?" Nephi lingered for a moment, and then looked down. "Hiding." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "From what?" Her voice grew quiet as she answered, still looking at the ground. "Bad people." He sighed. It seemed that the memory this nightmare had spawned from belonged to a much younger Nephi. Something similar must have happened to her when she was a kid, and so, although Changing Star looked like her adult self, she was simultaneously a child. That meant that she was not supposed to have any memory of meeting and getting to know Sunny, and yet, she did. Dreams were strange that way. All kinds of contradictions could exist within them, merging things that could not coexist in reality. Sunny lowered himself to the ground and sat next to Neff, leaning on the surface of the desk beside her. He remained silent for a while, and then said with a reassuring smile, "Well, don't be afraid. I'll hide here with you. I am very good at hiding, you know. If bad people come, they will never see us." Nephi slowly shook her head. "I don't know." Sunny crossed his arms. "And if they do see us, I'll deal with them. I am very good at dealing with things, as well." She did not move for a long time and then suddenly said, "This is a dream, isn't it?" He almost flinched, and then tried very hard to suppress a curse. That question was extremely startling. Well, what else did he expect? This was Nephi's, after all. Even the awakened terror of her first nightmare had failed to contain her within a dream. Regaining his composure, Sunny simply nodded. Nephi sighed. "It is too nice to be real. Strange. I haven't dreamt in a long, long time." Slowly, the space between them started to change. It flowed, transforming into something different. The darkness was dispelled by the radiance of an incandescent sun. The cold waters receded, making way for pristine white sand. Above them, there was now a boundless azure sky. Sunny felt an unbearable heat assault his skin. A few moments later, they were surrounded by a vast, scorching desert. Instead of a modern desk, their backs were against the trunk of a tall tree. Its bark was as white as the pristine sand, and its leaves were scarlet. Tens of thousands of skulls hung from the beautiful branches, fastened to them by glistening threads of black silk. More disturbingly, 2 human figures were cruelly nailed to the tree, hanging from it like prisoners. One of them was a man with black hair, dressed in dark clothes. The other was a woman in white, her hair glistening like silver. From where he sat, Sunny could not see their faces. Perhaps that was for the best. He opened his mouth, but then froze, realizing that he did not know what to say. There was too much. Too much he wanted to tell her, too much he wanted to ask her. There were matters they had to discuss that had to do with their future, the great clans, the sovereigns. There were matters they had to discuss that had to do with their past, the decisions they had made, the mistakes that had been committed. There were his emotions, as well. His resentment, his anger, his pain, his joy, his glee. There were her emotions, as well. All of this was so immense. Sunny was much older now than when they had first met, even though only 3 years passed, those years contained lifetimes of bitter lessons he had learned. He had never been good with complicated feelings, and although he did make some progress on that front, Sunny was still far from being adept in these matters. So what was he supposed to say? He remained silent for a while. Then, finally, he looked at her and said the only thing that came to his mind. The most truthful one. "I missed you." Nephi smiled, and looked at him as well. I missed you, too. Sunny let out a heavy sigh, and slumped a little, full of strange relief. A moment later, however, his face turned dark and ugly. Gritting his teeth, he glared at her and spat. If you really missed me, then why the hell had you left me behind? Neff's smile slowly dimmed. A few moments later, she looked away and sighed. Because it was the better choice. Sunny clenched his fists. Who the hell do you think you are? Who asked for your righteousness? Do you even know what you took from me? Who gave you the right to make that choice for me? Changing Star looked down and remained silent for a bit. Then, she said. But I did not make it for you. I made it for me. She studied the white desert for a while, and then sighed. If you remained with me, yes, maybe, we would have been stronger together. Maybe we would have grown faster together. Maybe we would have been better, together. Maybe we would have survived. But what were the chances of that? Unlike me, you can't heal yourself from terrible wounds. Your soul is not infused with the fire. Maybe, you would have just died. Nephi looked at him, soft sparks igniting in her gray eyes. That was too many maybes, Sunny. I had to have the worst outcome in mind. So I made the decision that did not risk your life. But, make no mistake, it was not for you. It was for me. It was not that I did not want you to die, it was that I wanted to spare myself from having to watch you die. I had to protect myself, too. She stared at the white sand, and whispered. I buried too many people, Sunny. I deserved the right to be selfish. Even if it did you harm. He stared at her with a dark expression, then spat. Why do you even care whether I live or die? Nephi looked at him and smiled. The wind moved her silver hair, making it dance. Then, she shrugged and said in an even tone. Because I do. Arg. What an infuriating woman. Sunny appeared from the shadows and resumed his position in the corner. No one seemed to have noticed his absence, which was for the best. Their short conversation with Nephi had been interrupted by the appearance of a ghastly demon with 6 arms and charred black holes instead of eyes. Sunny had done his best to restrain the abomination while Nightmare attacked it from the back. In the end, they managed to destroy it without sustaining any wounds. It had not been an easy battle, though. After that, Sunny felt too confused to continue the conversation, and instead chose to return to the waking world. Because I do, that doesn't even make any sense. It seemed that Neff's whole existence was designed to continuously stump him. From their first conversation on the Forgotten Shore until now, he just could not get how her mind worked. Protecting Cassie simply because she wanted to, caring about people simply because she did, the sheer audacity of being so unapologetically strange and irrational made him fume. Especially so because he suspected that Nephi somehow derived strength from this bizarre attitude. Was that what Effie had meant when she talked about conviction? Sunny did not really understand what exactly it was that she thought he lacked. Was it will or determination? If so, the huntress was terribly mistaken. He might not have been the most principled of people, but few could boast of having more determination than Sunny. Otherwise, he would not have survived all the terrible trials that life had thrown his way. But maybe conviction was something else. Maybe having will and determination was not enough, unless they were aimed at something precise, and guided by a singular purpose. After all, having a sharp sword was useless unless it was brandished against an enemy. Was conviction a guiding principle that shaped formless power and determination into a sharp blade? Was it an unbreakable will to achieve a certain purpose? No, it was not so simple. Sunny was not without a purpose, after all. He had his own goals, to have a good life, to be free, to make sure that those he cared about were safe. Why were these values not worthy of being called a conviction? If there was one thing he noticed, it was that all of his desires were centered around him. They were all aimed inside. He did not think that there was anything wrong with that, in fact, he considered it a great virtue. Nephi, on the other hand, disregarded herself to an almost demented degree in pursuit of her goals. All her desires were aimed outside, and incredibly ambitious. Was that the meaning of conviction, then? Was it not only important to have a purpose, but also for the nature of that purpose to be larger than oneself? For the principles that guided one's determination to be founded in something vast and deep, thus pushing the person to rise higher and strive for more? All that sounded too high and mighty to Sunny. He was more inclined to value his own simple goals over such lofty ambitions. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable at the thought that someone with a greater purpose had an inherent advantage over someone who just wanted to be left alone, as he did. Unfortunately for Sunny, he was fated to compete against exactly this kind of people if he wanted to be free to live his life as he seemed fit. Only if he became greater than all of them would they leave him be. Which was bound to result in a very inconvenient paradox. Why am I even thinking about this? Damned Effie and her damned moments of insightfulness, who says she's even right? In any case, he had other things to consider. His visit to Neff's dream had not turned out how he hoped it would. Sunny did accomplish one of his goals and tentatively made sure that 2 years of lonely and, no doubt, harrowing travels through the dream realm had not driven Changing Star insane. The exact scope of damage done to her mind was yet to become clear, but at least she was not a raving lunatic. In fact, Nephi seemed strangely stable for a person who had gone through something that no one should have ever been forced to endure. Whether it was the result of her stalwart willpower or something else entirely, he did not know. Regardless, a lot of tension Sunny had felt slowly dissipated. Not all of it, however. While he had determined Neff's general mental state, he failed in his 2 other intentions. First, Sunny had not been able to find a bit of closure in dismantling her reasons for invoking his true name. He had expected Changing Star to hide behind a false and misguided veil of having done it for his own good. He had been prepared, and wished to, obliterate her hypocritical pretense of righteousness. He wanted to express his anger, fury, and resentment. He wanted to cause her to feel at least a small part of the anguish that she had caused him to feel. Bus Nephis had subverted his expectations by readily admitting that her actions were nothing but selfish, making all the attacks and accusations he had prepared moot. That left Sunny confused and unsatisfied. The fight he had wanted to pick never happened, because the other person did not want to fight. His animosity was not only struggling against his own complicated feelings, but also completely one-sided. Infuriating. Much more importantly, Sunny had failed to learn the most vital information. He had not gathered the courage to ask the question that was bothering him the most. What were Changing Star's intentions toward their strange and inescapable bond? What was she going to do with her power over him? So many heavy, complicated, and frightening things were tied to that question. Once he asked it, there would be no going back. He could lose so many things that he cherished, and even more that he did not even have the opportunity to experience yet. Depending on the answer, the nature of their relationship could forever change. There was a possibility that it would cease to exist, even. Although it might have seemed like he was burying his head in the sand, Sunny simply could not bring himself to have that fateful conversation yet. The stakes were too high. And so, for now, he decided to follow the easiest path and simply let some things remain unsaid. He wanted to see how the situation would develop, first. There would always be time to act later. At least that was what he told himself. As time passed, the 4 masters remained silent. They were watching over the young woman who slept peacefully, her nightmare slain by a transient shadow and his steed. After a while, Neff's eyelids quivered. And then, slowly, she opened her eyes. After it became apparent that Nephis was not going to go on a destructive rampage, the cohort did not get a lot of time to spend with their friend before the government agents whisked her away. Cassie barely managed to squeeze her hand, while Effie and Kai could only express their joy with words. Sunny remained silent, still preoccupied with his tumultuous thoughts. The corner he was standing in became even darker than it had been before. Nev herself seemed a bit disoriented, so their short reunion had turned out to be somewhat muddled. There were certain procedures involved when a person awakened, and even more once they ascended. All kinds of interviews, evaluations, and tests had to take place. All kinds of reports had to be submitted, all types of permissions had to be granted, and all varieties of procedures had to be enacted. The bureaucratic machine stirred awake to legitimize and integrate a new master into the larger framework of humanity. Sunny knew the process well, because he had gone through it himself. It was just that his own experience had been separated into two distinct instances, and made smoother by Master Jet's participation. Nephi's, on the other hand, had to go through both sets of procedures at once, which was more or less unprecedented. She also did not enjoy the patronage of a high-ranking government representative, yet. Perhaps that would not last long. There were other complications, as well. Her situation was unique and abnormal in more than one sense. Just the fact that she had become a master without establishing a gateway anchor in the dream realm alone was enough to make the bureaucracy stutter. The government agents had their work cut out for them. It was not all bad, however. The process, while slightly obnoxious, was there for a reason. It was not only about gathering the necessary information and officially establishing the Ascendant's new and elevated status. It was also designed to help the return deal with the most damaging effects of suddenly coming back to safety after experiencing untold horrors in the nightmare, at least to a certain degree. No matter how strong Changing Star was, no one doubted that her harrowing adventure through the dream realm and the nightmare had left its scars on her mind. The government was well aware of how fragile many powerful awakened truly were. It was not only on guard against those who could break, but also experienced in employing all kinds of preventative measures to reduce the possibility of that happening. Due to how important Nephi's was both to the propaganda machine and to the actual defensive efforts of humanity as another special strategic asset, the government threw its best resources into ensuring that the initial steps of her rehabilitation went as smoothly as possible. Of course, she was free to decide how much exactly she was willing to share. Some basic tests, however, were mandatory, since it was necessary to determine how safe it was to release her into the population. What it meant was that it would take long hours before the members of the cohort would be able to see Changing Star again. They weren't the only ones waiting, too. At some point, Cassie had left and returned to the Dream Realm to inform the Fire Keepers of the incredible new development. Soon enough, dozens of them used the gateway in the Ivory Tower and returned to the waking world for the first time in months. Since their sleeping pods were situated right there in the hospital complex of the Academy, it did not take a long time for all of them to gather in the hallway near where Nephi's was undergoing her interviews. Now, around 50 young awakened crowded it, as if standing guard. After spending almost half a year in the Dream Realm, the Fire Keepers looked rough around the edges, if not a little feral. They were wearing civilian clothes, but no one would mistake these people for mundane humans, or even ordinary awakened. There was a strong sense of silent threat radiating from them. Their expressions were full of glee, but their gazes remained firm and heavy, making anyone who approached feel ill at ease. That was especially true for the members of Cassie's former cohort, which was now led by the stoic healer, Shim. They were all on high alert and ready to pounce on anyone representing a threat. With the Fire Keepers standing guard, any potential action by the great clans was bound to end in failure, or at least outright disaster. In fact, they seemed so fierce that even the security teams of the Academy became nervous and sent a few cohorts of their own to keep watch on the celebrating group. It was easy to read the extreme apprehension on the faces of the security officers, though. Awakened or not, they seemed to understand that they stood no chance against the elites of the Forgotten Shore if push came to shove. Observing all that, Sunny couldn't help but ask himself a question. If 6 months of hiding in the relative safety of the Ivory Tower had such a drastic effect on the Fire Keepers, then what had 2 years of traversing some of the direst regions of the Dream Realm done to Nephi's? After a while, he quietly approached Cassie and asked quietly, "How is it going?" She turned her head slightly and frowned. "What do you mean?" Sunny smiled darkly. "Come on. There's no chance that you did not use your ability on one of the government agents handling Nef's processing. So what is happening?" She hesitated for a few moments, then sighed. She seems to be in shock, somewhat. But mostly, she's fine. Actually, it's a bit disturbing how fine she is. He frowned. Well, it's Nephi's. You know how she is. Cassie slowly shook her head. She is human too, Sunny. It's just easy to forget that fact sometimes because it's her. Sunny fell silent, not knowing what to say. After a few moments, the blind girl suddenly spoke again. She seems reluctant to speak about most of what happened to her, but, at least, she agreed to receive psychological counseling. That's a good start. He blinked a couple of times. Nephi agreed, to what? The idea of changing Star being willing to undergo something like counseling did not fit into his head. It was just too bizarre to imagine. Sunny frowned. Maybe she did change, a little. Finally, after long hours of waiting, the government agents seemed to finish the bulk of their tests. The doors opened, and the familiar figure stepped out of them. Just like on the first day Sunny had met her, Nephi was wearing a simple government-issued tracksuit. Her silver hair, however, was now long and lustrous, framing her face and making her look strangely feminine. Her beauty was stunning. When Changing Star appeared, it seemed as though the whole hallway became a little brighter. Looking at the members of her cohort and the fire keepers gathered around them, Nephi hesitated for a moment, and then smiled awkwardly. Hello, everyone. I am glad to meet you all again. I did not think that I would. Before she was even done speaking, Cassie stepped forward and enveloped her in a tight hug. Chapter 772 Journey to the East plus, Turn off reset. Some time later, all 5 members of the cohort finally found themselves alone. The fire keepers were still around, but decided to give their leaders some much-needed privacy. As the result, only Nephi, Sunny, Cassie, Effie, and Kai remained in a spacious hospital room. Changing Star was standing by the window, looking at the peaceful landscape of the academy ground with a strange, still expression. She seemed to have regressed to her old self, which had trouble communicating emotions and interacting with people. For that reason, it was hard to understand what she was thinking about. The others gave her some space. Despite the fact that Nephi was standing right in front of them, it was not too easy to come to terms with the fact that she was actually, truly back. They were still struggling to get used to this new reality, but a warm wave of relief and happiness was slowly rising in their hearts. Sunny was no different. It was just that his joy was somewhat overshadowed by a contradicting feeling of unease and apprehension. Finally, Nephi sighed and turned around. A pale smile appeared on her face. You are all masters. I did not expect that. Effie, who was sitting comfortably on a cushy chair with her legs stretched, laughed. You're one to talk. Neff studied the 4 of them, then let out a slow sigh. I did not even know if all of you managed to survive. I hoped, of course. So I am very glad to see that you did. And helped each other. A distant look appeared on Kai's face. He remained silent for a bit, remembering the events of the second nightmare, and then said gently. Yes, we had each other to lean on in our darkest moments. But you were completely alone, all that time. Lady Nephi, please forgive me, but how did you survive? Nephi looked away with a smile. I wasn't really completely alone, too. Then, she walked over to the hospital bed and sat down, facing them. There is not much to tell, really. The Crimson Terror was in its most vulnerable state when I reached the top of the spire. Unrestrained by the dark sea, she had absorbed countless souls and was in the middle of an arduous evolution. With the help of the Dawn Shard, I was able to strike her down. That simple explanation did not really do justice to the incredible accomplishment of slaying a fallen terror, but Neff seemed reluctant to dwell too much on that part of her story. She also decided to skip the part about their confrontation with Sunny entirely. Instead, she looked at the window and continued. After she died, however, the spire became unstable. The gateway collapsed, and the tower itself soon followed. I barely escaped the debris. The artificial sun of the forgotten shore was extinguished, as well, submerging it into absolute darkness. The labyrinth itself perished, too, the crimson coral turning gray and slowly crumbling to dust. With no sea, no sun, and most nightmare creatures eradicated by the culling, it became a lightless and desolate place. She sighed. I traveled back to the Dark City and spent some time there, hunting down the remaining abominations and preparing for a long journey. With the help of the Dawn Shard and the Nameless Sun, many powerful nightmare creatures fell to my blade. For a while, I entertained the idea of trying to cross the Hollow Mountains, but eventually had to abandon it. Nothing but death awaited me there. So, I had to choose another direction. Nephi's paused for a moment, then continued in a steady tone. I knew that the deadly mountain chain stretched further than Ravenheart in the west. There was no passage there. Going north meant moving further away from human citadels. So, it only left east. There was a chance that the Hollow Mountains were not as tall and unassailable there, or even that there was an end to them somewhere in those unexplored regions. It was only a chance, but it was all that I had. So, I left the Dark City and retraced the steps of the journey that Sunny, Cassie, and I had made before, avoiding the Ashen Barrow, of course. Sunny moved slightly, remembering their encounter with Soul Devourer. He had not forgotten his promise to come back and destroy the damned tree. Granted, he had no plans of returning to the Forgotten Shore, currently. Even his pettiness had a limit. Maybe he would still be able to exact his revenge on the vile fiend one day, though. Changing Star, meanwhile, continued her tale. Eventually, I reached the edges of the Forgotten Shore and crossed into a vast and terrible desert. Seeing the sun and the stars once again, it was like a blessing. But that blessing came with its own curse. The desert had once been the site of a great battle, I think, or maybe that land had been turned into a lifeless desert by the battle, instead. In any case, echoes of the clash between powers well beyond our comprehension still linger there, making it a dire and deadly place. As Sunny remembered the white desert from her dream, Nephi's paused, and then continued in a somber tone. But at that point, it was too late for me to turn back. Following along the Hollow Mountains, I ventured into the desert and made my way further east. Unfortunately, no matter how many days I traveled, the misty peaks showed no signs of abating. Eventually, I knew that I could not continue. I think that the White Desert is impossible to cross. The parts of it I only barely survived were on the periphery of the ancient battlefield. The deeper I went, the more terrifying it became. The inner reaches of that region, where the true clashes had happened, had to be a death zone of its own. Worse still, even if one manages to resist the many horrors dwelling there, the desert itself will eventually kill them. There is simply no way to survive it. She looked at them, white sparks igniting in her eyes. With no way forward and no way back, I grew desperate enough to finally venture into the Hollow Mountains. However, I had no hope of traversing them and reaching the human territories on the other side. I had also failed to find any sign of a gateway in my long travels. So, I did the only thing I could think of. I tried to find a seed of nightmare. Eventually, and with some help, I encountered one near the boundary of the dark realm that hides within the mountains, and challenged it. A pale smile appeared on Neff's face. And here I am. Safe and sound. She grew silent for a few moments, and then added quietly. Well, not quite. But I am still alive, at least. It took some time for the members of the cohort to digest Neff's story. Sunny, especially, felt like she did not tell them even a fraction of what had happened to her. But then again, was it even possible to describe 2 years of never-ending struggle for survival with just a few words? Not even considering the things that Changing Star might have wished to keep to herself, and he was sure that there were plenty, she would have had trouble describing even the things that she wanted to share. It was going to take time. As for the actual secrets, while he was dismayed and uneasy, Sunny himself was known to keep a lot of things close to his chest. More than that, they all had to be cautious about what they said. The room provided to Nephi's by the Academy might have been safe, but that did not mean that it was not monitored. That was the reason why both Effie and Kai remained mostly silent despite the fact that they clearly had a lot of questions. Unlike Sunny, they did not possess a good understanding of Changing Star's aspect and current class. All they knew was that she possessed a divine aspect, just like Sunny and Mordred did. Eventually, Cassie broke the silence. It is fine. Now that you are back, everything is going to be fine. She paused, and then added somberly. However, our current situation is very delicate. Nephice looked at her and frowned, the white sparks in her eyes becoming a little brighter. Were there any complications after you returned from the Forgotten Shore? She was alluding to Castor, the great clans, and the sovereigns that wished her dead, of course. Sunny finally spoke. Not immediately. But we ran into some trouble not long before venturing into the second nightmare. Changing Star's frown deepened. Can you tell me what exactly happened? He shrugged. I can. But we'll get you up to speed later, in a more private setting. For now, let's just say that there was supposed to be a negotiation with the representatives of the Great Clan Valor today. Which fell through, for obvious reasons. Sunny paused for a moment, and then added. Other than that, the important things to know are, let me think, actually. I am a renowned academic and an instructor at the academy now. Cassie leads the Fire Keepers. Oh, Fire Keepers are the Forgotten Shore survivors whom you saw outside. They are basically your groupies. Right, you are famous now. Very, very famous. There is even a movie about you, with a very well-received romantic subplot. What else? We have a flying ship and an exclusive citadel in the dream realm. Effie moved in with me. Night and Gale disbanded. Neff's face slowly turned paler and paler. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and raised a hand. What? Wait, what? Kai, is this true? Night and Gale disbanded? Sunny glanced at her darkly. Really? That is your first question? Kai, meanwhile, looked down in embarrassment. Yes, I am sorry to say this, but Gale and I decided to go our separate ways. It is for the best. My status as a master would have just dragged him down, especially because my aspect evolved after I killed that dragon. Nephice blinked. A dragon? Sunny grinned. Oh yes, Kai killed a transcendent dragon. Effie and I killed a couple of saints, too. I even killed the same one twice. First time before I was beheaded, the second time after. Changing Star slowly raised her second hand and grabbed her head. I think I need a moment. Wait, can you start from the beginning? A strange expression suddenly appeared on her face. And did you say something about a movie? With a romantic subplot? What? Sunny had a bit of fun filling Nephice in on what had been going on with the four of them, and the waking world, during her absence. There was a lot of ground to cover, but he chose only the juiciest moments. Like falling into a bottomless abyss for a month straight on top of a dead demon, being burned by divine flames, and discovering an ancient tower left behind by a mysterious deity. Or finding out that Effie was confined to a wheelchair in the waking world, only to see her leave it behind after conquering the second nightmare. Or slaying a corrupted monster to get their hands on a shipwrecked flying vessel and repair it. Or watching two saints obliterate an entire island as they fought to the death. The list went on and on. After a while, Neff weakly waved her hand. I think I need a break. Can you guys give me a few minutes? By then, it was already late into the night. It was dark outside the window, with only pale moonlight and powerful beams of defense turrets illuminating the black sky. Sunny grew silent, then shrugged. Sure. You need some rest, anyway. We can continue in the morning. The government should be ready to release you by then, too. Have you thought about where you want to go? Staying here in the academy is an option too, of course. He thought for a few moments, and then added awkwardly. I feel stupid asking this, but do you have a place to stay? Do you have money? Are there people we need to contact? What is your clan's situation, exactly? Nephice absent-mindedly touched her neck, then answered in a neutral tone. There is a manor. That is pretty much the only property the clan has left. Everything else was liquidated and sold a long time ago. I sealed it before leaving for the first nightmare, so it should have remained empty for the last 3 years. It's hard to say what state it's in. She lingered for a moment, and then added. I should have a bit of money left. And there are no people. Most of our retainers fled over the years, and the rest left after my grandmother passed away. That was not too long before my nightmare, too. I'll have to think about what to do now. Sunny looked at her, and then frowned a little. What about safety? Aren't you concerned about, your previous issues? Nephice remained silent for a long time, then shook her head. I don't think anyone will try to kill me anytime soon. He glanced at her with dark curiosity. Really? Why? Some people weren't shy about it before. Changing Star looked at him, and then said evenly. Because now, I am not easily killed. She wasn't wrong. As the members of the cohort left the room to give Nephice time to rest, Sunny was deep in thought. Changing Star was an ascended tyrant now. Killing her was much harder than assassinating a mundane child that was protected only by the dwindling forces of a fallen clan, especially due to the nature of her powers. In fact, short of sending a saint to do the job, nothing the great clans could throw at her would work. Saints were a precious resource, however, and more than that, rare enough to make their movements almost impossible to hide. Unless the sovereigns were ready to abandon all pretenses of civility, there was no easy way to get rid of Nephice anymore. She had ensured that by becoming a master directly, the situation had fundamentally changed. And that was not even accounting for the tremendous public outcry that would result from something like that ever coming to light. Whether the great clans wanted to admit it or not, they were still tied to the rest of humanity. All awakened came from mundane humans, after all. Losing the support of the masses would threaten the very base of the power that the sovereigns enjoyed. Come to think of it, getting rid of Sunny was almost equally as hard. He doubted that any master, with the exception of maybe direct children of Anvil of Valor, would be able to pose a serious threat to him. There were 2 more great clans to consider, of course. But he doubted that any scion of Song or Night was more dangerous than the Princess of War, Morgan. So, what did it all mean? It meant that their position in the negotiations had vastly improved. They could exert much more pressure on Valor, and achieve much better results. That was if Nephice did not do anything extreme, of course. Which she was more than capable of doing, considering her searing hatred for the 3 sovereigns. After hesitating for a bit, Sunny walked over to Cassie, leaned on the wall near her, and asked quietly. What do you think she will do? The blind girl understood his meaning without having to specify what exactly the question was about. Perhaps she was considering the same issue. Cassie lingered for a moment, then said quietly. Negotiate. Sunny barely suppressed a chuckle. Negotiate? Are we talking about the same Nephice? Do you know how much she despises the great clans? What her insane ambitions are? Somehow, I feel that 2 years of barely clinging to life in the dream realm did nothing to blunt her resolve. If anything, I think that it has only been sharpened. The blind girl remained silent for a while, then sighed. I think so too. However, there is little choice. She is still too weak to face the enemy directly. It is because her resolve remains the same that she will have to make herself flexible. A dark expression appeared on Sunny's face. When have you ever known Neff to be flexible? Cassie turned her head slightly, facing him. Her expression was somber and serious. Neff can be whatever she needs to be to achieve her goals. Same as you. Don't forget that. What was that supposed to mean? Sunny grimaced, then looked away. After a while, he asked in a grim tone. So where does it leave us? Whether he wanted it or not, he was tied to Nephice. That bond was strong, but not unbreakable. If he really wanted to, he could attempt to destroy it. He could kill her. He could run away. He could try to find a more obscure method. However, Sunny did not know if he was willing to pay the price of destroying their bond. At least not until he saw a sign that Changing Star was willing to wield her power as his master, not just possess it. Unless she did, he was only a slave in the name. Although reluctantly, Sunny was barely able to tolerate such an arrangement. Having a master that was unwilling to exercise her power was even beneficial to him, since it protected him from others who would want to abuse that power, like Mordred, for example. If his position as Neff's shadow ever gained substance due to her actions, however, then, one of them was going to have to die. That Sunny was certain of. He wouldn't hold anything back to make sure that he was the one left standing in the end, as well. But that moment had not yet come. And hopefully, it was never going to. So, for now, his future was doomed to be influenced by the decisions Nephi's made. The blind girl sighed. Where does it leave us? Even I don't know. Everything is changing, Sunny, and all we can do is try to change as fast as it does. That is the only way to keep ourselves and those we care about safe from the world. Sunny looked at Cassie, trying to understand the implications hidden in her words. Then, he said in a grim tone. Who's going to keep the world safe from us? The next day, a small convoy of PTVs left the academy grounds. Most of them carried the fire keepers, while the members of the cohort were seated together in one of the vehicles. For obvious reasons, neither Sunny nor Effie knew how to drive. Cassie was unable to steer a PTV, as well. So, in a strange turn of events, Ascended Nightingale, a famous idol and global celebrity, ended up playing the role of the chauffeur. Kai and Sunny sat in the front, while the three young women remained at the back of the vehicle. As the convoy moved through the streets of the city, they briefly explained the more sensitive details of the cohort's current situation to Nephi's. The column of PTVs was headed toward a remote district where Immortal Flame's sealed manor was situated. It was decided that the Fire Keepers would establish their Waking World headquarters there. At some point, however, a single vehicle quietly separated from the convoy and dove into a high-speed tunnel, unnoticed. Soon, it appeared in a peaceful neighborhood full of beautiful terraces and parked near a gray two-story house with a cozy synthwood porch. Sunny left the PTV first and then stood silently for a few moments, waiting for others to do the same. Then, he looked at Nephi's, cleared his throat, and said awkwardly. Welcome to my humble abode, I guess. It, has designer lamps and a state-of-the-art refrigerator. Among other things. After the five of them walked inside, Nephi's remained silent for a few moments as she looked around. Although her face was still and stoic as ever, Sunny could have sworn that he noticed a hint of curiosity reflected in her cold gray eyes. After a while, she asked. This is your home? Due to her sheltered upbringing, Changing Star had probably never been in a normal residence. Strangely, she was someone who had only experienced living in upscale manors and squalid dream realm slums, with nothing in between. Still, Sunny was not discouraged. He grinned and nodded proudly. Yes. Bought it fair and square, with the contribution points from my first research paper. I own this place. Nephi's hesitated. What happened to the walls? His smile dimmed a little. Effie happened. Of course, he had long cleaned the mess that the Huntress created after ascending. However, Sunny had been too preoccupied with other matters to enact proper repairs. As the result, the guest bedroom only had a flimsy curtain covering its irregular-shaped entrance, but no door. Maybe I should get to it. Sunny cleared his throat, then gestured at the living room section of the main space. Make yourself comfortable. I'll make us something to eat. As the cohort settled, he walked to the kitchen area and stood in front of the open refrigerator for some time, thinking. For some reason, Sunny had a strong desire to cook up something special. Nephi's must have been sick of eating monster meat for years, so. Finally, he produced a number of ingredients and laid them out on the cooking surface, then started the preparations. Fried rice should do the job. Omuris? Do I have eggs? As he went about it, the discussion reached a poignant moment. Cassie was finishing describing the important details of the reason for their tense relationship with Clan Valor. And so, we accomplished our goal and ascended. However, that man. Mordred, he must have ascended, as well. His clan doesn't know that yet, so their response was only mildly aggressive. Skytide of White Feather took most of the blame for his escape and the consequent death of St. Cormac. That did not save us from all fallout, sadly. She paused, and then added somberly. They have secretly captured 2 of the Loyalist Forgotten Shore survivors. The rest of us took shelter in the Dream Realm. For the past 6 months, Sunny's contact in the government acted as an intermediary to arrange a peaceful negotiation. It seems that Valor is finally ready to talk, but they aim to recruit at least one of us into their clan. The blind girl sighed. The 4 of us are already a very important asset, but with the addition of the Fire Keepers, our value is nothing short of tremendous. If they can't get all of us, they are determined to at least make sure that we don't pledge allegiance to their competitors. Of course, now that you are here, the situation has become even more fraught with tension. Valor will be much more motivated. Cassie smiled weakly, and then said in an apologetic tone. I'm sorry to have to burden you with all that right after you return. Nephice remained silent for a few moments, then shook her head. No. You were right to inform me. Thank you. A grim and thoughtful look appeared on her face. Sunny, meanwhile, listened to the conversation silently. He was darkly perplexed by the fact that his life had turned out in such a way that encountering words like loyalists, government contact, and allegiance in a casual conversation did not seem out of place. Effie, meanwhile, looked at Changing Star with curiosity and asked. I get what our problem with the great clans is. What's your problem with them? I thought that you, of all people, would have been chummy with the top legacies, princess. Nephice looked at her without any amusement. They want me dead. The huntress blinked a couple of times. What? Why? Changing Star shrugged. You'll have to ask them. Effie remained silent for a while, thinking. After some time, she frowned and asked. So was Castor. Nephi simply nodded. He was. Kai looked at them with confusion. He was what? Everyone turned to him, suddenly realizing that the archer was less informed about some of the darker secrets of what had happened on the Forgotten Shore than the rest of them. After a while, Effie shook her head. I mean, aren't you the walking lie detector? What do you think Castor was up to? Kai coughed. Oh, he was indeed a bit dishonest sometimes. But I just assumed that he was trying to hide his feeling for Lady Nephice. At that moment, Sunny walked over carrying 7 plates. He held 2 in his hands, 2 more in shadowy limbs that played the role of a second pair of hands, balanced 2 on his forearms, and the 7th was swaying slightly on top of a tangible shadow that resembled a long tail. Placing a plate of delicious, steaming omuris in front of Kai, he said with a crooked grin. Oh, he had feelings for her for sure. The feelings of wishing to kill her to complete his mission. Sadly, he stumbled on me first. It was a sad thing, indeed. If Sunny had not killed Castor, if Nephice had known in advance that slaying the Crimson Terror would force the Spire to seek another conduit, if Cassie's vision had been more detailed, well, there was no point in feeling regret now. What had been done was done. The current conversation just went to show that Kai's strange flaw, while useful, was also often detrimental and misleading. As Kai stared into the distance in stunned silence, Sunny placed the other plates on the table, pushed 3 of them toward Effie, dismissed the shadows, and landed on a soft armchair. Then, he picked up his utensils, smelled the omuris, and let out a satisfied sigh. What are you waiting for, fools? Dig in. Chapter 776 The Enemy of My Enemy Plus, Turn Off Reset. The omuris disappeared from the plates with a speed that made Sunny a bit full of himself. He smiled proudly, and then looked at Nephice. So, what do you think about the mess we're in? She put down her utensils, looked at the empty plate with a hint of regret, and then asked. That Mordred, the rank of his aspect is the same as ours? Sunny nodded, prompting her to frown. While she thought, he reluctantly added. He is also older and more powerful than us, and possesses more knowledge than anyone in the waking world should have. Other than that, he is, Actually, I don't know what he is, I just feel that something is very wrong with that guy. Regardless, he is dead set on destroying Clan Valor. It is just hard to tell how he is going to go about accomplishing that goal. Changing Star remained silent for a few moments, then said evenly. He is going to search for allies. Sunny's expression grew a little darker. Mordred is not exactly a team player. Nephi slowly shook her head. It doesn't matter. No matter how powerful he has become, it won't be enough to reach his goals. The enemy is too strong. Their power is too absolute. She did not say it, but from the grim expression on her face, Sunny could guess what Changing Star was thinking about. That she was in the exact same position. Which did not bode well. He grimaced. So, do you think that we should expect to find the bastard on our doorstep one day? The enemy of my enemy, and all that. Sunny was not looking forward to meeting Mordred again, let alone getting entangled with him in any shape or form. As far as he was concerned, the Prince of Nothing would bring nothing but trouble. Nephi frowned, then said with uncertainty. No. I doubt it. Well, if she was right, that was a relief. At that moment, Cassie deactivated her communicator and turned to face them. The Fire Keepers have reached the Immortal Flame Manor. They are putting on a show to make it seem like there are all kinds of activity going on inside. Hopefully, that is going to make most people think that you are there with them. You should not be bothered by anyone here, for a while. She paused for a moment, then sighed. But that is not going to last long. Maybe a week, the rest of us should not linger, as well. It would be strange if Kai, Effie, and I are not seen at the manor. We will leave shortly and join the Fire Keepers. Which would leave Sunny and Nephi alone. He did not know how to feel about that. Effie, meanwhile, glanced at the empty plates and said in a petulant tone. I live here as well, you know. Cassie turned to her with a deadpan expression. Not for the next week, you don't. As the huntress let out a sigh, the blind girl hesitated for a few seconds, and then said. I am also in contact with the government representatives and Clan Valor. They understand the pressure you are facing so soon after you return, so they are willing to be patient. For now. That will buy you a short buffer before they come knocking. Be ready to receive some requests for public appearances and so on in a week or two, as well as demands to resume the negotiations. We can stall for a time, but not forever. Nephi looked at her calmly, then asked. What about Song and Night? Cassie frowned. Clan Song might try to get involved in the negotiations, but I don't expect them to be too forceful. They are in a more advantageous position than Valor right now, after all. As for the House of Night, they are remaining strangely passive these days, for some reason. Maybe they just know that they have less to offer than the other two great clans, and don't want to bother. Sunny had a different explanation for why the Nightwalkers had less time to participate in the schemes of the two greater clans, but chose to remain silent. The information provided to him by Master Jet had been shared in confidence. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't go around spreading it. The blind girl sighed, then rose from her seat. Try to rest well during this week, Neff. Don't neglect your recovery. We know that you are strong, but no one is truly infallible. Perhaps none of us has experienced as much pain as you had in these past few years, but we faced our share. Some more than others. She briefly faced Sunny, then turned away and lowered her head. So, we understand how precarious it is to go on as if nothing happened without giving the old wounds a chance to heal. Don't be stubborn and have some pity on yourself, for a change. Nephi looked at her. After a few moments, a pale smile appeared on her face. You don't have to lecture me, Cass. You are overestimating my resolve. I am more than willing to rest for a while. Happy, even. The words rest and happy hardly fit in the image of Changing Star they were accustomed to, but no one said anything. An ordeal like the one she had gone through was bound to change anyone, even someone as determined and unflinching as Nephi's. Cassie smiled, and then addressed Effie and Kai. Let's go, then. There's a lot of work to be done at the manor. We need to renovate it a little and make some adjustments to convert it into a proper clan headquarters. Soon, they said their goodbyes and left. The PTV came online and swiftly disappeared from view. Sunny and Nephice were left alone in the cozy gray house. He hesitated for a bit, and then looked at her with a bit of awkwardness. Well, make yourself at home, I guess. Actually, let me give you a tour. In one of the most upscale districts situated near the heart of the city, a fancy, but not overly opulent restaurant was welcoming the first few visitors of the day. While some owners made a point of following the archaic traditions and hired human servers, this particular establishment was aimed at a mostly young audience. For that reason, a lot of things were automated and could be easily accessed through personal communicators of the patrons. The chefs were still human, of course. They were also true masters of their craft. Every ingredient used by them was natural, as well, while some were even imported from other quadrants. The interior design was similarly luxurious, with natural wood visible everywhere. Authentic paintings from centuries past hung on the walls, protected by thick sheets of transparent alloy. Everything was expensive, stylish, and screamed of class. Such a restaurant, of course, was only accessible to citizens of the highest ranks, who could afford to dine here. It was especially popular among young heirs of the city elite, and had a reputation for being a prime spot for arranged dates and romantic occasions. Currently, a couple of such meetings were taking place inside, with wealthy young men and women going through the awkward motions of attending a blind date arranged for them by their families. Strangely, the most striking visitor of the famed restaurant sat alone, as if her date was running late. The young woman seemed to be in her mid-20s, but possessed elegance and grace that spoke of strange maturity. She was exquisitely beautiful, with a supple figure and flawless skin. The beauty was wearing a stylish red dress and a black leather jacket. A few tasteful pieces of jewelry adorned her fingers and delicate neck. Other female visitors of the restaurant couldn't help but feel exasperated by the fact that their dates seemed to be unable to stop stealing glances at the beautiful woman. The men, meanwhile, were all wondering what kind of a fool would keep such a belle waiting. If only they were in his place, they wouldn't be so tardy. Finally, the doors opened, and a new visitor came in. The young man looked around, scratched the back of his head, and then headed toward the table where the striking beauty sat alone. Sitting down, he smiled sheepishly and said, "Sorry for being late. I hope you did not have to wait too long." The young woman smiled politely, revealing her pearly white teeth. "No problem at all." She studied the young man for a few moments, and then said with a bit of reproach in her pleasant, velvety voice, "I hate to say it, but you don't look like the images I was shown at all." He looked down, as if embarrassed. "Oh. I had to wear something inconspicuous. Walking around as my usual self would be a bit too ostentatious. However, isn't it the same for you? All that makeup to hide your complexion." The young woman frowned. "It is a cosmetic memory, I'll have you know. Regardless, I have already ordered something to eat. You can peruse the menu while we wait." The young man hesitated, then looked around with an amused expression. Finally, he asked, "How do I do that?" She glanced at him with curiosity. "You don't know? Have you never been to a proper restaurant before?" The young man smiled and shook his head, then said wistfully, "To tell you the truth, this is my first time visiting a restaurant. I was raised in the dream realm, after all. I only returned to the waking world when I was around 13. Many things here seem very strange to me." With that, Mordred Thumb led with his communicator for a bit and finally managed to open the menu. The body he was wearing used a biometric lock, at least, otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to access the communicator at all. He looked at all the options projected in front of him and asked, "What do you recommend?" The beauty smiled. "I doubt that we have similar tastes." At that moment, the dish she had ordered finally arrived. It was a steak, prepared so rare that it barely looked cooked at all. The young woman elegantly sliced a small piece and brought it to her sensual lips, which were as red as blood. Mordred observed her with a pleasant expression. Ah, yes. I've heard that you and your sisters follow a very special diet, Lady Song. The young woman licked her lips and looked at him with a neutral expression. Just call me Saishan. There's no need to be formal. He smiled. So, Saishan, why did she send you, of all people? Are you so expendable that the queen does not mind sacrificing you to me, should the date go badly? Song Saishan calmly ate another piece of the steak, then wiped her lips with a napkin. Why would our date go badly? We have a common goal, after all. Our clan is your best chance to achieve it. Mordred thought for a bit, then nodded and sighed. True. However, with that Antarctica thing going on, I would have thought that she would be reluctant to move forward. After all, it's not the best time to do anything drastic. Saishan studied the Prince of War for a few moments, and then smiled. Oh, on the contrary. We think that the event in Antarctica sets the best stage to do something drastic. He hesitated for a while, then shrugged. Well, fair enough. So, what now? Do I have to kneel and recite a vow? Kiss your ring? Or do something else? The beauty shook her head. Usually, you would have had to sign a contract with a drop of your blood. However, considering your propensity to change attires, that would hardly do anything, wouldn't it? She smiled. So, there's no need. Welcome to the clan song, Prince Mordred. I look forward to all the great things we will accomplish together. Mordred reciprocated her smile, then chose a couple of options in the menu and pressed them. Then, he sighed and said with a bit of amusement. Ah, it feels strange to be adopted. Eventually, Sunny and Nephice ended up in his underground dojo. Changing Star looked around, her gaze lingering on the racks of training weapons and the deactivated sleeping pod that stood forlornly in its alcove, all but forgotten by its former occupant. After a few moments of silence, she asked. Do you make use of all these weapons? Sunny glanced at the training equipment, lingered for a moment, then shook his head. Yes and no. In the past 2 years, I did expand my repertoire to include all kinds of sharp implements. But I practice with something better. He was still most confident when wielding swords akin to Azure Blade, Midnight Shard, and his Serpentine Odachi. His proficiency with spears was also quite high, and he was steadily improving his archery skill. However, while Sunny had learned enough to feel comfortable with other types of weapons as well, he had a long way to go before truly mastering them. Nephice nodded thoughtfully. Do you use the Soul Serpent? Sunny stared at her for a moment, then looked away. Yes. He was reminded of the shadow bond that connected them. Beyond its main function, it also allowed Sunny to peer into some of Changing Star's secrets. However, she was able to learn a lot of his, as well. Sunny had suspected that this was the case from the very start, but now those suspicions were confirmed. He remained silent for a few moments, then suddenly grinned. Were you surprised? Nephice looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and said. I was. Very, very much. She sighed, sat down on the floor, and crossed her legs. I always knew that you were extraordinary. I just didn't think that you possessed a divine aspect, too. To be honest, I thought that I was the first. Sunny sat down opposite her and shook his head. Yeah, I thought so too. But neither of us was the first. It was Mordred, instead. He is older than us by 4 or 5 years, and had his first nightmare when he was 12. So, he received a divine aspect when you were around 8, and I was around 7. He paused, and said with a bitter smile. Come to think of it, he probably became a sleeper around the time my mother died. Oh, your mother is fine, by the way. Cassie and I visited her from time to time, while you were gone. As a hint of emotion appeared on Neff's face, she lowered her head. Thank you. Then, she lingered for a moment and asked. Do you mind telling me where the divine memory in your possession came from? The Weaver's Mask? Sunny smiled darkly. Do I mind? I do. But I'll tell you anyway. I found it below the cathedral in the dark city, on an ancient corpse that turned to dust as soon as I took the mask from it. Changing Star tilted her head a little. Do you mind telling me what it does? He laughed. Why not? I'll tell you, it can reverse one's flaw. A sudden silence settled in the dark chamber. Nephi's looked at him, a hint of longing and pain reflecting in her striking eyes. Sunny grinned. Why? Do you want to take it from me? All you have to do is to say the word. It's not like I can refuse. She stared at him for a long time, then silently turned away and did not say anything. Sunny's grin turned somber. Good decision. Did you think that it will save you from the pain? It won't. The mask does not nullify the flaw, it just reverses it. No matter what, the flaw is still a curse. By now, we both should have a good sense about such things. Chances are, the new curse would be more terrible than the old. Right now, you have to burn yourself alive every time you actively use your aspect. With the help of the mask, you would most likely be burning without reprieve, forever, unless you were using it. He grew silent, and then added. The mask can also kill you in many other ways. It is too powerful to be used lightly. At least by the likes of us. Nephi hesitated for a few moments, then gritted her teeth. It is fine. I don't need to be liberated from my flaw. I don't need a powerful memory to uplift me. I myself is enough. Sunny stared at her, then shook his head. You are exactly the same, you did not change at all. I thought that 2 years of despair would have made you a little smarter. But you are still clinging to your deranged dreams, aren't you? She looked at him, remained silent for a while, and then smiled with the corner of her mouth. Despite the smile, however, her eyes remained calm and cold. 2 years? No. I've been desperate for much longer than that, Sunny. Why would I change now? He let out a long sigh, then looked to the side. Indeed. So. Aster, Song, Vale. They are your next targets, aren't they? She nodded silently, prompting him to add. You told me once that just knowing these words can get a person killed. However, I went ahead and did some digging of my own. Aster, Song and Vale are Asterian, Key Song, and Anvil of Valor, correct? The former members of your father's cohort? Nephi nodded again, looking at him intensely. Sunny scowled. They are also known as the Sovereigns. Because they have conquered the fourth nightmare. They are one rank above the Transcendent. They are supreme, are they not? Without saying anything, she just nodded for the third time. Sunny hesitated for a while and then asked. They killed your father, didn't they? Nephi continued to look at him, white flame dancing in her eyes. After some time, she sighed. Yes. I believe so. My father, he died when I was 4. Before that, the members of his cohort were like aunts and uncles to me. Aster, Song, Vale, that was what he called them. They were his friends. Her expression turned dark. But after he was gone, something changed. I was too little to understand, but none of these friends came to our help. Instead, the Immortal Flame clan fell while their clan soared. And a couple of years after that, the first assassin was sent to eliminate me. Sunny rubbed his face, then asked in an exasperated voice. But why? Why did they turn on him? Nephi looked away. I don't know. He frowned and hesitated for a moment. He had suspected that he would receive such an answer. However, there was one small detail that did not make sense to him. If they are so mighty and powerful, then how are you still alive? Why did the Sovereigns fail to kill you? All they had to do was pay you a visit in person. No amount of awakened guards, or even masters, would have been able to stop even one of them. Neff glanced at him and said, her voice even. They can't. Sunny raised his eyebrows. What do you mean, they can't? Is there some agreement that prevents them from acting directly? Changing Star slowly shook her head. No. They simply can't. The sovereigns, it is hard for them to enter the waking world. Noticing the astonished look on his face, Nephi sighed. You must have felt a change in your connection to the dream realm and the waking world when you ascended. Didn't you? Sunny slowly nodded, remembering how he first explored his ability to enter the dream realm physically. The process wasn't instantaneous, but it also wasn't too burdensome. He just had to concentrate, feel his connection to the anchor, and reach for it. After a few minutes, he would poof out of existence in reality and appear near the gateway in the ivory tower. Leaving a tether in the waking world wasn't hard, either, although it took more time and some essence. It was as instinctual as summoning memories or commanding echoes. With the knowledge Sunny had received from being collared in the Red Colosseum, he understood that this hinted at the fact that traveling between the two worlds was one of the functions of the spell, as opposed to something tied to his aspect. After he nodded, Changing Star continued. Awakened establish a connection with the dream realm by anchoring themselves to a gateway. Ascended expand on that connection, making them less tied to the waking world, and thus capable of traveling between the two at will. Transcendent exist in a state of perfect balance. They are connected to both worlds in equal measure, which makes them independent of gateways. In a sense, they are the gateway, which is why they can even bring another person with them in their travels. She paused, and then added in a somber tone. However, that balance is broken once a person becomes supreme. It shifts, tying them to the dream realm instead of the real world. In truth, I don't know much about the power of the sovereigns. All I know is that it is restricted in the waking world, and that they can't enter it freely. That is why none of them could harm me directly. Sunny stared, shocked. That revelation, it made so much sense. It explained so many things, from how Nephi was able to survive to why the government still wielded a lot of power in the waking world. It also gave credence to Master Jet's statement that the sovereigns had long given up on reality. Was that what awaited Sunny if he somehow became supreme one day, himself? Feeling as if the world was spinning around him, Sunny frowned, and then asked in a dark tone. What happens if one becomes sacred, then? Would they lose their connection to the real world entirely? Nephi shrugged. I don't know. No one knows. No one had ever conquered the fifth nightmare, after all. A heavy silence settled between them. After a while, Sunny suddenly asked. What are domains? He had not forgotten that detail either. Back on the Ashen Barrow, Nephi had asked him which domain he belonged to. He had not known what she meant then, and he did not know now. Neph sighed. That. I am not entirely sure, myself. All I know is that each sovereign rules over a domain. It is an expression of a function of the aspect, distinct from abilities, but sharing a lot in common with them. In practice, it is synonymous with their authority and the territories they control, as well as people that serve them. She paused for a few moments, and then added grimly. The sovereigns are already immensely powerful, but within their domains, they are practically invincible. Not even saints can hope to challenge them. Sunny let out a stifled laugh. And these are the people you want to destroy? Changing Star smiled. Why not? Nothing is absolute, Sunny. 2 years ago, I would have never challenged a sovereign. Today, I am still too weak to do it. I am still insignificant. But will it still be the case 2 years from now? Will I still be as weak, and will they still be as powerful? What about in 5 years? Things never remain the same. Everything is always changing, even gods can die. Asterion, Kisong, and Andal of Valor are no gods, so why should they be spared? Sunny shook his head. I don't know. Forget about 2 years from now, or 5, or 10. How are you going to survive now? How are you going to avoid being squashed by them today? What is your actual plan? Nephi looked at him for a long time and then sighed. I don't have a plan. She remained silent for a moment before adding evenly. Yet. Sunny did not know what to say, so he simply shook his head. It was pointless trying to dissuade her from her obsession, regardless. Nephi's wanted to destroy the spell, and the sovereign stood in her way. It was as simple as that, with an added weight of good old-fashioned vengeance. He was not so sure that she was completely misguided, either, not anymore. Sunny wanted nothing to do with the sovereigns and the great clans, but was there really a choice? Simply by daring to be someone and possess something, he put himself in their crosshairs. As long as he had something of value, others would want to either take it away or make him serve them. That was the nature of the world. Since the great clans insisted on being in control of humanity, there was no escape from them. Unless Sunny wanted to spend the rest of his life as a hermit in the dream realm, he would have to interact with the domains, in one way or another. He would have to allow himself to be controlled, as well. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. Isn't that ironic? Why was it so hard to gain even a tiny bit of freedom in this damned world? Sunny wanted to become strong to be free, but the stronger he became, the more formidable powers wanted to subjugate him. Now, it seemed that the only choice he had was to either give up, or become even stronger still, stronger than anyone, and anything. Which was more or less exactly what Nephi was trying to achieve, even if for a different reason. He sighed, and then waved a hand dismissively. Anyway, I'm tired of this conversation. Want to spar? Sunny and Nephi stood opposite each other, holding training swords. Both felt more than a little disturbed by how much this scene resembled their bitter confrontation at the very top of the Crimson Spire. Of course, today, the situation was completely different. They were just going for a friendly spar, not a battle to the death. There were no stakes in this training fight, no emotional investment, no complicated mixture of regret, fury, and resentment. So why did Sunny feel as though he had to prove something? Forcing himself to relax, he glanced at Nephi and attacked. Their swords met with a deafening clangor. A few seconds later, Sunny jumped away and shouted. Stop! 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 Changing Star froze while he looked around, breathing heavily. Sunny gritted his teeth and spat a muffled curse. Damnation! His idea to have a spar might not have been the wisest one he ever had. Yes, the underground dojo was designed specifically to allow Awakened to train their powers. It was isolated, reinforced, and heavily armored, able to transform into an impregnable bunker in case a gate opened nearby and a tide of nightmare creatures flooded the district. The interior was furnished with heavy plates of armor-grade ceramic alloy and supplied with training equipment meant to withstand the rigors of Awakened power. However, Sunny and Nephi weren't awakened anymore. They were full-fledged masters, and abnormal ones at that. The alloy sword in his hand was shattered. A few plates on the floor were broken. If this continued, the repair bill for the dojo was going to really sting Sunny's wallet. More than that, Nephi was not exactly at her best. She had just returned to the waking world yesterday. Before that, she had been a sleeper, which meant that she had no experience of controlling soul essence whatsoever. Let alone doing it with intricate precision and efficiency of a master, she had never even done it crudely as an Awakened. Sunny could tell exactly how chaotic and unrestrained the flow of her essence was, because Shadow Dance now allowed him to sense the movement of the mystical energy through the bodies of his opponents. Sure, every master had an instinctual understanding of how to augment their physicality with essence, but it still took some time to get used to it, and even more to master it. However, every Ascended before Changing Star enjoyed having the experience of making the first steps on that long and arduous road as an Awakened. In fact, by the time Awakened reached Ascension, controlling essence was as natural to them as breathing. Not so much for Nephi. Her return as a master might have been miraculous, but it also deprived her of a lot of things that people who did not break the natural order of things usually enjoyed. She was out of her depths. As Changing Star stared at the broken sword in her hands with a deep frown, Sunny waved a hand in the air and forced out a smile. You'll have to spend some time learning how to guide your soul essence. After that, you will have to spend even more time relearning how to fight with its help. I had years of practice already, so fighting at full force won't do us any good. He thought for a bit, and then said. Alright, let's try this again, but without using any essence at all. It will be a pure test of skill. Sure, Nephi's had one more core than him. But with all things considered, if both of them neglected using essence or augmenting themselves with their abilities, the gap in physical prowess should not have been too overwhelming. Once again, they stood opposite each other and concentrated. Each discarded their broken weapons and took new ones. A moment later, they clashed. This time, things went better. However, not by much. One of the problems was their battle techniques. Due to Shadow Dance and his familiarity with Nephi's, it didn't take Sunny long to sense the core of her style. It had changed a lot and matured over the past 2 years, but so did his mastery of his aspect legacy. Although Sunny could not master the style yet, he attuned himself to its flow and cadence enough to be able to predict some of Neff's moves with a good degree of precision. The problem, then, was that Changing Star herself could do more or less the same. Her ability to discern, predict, and control patterns of combat was not based in affinity to shadows, and was sufficiently different from it, but achieved a similar result. It was the product of her talent, training, and incredible combat intelligence. As the result, Sunny was able to somewhat predict what Nephi was thinking of doing, while she could predict what he had predicted her actions, and change her approach on the fly, which he would also discern, and so on. It was very confusing. Sunny had never found himself in a battle that demanded so much mental gymnastics before. He was not even entirely sure what was happening. There had to be a solution for this predicament, of course, but he had no time to come up with one yet. However, that was just half of the problem. The other half was that Neff's essence control was so rudimentary and bad that she couldn't even prevent herself from instinctively using it. As the result, Sunny had to endure sudden outbursts of speed, strength, and agility that were too chaotic to predict. Because he was holding himself back, handling this pressure was rather troublesome. At some point, Changing Star overdid it during one of her strikes, causing her second training sword to shatter, as well. The jagged end slid forward and bit into Sunny's cheek. Drops of blood fell to the floor. Sunny jerked back and grimaced, feeling that the left side of his face was seriously torn. The wound was bad enough to cause Bloodweave to shed a few drops. It was nothing that he wouldn't be able to heal quickly, of course, but it still hurt. Before he could say anything, Nephi suddenly reached forward and placed a cool palm on his torn cheek. In the next moment, a brilliant white radiance illuminated the underground dojo. His pain instantly disappeared, replaced instead by relief and gentle warmth. He felt as though he was being cleansed by something pure, precious, and sacred. A pristine white flame. Standing close to each other, the two of them froze for a moment. Neff's hand rested on Sunny's cheek, which was swiftly healing. The soft radiance emanating from her skin reflected in her calm, gray eyes. Beneath that calmness, there were pain and suffering in them. Sunny moved slightly, wishing to say that she didn't have to do this. Before he had the time to speak, however, something unexpected happened. The white flame suddenly sipped under his skin. And then engulfed him. Sunny shuddered, thinking that he was caught on fire, but then froze. Somehow, it did not seem like the white radiance was harming him at all. It just enveloped his body, making his skin shine with a suffused glow. However, it was also not healing him. Instead, Sunny stared at Nephi with astonishment and asked in a low voice. What is happening? From the confused look on her face, she did not do whatever it was that had happened on purpose. Changing Star took an involuntary step back, removing her cool palm from his cheek, and briefly glanced at her hand. The white glow was gone from it. I don't know. Sunny opened his eyes wide and looked down on his shining body. Very strangely, he felt empowered. In fact, his condition was very similar to how he felt when one of his shadows was wrapped around him. His physical prowess seemed to have doubled. There were small differences, of course. The augmentation of Neff's flame seemed to be more furious and active, centered around strength and resilience. It also filled him with a soft, pleasant feeling of warmth. What was more, it did not only affect his body. It reached into his soul, as well, igniting and enhancing it. The shadow essence flowing through his body became much more potent and vibrant, full of greater energy. Sunny blinked. Did Nephi's just augment him with her aspect ability? Since when can you augment other people? Changing Star seemed to be as bewildered as he was, even though it did not show on her face. I can't. This was not supposed to happen. My dormant ability only evolved to include soul augmentation when I ascended, it never evolved to be able to spread to other people. Sunny opened his mouth, then closed it again. Eventually, he hissed. Then how do you explain this? I'm glowing. He waved his hand in the air, causing the shadows of the underground dojo to move and shift. Then, a bizarre thought entered his mind. Wait. Following his suspicion, Sunny lingered for a moment, and then commanded the gloomy shadow to wrap itself around Nephi's. The shadow did not even roll its eyes as it usually did when receiving an order. It eagerly slid forward and swiftly wrapped itself around the lithe, slender body of Changing Star. Neph flinched. Huh? She studied her arms with wide eyes. Her ivory skin had turned gray, as if covered by dark film. Then, she made her hands into fists and frowned. I feel stronger. The two of them remained silent for a few moments, processing the implications of this unexpected discovery. Usually, Sunny felt a lot of negative emotions every time he thought about the innate ability of his aspect, Shadow Bond, which tied him to Changing Star's will. On this occasion, however, his curiosity and greed for power briefly overpowered his resentment. If Shadow Bond allowed Nephi's and him to augment each other to this degree, what else would they be capable of? Neph seemed to come to the same conclusion. They glanced at each other, understanding the other's thoughts without having to say anything. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then said. It causes you pain to use your ability. We can stop now. She slowly shook her head. No yet. With that, Sunny simply nodded and commanded the gloomy shadow to return and wrap itself around his body. At the same time, he ordered the other three to do the same. Changing Star, meanwhile, concentrated for a moment, causing the white radiance suffusing his skin to grow many times more intense. Sunny let out an audible gasp. For shadows made him 5 times more powerful. That he already knew. Flames summoned by Nephi's, who was a tyrant, were more or less akin to 5 additional shadows. In theory, his physical prowess should have grown tenfold as the result. What a stupendous augmentation! Combined with his might as a master, his 4 cores, and the subtle but consequential physical enhancement he received from Blood Weave, Sunny should have become monstrously strong. But in reality, the effect was even great. The shadows and the brilliant light seemed to resonate with each other, making the sum greater than its parts. Sunny turned into a silhouette shrouded in broiling darkness. That darkness, however, was permeated with blinding white light. The light made the darkness deeper, while the darkness made the light much more stark and radiant. He looked like an abyssal spirit of the starlit void. He felt powerful. Immensely powerful. Powerful enough to face a saint in a fight. He looked at the training sword grasped in his hand, and easily made the reinforced alloy shatter in his grip. He did not even have to exert a lot of his strength. Deeply stunned, Sunny whispered. Scary. A few moments later, Nephi sighed and recalled her flames. Sunny allowed his shadow to slide back to the floor. Changing Star looked at him and asked, her voice unsure. How did it feel? Sunny remained silent for a while. Eventually, he forced out a pale smile and said. Like a dream. They stayed in the dojo for the entire night, experimenting with the strange and frighteningly powerful application of their unnatural bond. There were many things they had to explore, even though it was too dangerous to test the limits of this new power here. The last thing Sunny wanted was to completely wreck the foundation of his home. It wouldn't have been fun if the whole building suddenly collapsed. Still, there were a lot of things that they have discovered. First, both Sunny and Nephi's could be enhanced by the white flames and the shadows. All of this might could be concentrated on one person, or shared between them in any proportion they chose. Mixing any light into the shadows or even one shadow into the radiant light made the end result more powerful. Secondly, the same could be done to their memories. Pouring all of their power into the cruel sight, for example, made it somewhere around 15 times deadlier. This scale of enhancement went well beyond the confines of its rank, making the somber spear as powerful as a transcendent weapon. Applied to an armor, the augmentation was just as strong. However, doing so would have been a bit wasteful. Memories had no souls, and as such, the part of changing Star's flames that made a person's soul more active and resilient was wasted on them. It did, however, affect shadows and echoes. Sunny and Nephi's tested the full augmentation of their combined aspects on Saint first, and then on the echo of a 6-armed ascended demon that changing Star possessed. The result was as frightening as what Sunny had experienced himself. As the dawn painted the world in shades of pale violet and lilac, the pair was still cooped up in the underground dojo. Although neither spoke, their eyes were full of thought. Both understood what their discovery meant. Each of them bore a divine aspect. Each was immensely powerful when compared to other ascended. When two bearers of divine aspects combined their power, however, imagining what they could do was indeed a bit scary. After a while, Sunny glanced at his communicator and flinched. Crap. It's morning already. I am going to be late for my lecture. He looked at Nephi's, suddenly realizing how tired and spent she looked. Using her ability so much must not have been easy. She simply nodded. You can go if you wish. I'll rest for a while. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then nodded and used Shadow Step to jump to his closet on the second floor of the house. A few minutes later, he was already running out of the door, wearing civilian clothes that Kai had helped him pick a while ago. Changing Star was left alone. On the way back from school, Rain couldn't think about anything else except for the news that she had heard from her classmates. At first, she had dismissed them as a wild rumor, but then her inquisitive nature forced her to check the respectable government portals to make sure. A minute of research revealed that the rumors were true. Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan, the lost hero of the Forgotten Shore, had ascended and returned to the real world. She was alive. Can't be. By now, the news were spreading across the network like wildfire. Rain could tell that many of the passengers riding the train with her were thinking and talking about the same thing. Everyone looked shocked and excited. She did not pay other people any attention, however. There was only one thought on her mind. She had to tell Sunny. Her friend and mentor was a member of Changing Star's cohort, after all. More than that, from the hints she had received from Effie and a short conversation she had had with Sunny, Rain knew that there was much more between the two than simple camaraderie. He had basically admitted as much. Sunny will be so happy. Despite the fact that she was not supposed to have the next lesson with her young tutor for a few days, Rain decided to bring him the news personally, and right away. She simply couldn't wait. Of course, in all her excitement, she had failed to account for the fact that if the news were indeed true, Sunny would have been one of the first people to learn of it. Full of anticipation, Rain rushed from the tram station to her mentor's house, opened the door, and walked inside. Throwing her backpack into the corner by habit, she took off her shoes and shouted. Sunny! Sunny! Are you home? You won't believe. Then, however, the teenage girl froze with her mouth wide open. As she watched in stunned silence, the curtain hanging over the entrance to the guest bedroom parted, and a tall, incredibly beautiful young woman walked into the living room. Suddenly, it seemed as if sunlight pouring through the windows became a little bit brighter. The young woman was slender and graceful, with flawless ivory skin and striking gray eyes. Her face was calm, aloof, and strangely mesmerizing. What shocked Rain much more, however, was that the beautiful stranger's skin glistened with moisture, as if she had just left the shower. She was wearing nothing but one of Sunny's black shirts, leaving her long legs mostly bare. And her wet hair, was of a strange silver-white color. The silver-haired young woman walked toward the kitchen, then stopped and looked at Rain. A hint of confusion appeared on her face. She hesitated for a moment, then said, "Hey." Rain raised a trembling hand and pointed a finger at the stranger's head. Her teeth chattered as she forced out, You're. The beautiful stranger raised an eyebrow and remained silent. Rain finally managed to finish her sentence. "You're changing star." The last daughter of the Immortal Flame clan tilted her head a little, then shrugged. "Yes, I am." "Who are you?" Rain swallowed, slowly realizing that she was in the presence of one of the most talented battle commanders and heroes of humanity, a person so renowned that there was hardly anyone in the entire world who did not know her name, and Sunny's. Remembering the lessons he had taught her, the teenage girl forced herself to calm down, somewhat, and said weakly, I am Rain. Sunny is my teacher." Changing Star remained silent for a moment, studying the unexpected guest. Then, a small hint of a smile appeared on her beautiful face. "Really? Well, I used to be your teacher's teacher. I guess that makes me your grand teacher." Rain opened her eyes wide. What? Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan, was her what? The concept simply failed to register. The supposed grand teacher, meanwhile, walked over to the kitchen counter and poured herself some water. She drank it, then looked at Rain. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "I'll be staying here for a few days. You can call me Neff." Rain slowly nodded, not quite sure what she was just told. Was she sleeping? Was the famous lady of the Immortal Flame clan in front of her, wearing Sunny's shirt, telling Rain to call her by her fist name? A nickname, even. If that bastard Sunny had not subjected Rain to stumbling into Song of the Fallen, Raised by Wolves, and Nightingale, she would have probably fainted by now. As it was, Rain was barely able to remain on her feet. Lady Changing Star. Neff looked at her attentively, and then suddenly asked a strange question. "Rain, does your home have a big window and a lawn?" Rain silently nodded. "Yes?" "Why?" Neff lingered for a moment, and then turned away. "Just wondering." Then, she looked toward the living room area and sipped her water. "Oh. By the way, do you know how to control the entertainment system of this house?" Rain nodded again. Yes, I do." Changing Star smiled with satisfaction. "Great. I was told that there is a movie about me. Can you put it on the projector?" Rain made a deep breath, obediently walked over to the projected, connected it to her communicator, and searched for the Song of Light and Darkness on the network. A few minutes later, she found herself sitting on the sofa next to Master Changing Star, the legendary heiress of Immortal Flame, as the somber music reverberated all around them. The movie was starting. Am I dreaming? This can't be real, can it? On the wall in front of them, the interior of a spacious and brightly lit room appeared. A handsome man with dark circled under his eyes was studying a map, while a little girl with silver hair was playing on a carpet near him. The man was speaking. "We, awakened, only raise arms to protect humanity." Sitting next to Rain, Nephi sighed and palmed her face. Projected onto the wall, a languid jade beauty with a slim waist and long eyelashes was traversing a labyrinth of crimson coral, her voluptuous figure barely covered by a flimsy seaweed attire. A teenage boy of about 13 years of age was scurrying along as he shouted, "Are you crazy?" Sitting on the sofa near the real Changing Star, Rain felt like sinking into the earth. As the movie went by, her cheeks slowly turned bright red. The daughter of the Immortal Flame clan, on the contrary, became increasingly more deadpan and devoid of emotion. By now, her face was so still that it seemed paralyzed. Rain awkwardly cleared her throat. Come to think of it, the actress they chose does not look like you at all. You are much prettier." Nephi shifted and briefly glanced down. Then, she said evenly, "Thank you." After a while, she added, "Why would they cast a child to play Sunny? What a strange decision. Only a complete fool could mistake him for a young boy." Rain let out a nervous laugh. Yeah, definitely. She looked away in utter embarrassment, and then forced out. And what is up with that stupid catchphrase? That does not sound like something Sunny would say at all. Changing Star moved, suddenly becoming a little more lively. Oh, no. That actually happened. A lot. The movie, meanwhile, continued. The three sleepers braved the wilderness of the Forgotten Shore and eventually reached the Dark City. The brief moment of liveliness passed, and instead, Changing Star seemed to grow more rigid and cold with each scene. Rain felt so uncomfortable that she could not bring herself to say anything. What kind of idiot directed that stupid movie? Meanwhile, a handsome young man with broad shoulders and a noble bearing appeared on the screen. Rain glanced at Lady Nephice curiously, wondering how much of what was shown about her relationship with the heroic Hanley caster was true. And how her apparent relationship with Sunny fit into it. Could it be that there had been an actual love triangle between them? Sadly, she failed to glimpse anything from Changing Star's stoic face. The movie progressed, slowly reaching its culmination. On the wall, the masculine face of the actor playing Sir Castor radiated courage and passion. Holding the grief-stricken Jade Beauty by the hand, he looked her in the eyes and said with passion. Should I fall, do not cry for me, my lady. My life does not matter, but yours does. Immortal flame must never be extinguished. As long as it burns, humanity still has hope. The dreamers of the Dark City have hope. As long as you live, I can face 1,000 deaths with a triumphant smile. Rain shifted uncomfortably. Is it me, or is it getting hot in here? Not a single muscle moved on Changing Star's face. She looked at the projection with a deadpan expression. The projection, however, suddenly stuttered. Rain frowned. Huh? In the next moment, she thought that she smelled smoke. Turning around, the teenage girl noticed a thin stream of it rising from inside Sunny's expensive projector. That's strange. Rain opened her mouth to say something, but before she could, the projector suddenly exploded. After the movie was suddenly and violently interrupted, Rain only stayed for long enough to help Changing Star clean up the debris of the malfunctioned projector. Then, she found an excuse, grabbed her backpack, and hurriedly left. Who knew what was going to explode next? Once the teenage girl was gone, Nephice was once again left alone in the empty house. She lingered for a bit, then went back into the guest bedroom and rummaged through Effie's closet. She had no clothes apart from the tracksuit that the Academy had issued to her, which was soaked with sweat after the night she had spent with Sunny underground. There were memories, of course, but she had worn armor for the better part of the last 3 years. Putting on something mundane was strangely comforting. Leaving Sunny's shirt on, she found a pair of gym shorts to match it. Sadly, other articles of Effie's clothing did not fit her too well. She was going to have to do some shopping soon. Considering such matters again felt very strange. Eventually, Nephice found herself back in the living room with nothing to do. She simply sat in silence for a while, trying to deal with the disturbing oddity of not being in danger. Then, she shifted uncomfortably, looked around, and took out the state-of-the-art communicator the government provided to her. She stared at it for some time, then tentatively accessed the network. After a while, Neff found herself senselessly scrolling through popular clips. A few minutes later, one video caught her attention. A demonic figure in black armor and fearsome mask stood in a small clearing in the middle of a thick forest, a long blade of an odachi resting on his shoulder. The swordsman's white hair moved slightly in the wind. Something about him seemed odd. Suddenly, 12 figures appeared from behind the trees, surrounding the demonic swordsman. One of the ambushers spoke. Sorry, mongrel, no hard feeling, right? Nephi shook her head slightly and sighed. 12 against 1. The man in black armor, meanwhile, remained silent for a moment and then said calmly. None whatsoever. Already knowing how the fight would end, Neff moved her finger to scroll on, but then stopped. Something very unexpected was happening on the screen of her communicator. Instead of being instantly overwhelmed, the warrior dodged several attacks and dove through a stream of scorching fire, his black armor reflecting the crimson flames like the scales of an infernal monster. His gauntlet collided against the head of one of the enemies, instantly breaking the skull. White sparks slowly ignited in the depths of Neff's eyes. Interesting. She lingered, watching the brutal slaughter with a hint of excitement. After spending years fighting against overwhelming odds, Nephi couldn't help but root for the lonesome swordsman. A few seconds later, she was fully engrossed in the video. Remarkable. The second lecture had turned out to be a challenge for Sunny. Not because he felt unprepared to teach the less experienced awakened, but because all of them were very enthused and full of questions about Changing Star's return. The whole academy was abuzz. Master Sunless, have you met Lady Changing Star? Is it true? Did she ascend? Are you going to join the Immortal Flame Clan now? Can we join, too? Normally, that would not have been a problem. Sadly for Sunny, he could not refuse to answer any question due to his flaw, so it took some time and ingenuity to not let anything important slip while reining the students in. Eventually, he forced them to concentrate on the lecture. After the lecture was over, he had to take care of some administrative issues, as well as visit teacher Julius and assist the old man with a few tasks. Seeing that his assistant was very eager to leave, the elderly instructor did not keep Sunny long and soon let him go with a knowing smile. Ah, youth. Sunny frowned a little as he hurried to the door. What is that supposed to mean? Throwing the confusion out of his mind, Sunny decided to not waste time and used Shadow Step to reach the train station as fast as possible. On the way home, he was deep in thought. After the night of experimenting and exploring their bond, he was very curious what else Nephi and him could do. As far as Sunny understood it, Shadow Bond made it so that their souls were strangely considered to be two parts of a single whole, at least when applied to the function of their aspects. So, did that mean that he could pull Neff with him through the shadows when using Shadow Step? If he used a charm like Blood Blossom, would its effect be shared to her? If so, would the boost granted to them remain the same or grow twice as weak? He had many questions like that, and answers to them could only be found through further experimentation. Sunny was very excited. Why wouldn't he? He was always resentful of his weakness and of the fact that stronger awakened or powerful nightmare creatures could snuff out his life without too much trouble. Anything that could grant him more power to defend himself was a boon, and the memory of how powerful he had felt last night was still fresh in his mind. Of course, reality was not so simple. Firstly, any experiment would demand Neff to go through torturous pain. Secondly, he had not forgotten that this power came at a cost. The cost was his freedom. Nephi seemed to be reluctant to use the Shadow Bond to compel him to do her bidding, but he could not be completely sure of her intentions. Not until they talked openly about it. It was just that, he didn't want to have that talk yet. Talking openly about anything was the last thing he usually wanted to do. Later. I'll do it later. Neff was barely out of the nightmare. Sunny himself had not been in the best of shapes after ascending, for a while. It was better to give her some time to balance herself. Soon, he was nearing his house. The security system automatically scanned his biometrics and unlocked the door. Opening it, Sunny walked inside and took off his shoes. Then, he looked around and noticed Neff sitting on a tall stool near the kitchen counter, staring at her communicator with strange intensity. Her eyes were burning, and it seemed as if she had spent a lot of time without moving. She seemed to be so engrossed with what was happening on the screen that she did not even pay attention to his return. Clenching her fist, Neff suddenly spoke. Come on. You can do it. She is good, but you are better. He blinked a couple of times, unaccustomed to hearing such enthusiasm in Changing Star's voice. She was usually far more reserved. And what did she mean? What was he supposed to do? Who was he better than? Ah, she must be talking to herself. But what the hell is she watching? Sunny took a few steps forward and looked over Neff's shoulder. A strange expression appeared on his face. On the screen, a ferocious swordsman in black armor was fighting against a graceful woman who wore a light metal armor and an elegant half-mask. Rose petals fell from above, carpeting a grandiose arena. A dark odachi and a slender estoc clashed against each other, filling the air with the clangor of steel. Wait. Isn't that my duel against Queen Bee? That was a memorable fight. He had barely won that one. Sunny blinked a couple of times, remained silent for a few moments, and then coughed. Hey. I'm back. Nephi's froze. She paused the video, hesitated, then slowly turned and looked at him with a startled expression. Oh, hey. Sunny stared at her for a couple of seconds, then asked with a little smile. What are you watching? Nephi suddenly livened up and gestured at her communicator. That. I stumbled on a video of a very interesting fighter. Have you heard about that guy, Mongrel? He's incredible. I've been watching, studying his fights for a few hours. Sunny scratched the back of his head, and then said evenly. Mongrel? Yeah, I've heard a few things about him. Incredible, you say? Do tell what is so incredibly about him, in detail. Then, he suddenly frowned and sniffed the air. What's this smell? Crap, don't tell that the filtration system is glitching. Sunny looked around, and then froze. His eye twitched. What happened to my projector? A familiar deadpan expression appeared on Neff's face. She glanced in the direction where the expensive model of the projector had used to be, lingered for a moment, and shrugged nonchalantly. Oh. A malfunction, I guess. How strange. As Sunny bitterly explored the damage done to his entertainment system by the strange malfunction, Nephi silently watched him from her stool. Doesn't make sense, gone, the projector is completely gone, it was so expensive. After a while, he turned to Changing Star with a miserable expression and opened his mouth, then frowned in confusion. Wait, is that my shirt? Neff shifted a little and then said, her voice even. I don't have any clothes. Sunny stared at her for a few moments, then waved a hand and looked away, forgetting what he was going to say. Never mind. You can keep it. We can also order a delivery of anything else you need. I am an incredibly rich entrepreneur, you know. He paused, then added with a bit of embarrassment. Well, I used to be rich, anyway. These days, I pretty much spend everything on research. She tilted her head a little, then suddenly said. The girl you're tutoring visited. What? Pretending to be nonchalant, Sunny glanced at Nephi's and answered in a neutral tone. Oh? Strange. We weren't supposed to have any lessons until a few days from now. Neff remained silent for a few moments, then looked away with a smile. She is a bright kid. I'm glad you are teaching her. He studied her expression with a frown. What up with that smile? Finally, Sunny shrugged. Well, money is money. My lessons aren't cheap. After that, he sighed, threw the destroyed projector out of his mind, and walked into the kitchen. Are you hungry? I can cook something up. My culinary skills have improved a lot, you know. As you should have already noticed. It was a strange thing. Back on the Forgotten Shore, Nephis had always been the one in charge of feeding the cohort. Now, their roles seemed to have reversed, in more ways than one. She deactivated her communicator and said neutrally. I could eat. Thank you. Then, Changing Star frowned slightly and added. Oh, but I don't have a lot of time. There is a consultation with the government psychiatrist I need to attend shortly. By remote, of course. Sunny stared at her for a while, then shook his head. This is so weird. Deciding to prepare something that did not demand a lot of time to make, he took out a pack of ramen, some vegetables, a piece of natural meat, and a pair of eggs. I never thought that I would hear something like that from you, of all people. A psychiatrist, really? He started the process of cooking ramen, and added. Was it really that bad? Changing Star sighed and looked down. After a while, she suddenly said. No. It wasn't too bad. Her voice sounded distant, and a bit strange. In fact, out there in the dream realm, I felt. Nephi inhaled deeply, and then looked at him somberly. Happy. Sunny almost dropped the cooking pot. Of all the answers out there, he had not expected to hear that one. Looking at Nephi with an incredulous expression, he asked. What? Did you say happy? She sighed, and nodded. I know that it sounds strange. And yes, traveling through that hell alone was excruciating, terrible, and hard. Many times, I did not think that I would survive. Other times, I wanted to die. There was so much pain, so much hunger, so much thirst. So much cold, so much unbearable heat. So much silence. A wistful expression slowly settled on her face. But it was also so simple. So liberating. All I had to do was walk, fight, kill. Survive. There was no space for unnecessary thoughts. No burdens I had to carry. No complicated feelings, no responsibility. I did not have to remember where I came from and where I was headed. I did not have to be a part of anything. It was just me against the nightmare creatures. And the dream realm itself. He listened silently, trying to imagine what living like that would feel like. Well, he didn't have to try too hard. Had he not experienced something similar while living alone in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City? Yes, he had not been entirely himself back then, but he was also the happiest he had ever been, perhaps. There was a bliss in giving up on everything except for the things he needed to survive. Even if the things he was giving up on were his sanity, his future, and his very humanity. Granted, his isolation had only lasted for several months instead of years, and the environment had not been as dire. What would have happened to him if he had not abandoned the cathedral to join Changing Star's ill-fated crusade? She looked down and added evenly. I have never felt truly connected to the rest of humanity. I was always a bit of a stranger, I guess. Out there in the dream realm, with only nightmare creatures surrounding me, that connection grew even more ethereal. Sometimes, I even felt like everything except for that desolate purgatory had been just a fleeting dream, a strange illusion that I had imagined. The dream realm, it seemed much more real. It seemed like a place where I belonged. With other monsters like me. She sighed, then looked at him and added. So, that's why I agreed to the offer to receive counseling. It is not because I feel fragile and on the verge of breaking apart. It's just that. I'm afraid to lose what little humanity I have left. I never had a lot, to begin with. After Neff was done speaking, Sunny stared at her for some time, then shook his head. I don't think I have ever heard Neff speak so much. Placing ramen in the boiling water, he glanced at her with a frown. Well, if you put it like that, I guess a little counseling would do you good. However, I can tell you right now and without a shadow of a doubt that you are not a nightmare creature. You're a human through and through. Believe me, I would know. A pale smile appeared on Changing Star's face. Thank you for saying that. Sunny looked at her with an amused expression, and then smiled. I don't think you understand. I am not saying this because I consider you a human, or because I feel like you are a human. Or because I believe that you are a human. It's just a fact. He pointed to his eye. I have special eyes, remember? From that attribute of mine. I have seen what people look like, and what nightmare creatures look like inside. He peered into Neff's soul and grimaced, almost blinded by the brilliant radiance of 5 flaming, incandescent suns that burned inside of it. There was no sign of the vile darkness that dwelled in the souls of the corrupted abominations. Cracking an egg on the edge of the pan, he looked at her and scoffed. You don't look anything like a nightmare creature, that's all. Soon, 2 bowls of delicious steaming ramen were on the table in front of him. Sunny had never invited anyone to taste his ramen, but he was quite pleased with the result. His past of only eating synth paste seemed so distant that he did not even want to remember it. Both dug in and finished their portions in record time. Sunny drank the last of the fragrant broth and let out a delighted sigh. Nephi acted more reserved, but he could feel that she was very satisfied, too. Putting the bowl away, Changing Star smiled slightly and looked at him. A hesitant expression appeared on her face. A few moments later, she suddenly said, "Be that as it may, while I was lost and wandering the dream realm, slowly forgetting what it felt like to be human, there was one thing I clung to that reminded me that all my prior life had not been just a dream." "Do you know what it was?" Sunny thought for a bit, then shrugged. "I don't know." "A memory? Your sword, Dreamblade?" She lingered for a few moments, then slowly shook her head. "No. It was, you." Sunny froze and stared at her with surprise. "Huh?" Nephi smiled slightly. "Your runes. Although I could not know what was happening to you, Cassie, and the others, I could still feel connected to you through the runes. I could see that you were still out there, alive, and doing incredible things. The new memories you received told me a little about what kind of enemies you fought. The speed at which your aspect legacy progressed told me how hard you were working to sharpen your battle skill. As long as I saw the runes, I knew that I had not imagined the past, and did not feel as alone." She shifted, and then added, "When I was bored, I liked to imagine what exactly happened to give you a sudden influx of fragments, what the nightmare creature that gifted you a memory looked like, how you defeated it. Things like that. Oh, and I was bored often. While my journey was often full of hardship and dread, it could also be terribly monotonous sometimes. So, that was pretty much the only way I could entertain myself." Changing Star looked at him, lingered for a moment, and then said, "I know it was not really something that you did consciously. Still, I wanted to say, thank you. You helped me a lot, Sunny. You made it easier for me to keep going. I won't forget that." He stared at her, suddenly uncomfortable. Then, he looked away in embarrassment and cleared his throat. Are you sure that you have not received counseling already? I mean, that doesn't sound like you. Very, enlightened. Anyway, you're welcome, I guess." Nephi smiled, and did not respond. Sunny remained silent for a bit, and then forced himself to say, "Actually, I spent a lot of time staring at your runes, as well." He looked at the floor. "Granted, I was not exactly going crazy from isolation like you. Well, except for a short stretch of falling into a bottomless abyss all alone, I guess. But, the point is, to be honest, I am unsatisfied with the fact that you are so far ahead of me. Every time you gained a soul fragment, it urged me to try and get two. The stronger you grew, the more I wanted to become stronger, as well. A large part of those things I gained, was because of you. I guess you, too, kept me going. In a sense." He fell silent, and then glanced at Nephi with a slightly bitter expression. "Of course, no matter how hard I tried, I had never managed to catch up to you. Every time, I fell short. It did not feel nice at all. But it also forced me to try harder, I guess." She studied his face for a few moments, and then shook her head. "It is much easier for me to gain soul fragments. You know that. Even though I am still ahead, I suspect that you have fought, and slain, much more nightmare creatures than I have. In fact, I know you did." Sunny smiled. "Who cares? It's not a competition where you get rewarded for the effort. Only the result matters. In the end, a person is either strong, or they are weak. The stronger ones will always trample those who are weaker. Isn't that how the world works?" Nephi looked down, then slowly shook her head. "You are wrong. I think. Results matter, yes, but it's not like how you got there doesn't. Every victory you achieve teaches you a lesson. Every defeat you suffer teaches you even more. I guess it all depends on what you call strength." Sunny grimaced. "Well, let me ask you a question. Can you say that I am stronger than you?" Changing Star stared at him with an even expression. Several seconds passed by, but she remained silent. A dark grin appeared on Sunny's face. He sighed, and then collected the empty bowls to clean them. Effie doesn't seem to think that I am. According to her, I lack conviction. I don't even really know what conviction is and where does one find it, but even I can't honestly say that I am stronger than you. That should tell you something, considering, you know, my clear conscience. Nephi lingered for a few moments, and then suddenly said in calm tone. You are stronger than you think you are. Sunny put the bowls into the sink and turned on the water. Standing with his back to her, he stayed quiet for a while. After some time, he started to wash the dishes and said. Your counseling session is about to start. You should hurry. She looked at his back for a few moments, then silently stood up and went away. Sunny was left alone in the kitchen. He finished washing the bowls, put them on the drying rack, and wiped his hands with a towel. Then, he glanced in the direction of the guest room, shook his head, and scoffed. Ah, who cares? Apparently, I am incredible. A week later, two people sat across from each other on the cold floor of the underground dojo, their eyes closed. With their legs crossed and their hands resting on their laps, it seemed as though they were meditating. Of course, they weren't. While Sunny was calm and relaxed, Nephi was the opposite. There was a furious torrent of soul energy flowing through her body, making it hard for her to remain still. Invisible to anyone except for her partner, radiant streams of ethereal essence rushed through her veins like rivers of flame. Her breathing was uneven, and there were beads of sweat on her face. Sunny observed changing Star through his shadows. After a while, he said. You are doing much better. While crude, your control is already stable. However, there is no precision to it, a master has to be intricate in how they apply and expend their essence. That is what truly separates us from the awakened. While the soul of an ascended is more potent, the gap is not too large. It is our ability to make better use of this potential that really separates us from the rest of him. Neph was doing well. In fact, her rapid progress in learning how to control her essence was nothing short of exceptional. However, she was facing substantial obstacles in her training. Not only was changing Star completely new to that aspect of her power, she also simply had too much soul essence. Compared to normal master, she had at least 5 times as much of it. If most ascended contained a tranquil current of essence within their bodies, Nephi's contained a furious sea. Her soul essence was also different from anything Sunny had ever faced. It was much more potent, fiery, and vibrant, probably because of the fire attribute she had inherited from her mother. What it effectively meant was that Neph would have to put much more effort into learning to control her essence. However, once she did climb over that steep obstacle, the result was going to be simply terrifying. Showing her the way put Sunny's own experiences in perspective, gifting him a few new insights of his own. Just as it had been with Rain, the role of a mentor allowed him to learn a lot himself. Teaching was truly the best way to learn. Now, Sunny felt that his own essence control was far more precise and nuanced than that of most, even without the help of Soul Serpent. Of course, he had no chance to test it in actual combat yet. He was also growing more and more sour about the fact that both Bloodweave and Boneweave were purely corporeal in nature. Although Shadow Essence was unique, it did not receive any augmentation from his attributes. In fact, the only time its strange nature played a role had been during his encounter with the vile thieving bird Spawn. Even though that single instance had saved his life, Sunny really wished for more. Maybe I am not utilizing its full potential. If there was a way to do so, however, he had no idea how. Maybe if Weaver's lineage had not devoured the shadow gods, Sunny would have been in a different situation. As it stood, though. I wonder if there is a soul weave. Nephi sighed, and opened her eyes. The turbulent flow of soul essence in her body settled, returning to a calmer cycle. She rested for a moment, and then rose to her feet. Sunny did the same, commanding the 4 shadows to wrap themselves around his body. Are you ready? She nodded, and then exploded in motion, attacking him with her fists. Empowered by the shadows, Sunny easily dodged, deflected, and blocked the torrent of devastating punches and kicks. This was the second part of their training. Nephi not only had to learn how to control soul essence, but also how to use it in battle. She had to retrain herself from the ground up to account for all the new possibilities that the ascension granted her. This was not an easy task, considering that the difference went much deeper than simple physical ability and explosive might. At their high level, combat became much more tactical. Soul essence was a precious resource that could achieve a lot, but was also easily wasted. A master had to be strategic in how they unleashed their powers. Their physical performance, aspect, and memories could all benefit from vast amounts of essence. However, they could also quickly deplete it. The same statement held true for awakened, but to a much lesser degree, since masters had much greater powers at their disposal, and thus could exert much greater volumes of soul essence. It was a constant and complicated dance that required a lot of skill, foresight, and cunning to be performed to the best result. Sunny himself still had a lot to learn. Serving as a bona fide punching bag for Nephi's was not the most efficient way of learning, but it had its own merits. By dedicating himself to nothing but withstanding a constant barrage of attacks and rationing his essence in the most efficient way, Sunny was teaching himself how to prepare for long battles of attrition. At least she had mastered essence control enough to not ruin dojo. For a while, the underground chamber was filled with nothing but the sounds of heavy breathing and flesh slapping against flesh. Both fighters were exerting themselves to the utmost degree. Sunny had it easier since he was defending, but receiving so many crushing blows in a row was still not for the weak of heart. Each of Nef's essence-empowered strikes could have punched through an armored vehicle, after all. If not for the fact that she was not using her flames to augment herself, Sunny's would have been suffering from internal bleeding by now. Having nearly indestructible bones was a big advantage, but it did not make him invincible. Their furious clash lasted until Nephi's exhausted most of her essence. Determined to launch one last attack, she stepped closer. Her slender leg whipped forward, threatening to crush Sunny's ribcage. He swiftly turned and caught it in the air, then gently placed it on the ground. That's enough for today. Since this had been their routine for the entirety of the last week, neither said another word. Both fell to the floor, spent and utterly exhausted. Their breathing was hoarse, and their clothes were soaked with sweat. Damn. I need a shower. However, the idea of standing up seemed too cruel right now. Sunny turned his head to glance at Nephi's and judged that she was in an even more pitiful state. So, they simply remained on the floor for a few minutes, laying side by side and trying to catch their breath. After a while, Sunny's communicator suddenly made a sound. Of course, it was not on his person. A clash of such intensity would have quickly destroyed the expensive device, so Sunny had left it on the lid of the Dreamscape pod. Now, he faced the necessity to walk all the way to the alcove to retrieve it. Instead, Sunny commanded the happy shadow to glide there, turn tangible, pick up the communicator and bring it back. The fool was utterly delighted to oblige, anyway. As the shadow gingerly crossed the underground dojo and presented the communicator to Sunny, he glanced at the screen, and then sighed. Time to go, Nef. Cassie is on her way. Sunny took a quick shower and went downstairs. By the time he came down, Nephi's was just exiting the guest room. She changed from the gym shorts and a tank top that she had been wearing for their practice session and put on some of the clothes they had ordered for her a few days back. Her silver hair was wet, glistening in the rays of sunshine that poured through the windows. Without having to say anything, Sunny went to the kitchen, opened a drawer, and took out a can of grounded coffee. Then, he stretched his arm back. By then, Nephi's had already filled a pot with water and placed it into his hand. Soon, the pleasant aroma spread through the house. By the time the coffee was ready, a PTV was in the process of parking nearby. Sunny dumped 2 spoons of sugar into his cup, left the one intended for Nef without any, and added cream to the third. Changing Star, meanwhile, was opening the door for Cassie. Soon, all three were seated around the table, enjoying their respective beverages. After a while, Sunny glanced at the blind girl and asked, "Well? What's the news?" She lingered for a bit, then pushed her cup away and produced 2 flat, white squares. Sunny stared at them for a bit, confused. Then, he blinked a couple of times. Is that an envelope? Indeed, that was what the white squares were. They seemed to be made out of paper, and each had a round piece of red wax attached to it. Sunny had only seen an actual paper envelope used in period dramas, so he was justifiably surprised to encounter one in real life. Taking one of the envelopes, he curiously studied it from different sides. How quaint. There was an image of a sword piercing an anvil etched into the red wax, so at least he did not have to wonder where the strange things had come from. Legacies. Amused, he furtively glanced at Nephi's to learn what one was supposed to do with a paper envelope, and then repeated her actions. Soon, a different piece of paper appeared in his hands. Master Sunless, you are cordially invited. What? What is this? Even more confused than before, he turned to Cassie and raised an eyebrow. She was supposed to bring them an update on the situation with the government and Clan Valor, not some weird messages. The blind girl smiled slightly. Basically, this is a gesture of goodwill. She paused for a moment, and then added in a bright tone. It is an invitation. Clan Valor is holding an annual ball in about a month. We are all invited to attend, which is usually considered a great honor. Not every master receives the privilege to brush sides with the most powerful representatives of the great clans and actual saints. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Is holding balls some weird legacy ceremony? Wait, what kinds of ball are we talking about? Something like a football? Why do people hold it annually, and more importantly, why do we have to attend this ball-holding ritual? Nephi silently covered her face with a hand and said, a hint of exasperation finding its way into her voice. Sunny, a ball is a social gathering, usually accompanied by a dance. It is not a literal ball. He stared at her for a moment, then glanced at the piece of paper in his hand and coughed. Oh, that makes more sense, I guess. Cassie listened to them speak with a strange expression, then tilted her head a little and said. Of course, in our case, this invitation holds special meaning. It is a sign that Clan Valor is willing to be patient and wait for Nephi to recover. It is also the indication that the final negotiation is going to take place during the ball, 1 month from now. This gives us time to prepare. This was a good piece of news, all things considered. Basically, it meant that now that the initial week was over, Changing Star had more time to get ready to face the representatives of Clan Valor. It also meant that the Great Clan was not going to do anything before that, giving her freedom to recuperate in peace. It was more or less an armistice. A bright smile appeared on Cassie's delicate face. But there is more. To show their sincerity, Clan Valor released the fire keepers they were holding hostage. Both are already back, and resting in the immortal flame manor. This means that they are serious about building a good relationship with us, I think. Sunny let out a sigh. He was not really attached to the fire keepers. Still, they had gone through the civil war in the Bright Castle and the siege of the Crimson Spire together. The fools also treated him as one of their own, for some reason. He had felt a bit guilty knowing that some of them were suffering because of the terrible mess in the Night Temple. Effie, Kai, and Aiko were going very happy to hear the news, too. However, it was not like Clan Valor to let go of leverage. Sunny glanced at Cassie and frowned. What are they scheming? The blind girl hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged. I am not entirely sure. However, I do have a suspicion. This sudden change must indicate that something important happened to shift the balance of power even more in favor of Clan Song. That is why Valor is willing to make concessions to ensure that Immortal Flame becomes their ally. Sunny suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. What could have happened to change the power dynamic between the two great clans so much? He took a sip of his coffee, and then asked. Well, so what now? Cassie smiled. Now? Now, we are free to do anything we want for a month. The government is going to insist that Nephi makes at least one public appearance, but they won't be too forceful in their demands. So, we can do whatever. She turned to Changing Star and said, her voice full of warmth. Neph, how do you feel about finally coming home? We can go to the manor right now. If you're ready. Nephi's looked in the window and remained silent for a while. Her face was distant and still. After a while, she lightly shook her head. No, not yet. Cassie seemed to be surprised by that answer. No? But, why? Changing Star sighed. The Fire Keepers. That is what people call the awakened who follow you, right? They all look up to me, do they not? The blind girl silently nodded. Of course. They have been waiting for your return ever since escaping the Forgotten Shore. Even though the Dreamer Army was an alliance of convenience, the bonds that were forged between its members are real. Their bond to you is real, too. Sunny sipped his coffee with a strange expression. Neph, meanwhile, lingered for a moment, and then said. But they want more than just to welcome me back. They expect me to lead them, like I did on the Forgotten Shore. Am I correct? Cassie nodded once again. Neph looked away. How can I lead them when I don't know where I am going? I need more time to figure things out before I face them. The blind girl remained silent for a while, then sighed. I understand. I think. Sunny, meanwhile, did not understand. Sure, on the surface, what Nephi said made perfect sense. She was not sure of what she was going to do, so she could not offer the remnants of the Dreamer Army guidance. She could not become their general again until she decided on the direction her soldiers had to follow. However, Sunny harbored doubts about the sincerity of this indecision. Nephi had never been one to allow her hesitation to slow her down. More than that, she had spent 2 whole years alone in the dream realm. If he knew anything about her, he knew that she must have dedicated a considerable amount of that time to obsessively making plans of how to destroy her enemies once she returned. Of course, there was a lot of new information that became available to Neph after she came back. That had to change her approach a little, but should not have affected the core of it. So why was she hesitating? What was she struggling with? Sunny did not know, and was not sure that he wanted to know, yet. In any case, he was going to learn sooner or later. There was something else that bothered him, though. He glanced at Nephi and Cassie and then said, his voice grumpy. Aren't you two forgetting something? This is still my home. We only agreed that Nephi would stay here for a week. Shouldn't you at least ask me before deciding to leave her here for a while longer? He was not going to let Changing Star pull off an Effie that easily. Neph turned and looked at him with an unreadable expression. After a few moments of silence, she asked. Sunny, do you mind if I stay for a couple more weeks? He coughed, and then glanced away in embarrassment. Of course. Sure, no problem. Glad to have you, and all that. See, was that so hard? Cassie remained for a bit longer to get Nephi up to speed about the state of the Fire Keepers and the renovations they were making to the Immortal Flame Manor, and then left. Running a prominent awakened organization was not an easy task, so she had a lot on her plate. Sunny and Neph were left alone again. He hesitated for a few moments, and then asked. Do you really not want to go home? I mean, I never really had one, more or less, before buying this house. But if I did, I imagine I would have missed it a lot. Nephi glanced at him, then slowly shook her head. That place is not really my home. We were moving a lot while I was growing up. Sometimes because our financial situation changed, sometimes due to security issues. That manor is just the last in a long series of temporary shelters. She remained silent for a few moments, then added. I guess it were the people who surrounded me that created the feeling of home. But they are all gone now, one way or the other. So, there's nothing for me to return to. Sunny sighed, remembering the conversation he once had with Noctis. I don't really understand what the Immortal Flame Clan is, to be honest. And who those people were. You once said that you were raised by your grandmother? Changing Star nodded. The Immortal Flame is just me, now. At its height, it was one of the most influential legacy clans. You could have called it a great clan, even, although that distinction was not established yet back then. Apart from the immediate family, the clan also encompassed hundreds of other people. Professionals to manage our properties, craftsmen, mundane soldiers, awakened retainers, their dependents. A legacy clan is more than just a few powerful warriors. It is a large, self-sufficient institution. A tribe even. She grew silent, and then said. Of course, our fortunes turned after Immortal Flame himself died, and my mother became hollow. Then my father was gone, too. Only my grandmother remained to take care of me. She was not an awakened, however, don't think that she was weak because of it. On the contrary, although my grandmother was a mundane human, she was also the strongest person I've ever known. Nephi's looked away, a hint of emotion appearing on her face. She was a member of the first generation. She was born during the darkest times of humanity, survived the bloody descent of the spell and the final convulsions of the old world order, then participated in the establishment of the new one. She was strong. She was also wise and kind. I couldn't wish for a better guardian. She looked down. However, she was not enough to keep the Immortal Flame clan from falling, especially not when we found ourselves in the crosshairs of my father's former companions. Slowly but surely, we lost our assets and our standing. Some of the people in our employ left of their own free will, others were forced to abandon us because of adversity. Many of those who remained died trying to protect me. The most loyal ones still persisted, there were several awakened among them, and even a master. My mentor. Nephi sighed. But in the end, he was gone, too. By the time I turned 16, all that remained were a few mundane servants who had been with us for so long that they had nowhere else to go. After my grandmother passed away and I felt the call of the nightmare spell, I paid them a generous stipend from what little funds the clan had left, and let them go. You know the rest. Changing Star remained silent for a while and then added. I remember walking through the manor before leaving it to comply with the third directive and surrender myself to the police. It was so strange, seeing it completely empty. My grandmother was gone. My mother was in the care facility. The servants had left. It was just me, alone. She looked away. Suddenly, a pale smile appeared on her face. Nothing held me back. So, I wasn't sad to leave at all. There was only one direction left for me, forward. Sunny looked at her silently, a somber expression hidden in the depths of his eyes. Only forward, that was true for the both of them, still. However, was it worth it to not be held back by anything, if in return you had nothing to hold dear? Turning away, he sighed. Life was not that simple anymore. Despite the fact that Nephi had decided to stay with Sunny for a couple more weeks, or rather, that he had allowed her stay, their routine somewhat changed. Because of the armistice with Clan Valor, she did not have to stay inside all the time anymore. So, while the two of them still continued having exhausting practice sessions every day, the intensity of the training diminished. On the first day after receiving the invitation to the ball, Nephi had left to visit her mother. Soon after that, she made a strange request. The counselor assigned to Neph by the government had suggested that she should not isolate herself from mundane humans and, instead, seek out opportunities to participate in collective activities people usually enjoyed. So, she asked Sunny to help her figure out what it was that people did with their free time. Sunny was glad to help. The problem was, he had no idea himself. His life experience was richer than hers, but the knowledge of how people lived their lives in the outskirts did not exactly apply to their situation. After becoming a citizen and moving to a better part of the city, Sunny had spent all his time doing more productive things than relaxing. Who had time to relax? There were so many things he needed to achieve. As the result, they had to turn to other members of the cohort for advice. When they did, Effie enthusiastically volunteered to arrange an outing. Although Sunny had a bad premonition about her proposal, he found no polite reason to refuse the giddy huntress. So, a few days later, he found himself doing something that he had never thought he would ever do. Sunny was getting ready to go to a dance club. What am I even doing? This is so stupid. Standing in front of the mirror, he somberly looked at the pale young man that stared back at him. The young man was dressed in stylishly understated clothes that mixed black with different shades of dark gray. He was undeniably attractive, although not exactly masculine in appearance. The attractive young man, of course, was him. Or his reflection, rather. Sunny studied it and frowned. Whatever, it's just a nightclub. I have fought saints and survived. I have conquered the Red Colosseum. I have faced a demon. How scary can a bunch of drunk mundanes be? Shaking his head, he let out a heavy sigh and went down to the living room. As he sat and waited with a dark expression on his face, an expensive PTV arrived and parked near the house. At that moment, Effie and Neff emerged from one of the smaller bedrooms on the second floor and started descending the stairs. Finally. What took you so? He turned and froze, unable to finish his thought. Standing on the polished steps, Neff looked different. Although she was famous across the world, most people only knew her by name. Very few had actually seen the renowned changing star of the immortal Flame clan, mostly because she had yet to appear in public after her return from the Dream Realm. However, it was still prudent to mask some of her more recognizable features to avoid being mobbed by an excited crowd. For that reason, Sunny had lent her the autumn leaf. Using the cosmetic memory, Nephice changed the color of her distinct silver hair. Now, her hair was black and lustrous, falling to the middle of her back like a waterfall of finest silk. Contrasted against it, her calm gray eyes seemed even more striking. Her ivory skin seemed to glow despite the fact that she was not channeling the radiant white flames. What was more, Effie had been the one who chose and bought the clothes for the two of them to wear today. As the result, Nephice was wearing a vibrant red dress that barely reached the middle of her thigh, and left her shoulders bare. She looked stunning. Sunny gulped, then forced himself to look away. A few moments later, he finally was able to say something. Never thought I'd see you in a dress, one day. Nephice glanced at herself, then shrugged with indifference. I like it. The style does not diminish my range of motion. I can move freely if something happens. Sunny hesitated and then glanced at Effie, who was wearing less flashy clothes, with suspicion. How come you get to wear pants? Effie grinned. Why else? That's because I'm not a princess, doofus. She giggled, and then did a spin. What, don't you think that my ensemble is flattering? It was. Maybe even too much so. Not knowing where to put his eyes, Sunny gritted his teeth and forced himself to stare at the wall. This is going to be a long night. He cleared his throat, and then said. Yeah, you look nice, too. Anyway, we should go. Our ride is already here. Effie giggled again, patted him on the shoulder, and headed for the door. Sunny and Nephice followed. Soon, they entered the PTV and greeted the others. After seeing Kai, Sunny's mood improved a bit. At least the former idol seemed to be in his element. Cassie, on the other hand, seemed uneasy. Well, no wonder. A club filled with thundering music was not the best environment for a beautiful, blind girl to be in. Of course, anyone who got the wrong idea was bound to learn that they made a giant mistake by approaching her with ill intent. Kai smiled at him from the driver's seat. Sunny, you look great. Then, he turned to Nephice and Effie and smiled even wider, almost blinding them with his dazzling grin. But not as great as the ladies do, of course. Sunny rolled his eyes. Just drive, alright? Let's get this finished with as soon as possible. Kai winked at him, then looked at the road and sent the PTV forward. Relax, Sunny. It's just a dance club. What's the worst that could happen? Sunny and the gloomy shadow simultaneously shuddered. Are you kidding me? Did you have to say that out loud? Standing at the edge of the VIP area that loomed above the dance floor of a popular nightclub, Sunny and Nephice looked down at the undulating mass of human bodies below them with strange expressions. The music thundered and reverberated from all sides, making the whole space vibrate. The darkness was filled with flashes of light and glowing figures of elaborate moving projections. People were having the time of their lives. The club Effie had brought them to was an exclusive and luxurious establishment that only the members of the elite classes of human society could visit. The amount of credits being spent every minute on exotic alcoholic beverages and legal stimulants was nothing short of astronomical. The value of designer clothes, cutting-edge tech accessories, and precious jewelry present in the dance hall was almost revolting. The bestial excitement permeating the air was almost palpable. Staring at the mass of dancing humans in bewilderment, Sunny shook his head. What a strange ritual. Nephi's turned her head slightly and raised an eyebrow. I know, right? The members of the cohort were occupying a large part of the VIP lounge intended for the most distinguished patrons of the club. Even among the mass of elites, their status was a cut above the rest. Kai and Cassie were enjoying something called champagne at the table, while the other three moved to the edge to take a look at the main hall of the club. Changing Star peered at the dancing crowd and frowned. Their behavior doesn't make any sense. Sunny nodded in solidarity. Indeed. After a while, he added. They're not even dancing, they're just rhythmically gyrating their bodies. It also appears that the proximity at which one is allowed to gyrate his or her body to other participants is representative of their desirability. Anyway, they all look incredibly stupid. Nephi's tilted her head a little. It is not that simple, I think. This strange dynamic actually seems to be very nuanced. Just look at the women, they seem to be using their looks, physical coordination, and agility in order to attract the men. However, once men are attracted, the women act as if they are disinterested. Most of the time they truly are, other times it is just a signal for the men to try harder. She grew silent, and then added with slight confusion. The most startling part is that all this information, including the complicated evaluations based on obscure parameters and much more, is communicated absolutely non-verbally and in a way that both men and women somehow seem to understand while chaotically jerking their bodies. It is like they all developed telepathic abilities. Sunny scowled. Anyway, these gyrations are clearly meant to illustrate one's high value as a romantic partner. And that is what this dance is, a venue for the dancers to seek out physically desirable partners. However, everyone acts as if it's not. In fact, most of these people are pretending that the exact opposite is true. He rubbed his chin. As if showing interest is in itself an admission of inadequacy and undesirability. Those who do manage to find partners do it through a series of obscure hints and silent signals. This is so inefficient. Why can't people just honestly state their goals and desires? They are all pursuing the same result, anyway. Changing Star nodded thoughtfully. Effie, who was leaning on the railing near them, stared at the two of them with a perplexed expression. Then, the huntress slowly shook her head. You are both idiots, you know that? Sunny and Nephi looked at her with surprise, their movement almost simultaneous. What? Why? Is this analysis wrong? Effie let out an exasperated sigh. They are just having fun. Gods, don't you know what fun is? Believe it or not, it's just pleasurable to let loose and move your body to loud music sometimes. Actually, you should try it. A very similar expression of subdued revulsion appeared on both of their faces. No, thank you. I'd rather not. The huntress rolled her eyes. As for that stuff about seeking partners, what's wrong with that? Other things can be pleasurable too, you know. Both Sunny and Nephi blinked. How frivolous. Of course, I do. Don't I know it well? Effie groaned and grabbed her head. Hopeless, both of them. After a few moments, she sighed, then looked at Nephi and asked. Well, anyway. This is a perfect example of what humans like to do. Is it working? Do you feel better connected to humanity? Changing Star hesitated, then looked back at the mass of dancing people and remained silent for a while. Then, she said. It is strange. To see so many people, acting so carelessly. To be honest, all I can think about Her face turned somber. Nephi's lingered for a moment as she studied the crowd with a dark expression. Is how easy it would be to kill them all. They are just so unaware, and unprepared. After long years of living in a state of constant pain and struggle, desperately trying to survive and fighting harrowing enemies almost every day, it must have been hard for her to come to terms with this strange, peaceful reality. Neph might have returned to the waking world, but her mentality was slow to adjust. It was still in the dreadful grasp of the dream realm. Mentally, Changing Star was still living in a nightmare. Effie looked at her with a dubious frown. You would be surprised. This is an expensive club, so a lot of these people are awakened. In fact, I'd say that places like these have a higher concentration of awakened than pretty much anywhere else in the city, except for the academy. This club is better suited to resist a sudden gate manifestation than the headquarters of most legacy clans. Neph glanced at her with surprise. Really? The huntress grinned. Of course. Not all awakened are obsessed with fighting like the two of you. They treat the dream realm as their job, not their whole existence. While they sleep, they perform their duties, man the walls, fight the attacking nightmare creatures, maintain their citadels, and so on. When they wake up, they go about their actual lives. Effie smiled, then gestured at the dancing crowd and added. After they return from the dream realm, most awakened spend at least a part of their day training to raise their usefulness to the citadel and increase their chances of survival. Some have important jobs to perform in the waking world, as well. Our infrastructure runs on spell tech, after all. She shook her head. But other than that, here's plenty of time to live and have fun. It doesn't have to be all work, without stop. Some might even say that not having any other interests is detrimental. The huntress looked at them and shrugged. I mean, how can you be motivated to fight for this world if you never experience all the nice things that it has to offer? Maybe that is why your counselor told you to participate in mundane human activities, Neph. Awakened and especially masters like us need to anchor ourselves to humanity, somehow. But there's no gateways here. Sunny took a sniff of the strange sparkling liquid in his glass, then carefully tasted it. This champagne, or whatever it was called, was way too expensive for him to pass the chance of getting his money's worth out of it. Well, he wasn't paying today, but still. It was a matter of principle. Of course, Sunny had sworn off alcohol, but with him being a master now, there was no way for him to get drunk unless he wanted to. Not because of mundane drinks like this one, anyway. Unless he consciously willed otherwise, his body was going to treat alcohol as a weak poison and resist it. Tastes, sweet. But also bitter. Very refreshing, though. How strange. Effie's words made him thoughtful. She was not entirely wrong. Sunny himself felt a bit ambivalent about the waking world, which had not been kind to him in the past. He only liked it better than the dream realm because it was safer and had nice things, like delicious food, comfortable furniture, and network dramas. Also, Rain was here. But what if an awakened was indifferent to all those things? Would they even feel compelled to do anything to protect the waking world? What was going to stop them from abandoning the mundane completely after they became a master or a saint? Or a sovereign? Nephis, meanwhile, continued to study the dance hall. After a while, she said. There might be many awakened here, but how prepared are they to fight against a flood of nightmare creatures? It takes a lot of courage to face an opening gate. Out of those who are courageous, how many are competent enough to make a difference? Not everyone is like Mongrel. Very few can stand their ground and fight. Effie gave her a strange look. Huh? Have you been watching a lot of videos on the network, princess? You are quoting Mongrel now? Changing Star shrugged. I just find him admirable. The huntress suddenly grinned and said in a conspiratorial tone. Neph, do you maybe have a crush on Lord Mongrel? Sunny almost spat out his champagne. He turned slightly and threw a murderous glance at Effie. Nephis, however, remained nonchalant. She showed no reaction and simply said. I just appreciate his skill and his integrity. At first, I was merely attracted by how beautiful his swordsmanship is. Flowing, unpredictable. Supremely adaptable. I watched a few of his duels, as well as his performances in the Dream Tournament. His dedication, versatility, and domineering attitude left a deep impression on me. Changing Star shook her head. But those were just games. It was only when I stumbled on a clip of Mongrel single-handedly stalling several waves of nightmare creatures in front of a gate that I truly grew to appreciate his character. In my opinion, he is what a true awakened should strive to be. Someone who is not resigned to bowing down to the spell, and is determined to resist it instead. His will, mastery of combat, and wisdom are commendable. It warms my heart to know that there are warriors like him out there. Sunny gripped his glass and forced out an awkward smile. Hey, let's not go overboard about that mongrel guy, shall we? He's not that great. I mean, he was not really alone at that gate, there were other awakened helping him. As for all that wisdom stuff, I am willing to bet that he did not mean any of the crap he said. Nephice looked at him with surprise. I disagree. I think that mongrel deserves all the praise. He is truly remarkable. Effie, meanwhile, were looking at them with a grin. Sunny suddenly got a bad feeling. Before he could say something, however, the huntress leaned forward and whispered into Neff's ear. You do know that Sunny is mongrel, right? Sunny choked on his champagne. The exquisite glass cracked slightly in his hand. Nephice froze. Her face remained still as ever. However, despite the dim lighting of the nightclub, he could swear there was a hint of pink slowly appearing on her cheeks. Was she blushing? Damned Effie. I'll kill her. Changing Star remained silent for a while, then said in her usual even tone. Of course. I definitely knew that. She straightened her back, and then added. I was just commenting on his perceived accomplishments. Now, if you'll excuse me. I need to visit the restroom. She glanced at Sunny and Effie with a deadpan expression, then turned around and walked away. Her pace was calm and steady. Not rushed at all. Effie waited for a few moments, then threw her head back and exploded in laughter. Oh, gods. Doesn't make any sense, so inefficient. I can't with these two. Sunny glared at her with murder in his eyes. He remained silent for a few moments, then said softly. Hey, Effie? She looked at him with a wide grin. What, doofus? He sighed, then rotated his shoulders a few times. Do you have a will? The huntress blinked a couple of times. Sure. I made one before the second nightmare. Why? Sunny looked at her and smiled politely. Oh, no reason. No reason at all. Chapter 793 Memories of the Future Plus, Turn Off Reset. Effie wisely chose that moment to disappear and join the dancing crowd below. Sunny ground his teeth for a few moments, then shook his head and walked to the table, landing on a luxurious lounge chair with a sigh. Kai briefly glanced at him and smiled. Where are Effie and Lady Nephice? Sunny stared at him for a few moments, then looked away. Effie went to dance. Neff is in the bathroom. Also, will you cut it out with the lady stuff? The two of you spent months traversing the Forgotten Shore together, back when we were returning from the Hollow Mountains. She is also younger than you. That is more than enough to drop the formalities, don't you think? The archer coughed. Oh. Well. I'll try. He didn't sound very convincing, forcing Sunny to roll his eyes. Anyway, what do we have here? At some point, a waiter had entered the lounge and placed a tray of various foods on the table, while trying very hard not to throw reverent looks at the distinguished guests. Knowing that there would be no chance for him to taste anything once Effie returned, Sunny used the opportunity to try a few. As he chewed on a piece of cheese that had been dipped into a sweet, viscous amber liquid, Sunny smiled in delight and asked. Wow. What's that sugary syrup? Cassie turned to him, then smelled the air. I think it's honey. Sunny blinked a couple of times. The word was familiar, but he usually heard it used as a term of endearment. Who knew that it had actually come from something this delicious? What is honey, though? The blind girl tilted her head a little, then said with a bit of surprise in her voice. Well, it is a sort of liquid that special insects produce by ingesting and regurgitating floral nectar. I guess. Sunny froze, grew a little pale, and slowly pushed the cheese plate away from himself. I see. I see. Good to know. With that, he gulped a mouthful of champagne and tried to discreetly rinse his mouth. Sunny was never picky about his food. He had even sustained himself on raw, rotting mimic meat for an entire month once. But even he had his limits. Damned rich people, what are they going to come up with next? Soon, Nephi's returned. She was acting as if nothing had happened, and her face was perfectly composed. However, there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. As she sat down, Kai hesitated for a moment, and then said, You seem concerned. Did anything happen, Nephi's? Changing Star paid no attention to the lack of lady and simply shook her head. Nothing. I just overheard a bit of a strange conversation on my way back. Apparently, there is a little snack here in the VIP lounge that those women would want to taste. Odd. Why wouldn't they just order it themselves? Well, maybe it is not on the common menu. Sunny glanced at the small bowl of honey with disgust and sneered. If they want it, they can have it. I have no objections. They are free to gobble it up, as far as I'm concerned. Ignoring a strange glance from Kai, Sunny took a sip of champagne and relaxed a little. That was the point of today's outing, anyway. After days of serving as a punching bag for an untrained master, he deserved some rest. Soon enough, Effie returned. The huntress was practically beaming with delight. She quickly destroyed most of their food, poured herself a drink, and grinned. This is fun. We should go out more often. Sunny and Nephi looked at her in horror, while Kai nodded. Indeed. It's just a shame that they don't have live music. Effie, meanwhile, looked around with a bit of curious expression. This is strange, though. I never imagined living like this. I mean, my goal was always to become a master. But now that I did, everything seems a little surreal. The archer smiled wistfully. Yes, life is full of surprises, isn't it? Before the Forgotten Shore, I had a clear picture of what my future would look like. Then, for years, I tried not to think about the future at all. And now that I reached that future, it's not like what I thought it would be. Not even a little bit. Cassie let out a small sigh. Me too. When I look back on my younger self and think about what she expected from the future, I can't believe how naive and short-sighted she was. She feels like a stranger. A few gazes fell on Sunny. He raised his eyebrow, and then said, What? This is exactly how I imagined my life would go, actually. After I returned from the first nightmare, I thought that I would soon be a full citizen, super rich, and have unlimited access to tasty food. So I don't know what you're talking about. For me, everything went according to plan. Effie rolled her eyes, and then glanced at Nephi. What about you, princess? Changing Star lingered for a moment, then shrugged. I am exactly where I expected to be, too. Of course, the details are different. But the result is the same. Legacies don't really have a choice in these matters. Sunny suddenly became curious. I heard that all children of legacy clans are inevitably infected by the nightmare spell. There is just no chance for them to remain mundane. Is this true? If so, why? What is so special about your kind? Nephi took a sip of champagne, thought for a moment, and then said calmly. There is nothing special about legacies, as far as one's chances of becoming infected go. We are not inherently predisposed to awaken, unlike what many people believe. There are just certain measures that a clan can undertake to make sure that its heirs do. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Like what? Neff looked at him evenly. It is simple, really. The parents of a legacy child just have to implore for assistance from a saint. That is why lesser clans always seek to ally themselves with more powerful ones. The child is brought to the dream realm, and then returned to the clan. This way, the seed is already planted in their soul. Once they come of age, it is inevitable for the seed to bloom, and bring them to the first nightmare. Sunny frowned, feeling something strange about her phrasing. Seed? As in, the seed of nightmare? Changing Star calmly nodded. Of course. The first nightmare is not different from all the rest. It is also born from a seed. It is just that this seed does not grow in the dream realm. Instead, it grows in a human soul. Have you never thought why there are no gates of the first category? Well, there are, of course. Every aspirant that fails their first nightmare becomes a miniature gate, allowing a single nightmare creature to enter the waking world. That is why their corpses turn into monsters. The sudden revelation brought the mood down for a few minutes. Sunny silently drank his champagne, thinking about what Neff had just said. It made a lot of sense, in a dark and disturbing way. It also shed some light on how the spell chose its victims. He doubted that a seed of nightmare, no matter how small, could bloom in just any soul. It probably required fertile soil to take root. Of course, in this ravaged world, there were plenty of broken and traumatized people whose souls could nurture a nightmare seed. It had been even more so 50 years ago, when the spell first appeared. Had the collective anguish and torment of those lucky few who had survived the dark times summoned it from whatever hell the spell existed in, ushering the rise of the first generation of the awakened and everything that followed? He did not know, and doubted that he would find out any time soon, if ever. Nevertheless, there was another interesting hint in what Nephi's had explained to them. If legacies wanted their children to inherit the mantle, and only saints could ensure that the poor kids would be doomed to either awaken or die, then saints held even more power among the legacy clans than he had thought. And who were the first saints of humanity? Asterion, Kisong, Andal of Vale, and Broken Sword. They were the first, and at some point the only people who all legacy clans had to befriend if they wanted to ensure that their bloodlines continued walking on the path of ascension. Was that, perhaps, the initial reason that had elevated the great clans above all the rest? Interesting. He was not in the mood to ponder the origins of power that the sovereigns held, however. Thinking about the great clans made him feel sour. Since today was Sunny's day off, he chased the weary thoughts away and tried to enjoy his drink instead. Cassie, meanwhile, said with a deep frown. Isn't it too cruel, to subject your children to such fate? And without even giving them a choice. Only 1 out of 3 aspirants survives the first nightmare. Of course, that strongly depends on how well prepared they are, so the number should be less gruesome among the legacies. But, still, what kind of parent would do something like that to their child? Nephi lingered for a while, then sighed. It all depends on your point of view. Sure, it might seem cruel to some. But some might see it as giving their child a chance to grow strong in a world that is not kind to the powerless. Legacies are a warrior caste, at their core. They were born from a ruthless war, one that almost destroyed all of humanity. I can understand why they value strength and duty above all else. All that talk about parents and children brought Sunny into a dark mood. He was 20 now, he was more or less an adult. In fact, he was already older than his mother had been when she had him. This realization made him feel very strange. Sunny stared into his glass for a few minutes with a grim expression, then sighed and stood up. I'll be back in a few. With that, he left his friends and went away in search of a bathroom. In truth, he just wanted to be alone for a bit. Soon, he was staring at his reflection as the water was running from an exquisite brass faucet. The young man staring at him from the mirror did not seem amused. Sunny frowned, thinking about whether Mordred was hiding somewhere in the mirror. It had become a habit of his to consider such things from time to time. Luckily, this time, the Prince of Nothing seemed to be nowhere to be found. Sunny sighed in relief, and then left the bathroom to return to the VIP lounge. On his way, however, he encountered a small disturbance. A group of young men and women were blocking his way, discussing something with one of the club's employees in loud voices. Their clothes looked extremely expensive, and their appearance was impeccably high class. As he came closer, he heard the most extravagant-looking member of the group saying with outrage, "What do you mean, you can't let us inside? This is our usual spot. I can see from here that there's plenty of room left in the lounge. The beautiful ladies inside wouldn't mind some company, I'm sure. Actually, I am willing to bet that my friend and I can show them far greater time than their present companion." The hostess looked at him and said in an awkward tone, "Sir, I am very sorry, but the whole VIP lounge was reserved by the esteemed guests." The young man scoffed. "Esteemed guests? Do you even know who I am? I sincerely doubt that anyone in this ramshackle parlor of yours has more esteem than I." Sunny sighed, approached the group of young people, and patted the loudmouth on the shoulder. The young man looked down in confusion, then frowned. "I suggest you unhand me, friend, what do you want?" Sunny smiled. "Relax, buddy. I just want to give you a small piece of advice." He hugged the young man with one arm, turned him to face the VIP lounge, and pointed at Nephi's, Cassie, Effie, and Kai, who could barely be seen from that spot. "Do you see these people? Do you know who they are?" The loudmouth scowled, then thought for a moment and asked with curiosity, "Oh, you know these beauties? Who are they?" Sunny's grin grew wider. "Well, let me tell you. They are all experienced murderers and killers. I once saw the tall one tear a fallen beast apart, devour its meat, and gnaw on its bones. The pretty guy next to her used to be nice, but after being burned alive and having his skin replaced with primitive grafts by an unlicensed medical practitioner, he developed some strange ideas. That delicate blonde girl is actually the most terrifying. There are 50 powerful awakened that follow her around like lost puppies and eat from the palm of her hand, all willing to obey her commands. Every one of them is a maniac. That stunning, incredible beauty next to her, boy, I don't even know where to start. She was contemplating killing everyone in this club just half an hour ago. Luckily, we managed to distract her." With each word, the young man grew paler and paler. His friends were suddenly silent, too. When Sunny was done speaking, the loudmouth nervously looked at the pale hand that was resting on his shoulder, and asked in a small voice, and who might you be?" Sunny smiled brilliantly. "Me? Oh, I live with 2 of these girls. I have a nice house, you know, with very special facilities, of the underground kind, if you know what I mean. The third, I had to spend almost a month locked in a cage with that one. Gods, that was rough. As for the skin-graft guy, he drives me around." The young man turned slightly green, then gently moved Sunny's hand off his shoulder and backed away. See. Thank you very much for the advice, sir. On second thought, we should be going. Oh my, look at the time." His group suddenly disappeared, as if they had never been there in the first place. Sunny looked at the hostess and shrugged. "Well, whatever. By the way, we're out of snacks. Could you bring us some more?" No honey, please." To Sunny's absolute shock, nothing really happened for the rest of the night. There was no deadly brawl that forced the cohort to intervene, no emissary of the great clans arrived to crash the party, no gate opened right in front of the club. He had been fully prepared for something to go terribly wrong, but in the end, nothing did. How odd. The 5 masters simply had a good time listening to loud music, being served delicious drinks and food, and enjoying each other's company. Sunny did not know if this outing was helping Nephi in a way that she had hoped it would, but he found it unexpectedly relaxing. Spending quality time with good friends was what normal humans were supposed to enjoy, after all. However, he had never had such an opportunity as a mundane. Sunny had never really fit into any of the groups he had tried to become a part of in the outskirts. He had always existed on their periphery before being expelled from them, as if something about him caused a subconscious rejection. He did not really know what had changed. Maybe it were the people he was with, or maybe it were the circumstances that had brought them together. Most likely, it was Sunny himself that had become different. In any case, for the first time in his life, he felt safe and secure about his place. He felt as if he truly belonged with these people. That did not mean that they were connected at the hip, of course. In fact, the members of the cohort had plenty of differences and underlying conflicts that had the potential to push them away from each other. Even the phrase itself was not exactly accurate. At this point, they were not really members of a distinct cohort anymore. Even if all five chose to pursue the same goal together, which was rather improbable, masters rarely operated in groups. They were too rare and powerful for such an arrangement. Most ascended acted independently, only gathering together to face especially terrible threats. But that was all right. This was how mature relationships were supposed to work. Sunny and his friends did not have to spend every waking minute together to preserve their bond. It was deep and tempered enough to remain strong even if each of them walked their separate path from now on. Still, the prospect of separation made Sunny feel wistful. He would have preferred for the five of them to stay together, at least in some capacity. However, the future was too obscure. Until the fateful ball, it was hard to say in which direction their lives would go. That was why this rare moment was so precious. Throwing all serious thoughts out of his mind, Sunny relaxed and tried to enjoy it as much as he could. Who knew when they would have a chance to spend such a peaceful evening together again, if ever. Steel was once again striking against steel in the underground dojo. Well, alloy was striking against alloy, to be more precise. For once, Sunny was not suffering on the receiving end of Changing Star's assault. The slender young woman was actually sitting on top of his inactive sleeping pod with her eyes closed, meditating as she controlled the soul essence rushing through her body. Instead, Sunny was defending himself against earnest, but amateurish attacks delivered by Rain. What a nice change of pace. The teenage girl was trying her best to get through his defense, but even when Sunny drastically toned down his speed and strength, her efforts were simply not enough. Despite her hard work, outstanding talent, and the swift improvement she had made, Rain was like an open book for him. Of course, he couldn't expect much from a mundane teenager. Still, her performance today was far from stellar. Sunny frowned. Concentrate. You are distracted. Rain gritted her teeth and tried, but her mind was obviously elsewhere. A few minutes later, he was forced to command her to stop and stared at his pupil without dissatisfaction. Are you going to take it seriously or not? What is wrong with you today? Sunny knew that he had lucked out with his student. Unlike most teenagers, Rain had never given him any trouble with regard to her diligence and motivation. It was only natural for her to try and slack off eventually, but he had already gotten used to his sister giving it her all during their lessons. Now, nothing short of excellence would do. Rain breathed heavily, then threw a furtive glance at the alcove containing the sleeping pod and the dreamscape pod. His cheeks turned slightly red. Sorry. I can't. Lady Changing Star is here. Sunny scowled. What about her? The teenage girl looked at him with embarrassment and then said in a small voice. You don't get it, she's watching. Sunny blinked a couple of times and then stared at her in confusion. Her eyes are closed. And anyway, you can't fight properly because someone is watching? Are you kidding me? Do you think that battles happen in private or something? Rain shook her head. It's not just someone. It's the Changing Star. She is, you know. Famous. Sunny scratched the back of his head. I am famous too, you know. But look at Nephice. She is somewhat of my #1 fan, as it turns out, yet she is practicing diligently, without letting anything distract her. She is not starstruck at all. The teenage girl shook her head again. It's different. I know that you are a big deal. I am also used to seeing Effie and Lady Kasha. Even night. But Lady Nephice is on a whole other level. She's not just a celebrity, she actually matters. She is one of the mostest people. Sunny glared at his little sister. actually matters? Ouch. He sighed, then lowered his alloy stick and summoned the endless spring. I guess we're going to have a different kind of lesson today. Sunny put a hand on Rain's shoulder and pointed at Nephi's. You're a smart kid, Rain. Your father works for the government. You should be able to separate truth from propaganda. Sure, Neph is an extraordinary individual, and she achieved a lot of incredible things. But she is just a human. All that stuff that is clouding your head is just an illusion that other humans created to shove an uplifting narrative down the population's throat. You can't be that gullible and believe in things that aren't real. The teenage girl remained silent for a bit, then frowned. But, these things are real. Whether they are true or not, people believe in them. So they're real. Sunny tilted his head a little. What do you mean? Rain glanced at him and shrugged. It is because my father works for the government that I know this stuff. Well, let's say that millions of people believe that Lady Nephis is the hero that is going to lead humanity to conquer the fourth nightmare. It doesn't matter if she truly is. As long as people believe it, she has influence over them. Her image might be an illusion, but that influence is real. Which means that her power is also real. Do you understand? He stared at her in bewilderment. So, you are saying that just because someone decided to make Neph into a powerful hero and manipulated people into believing that she actually became one? Rain nodded. Think about it. If Lady Nephis decides to appear in public tomorrow and appeal for people to take arms and join the government army, tens of thousands of new recruits will answer the call. Maybe even hundreds of thousands. How can something that can affect hundreds of thousands of lives not be real? So, she is different from a celebrity like Knight, or a master like you. She is the real deal. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Why am I getting schooled by my student? About lies and deceit, of all things. The worst part of it was that Rain made a lot of sense. Power was an elusive concept, so was the difference between the real and the unreal. It was easy to point at an object and say that it was real. One could see it, touch it, and break it. But what about less tangible things? Was friendship real? Or love? Or belief, for example? If belief in something could affect millions of people, cause them to throw themselves into a war, persecute a group of individuals, or build incredible miracles of architecture, it was indeed stupid to say that the thing they believed in was not real. Since it was able to exert influence on the real world, the object of their belief stopped being an illusion and became something different. Something like a deity? Sunny frowned. What the hell am I thinking about? I was supposed to discipline my lazy student, not go on a philosophical tangent about the nature of divinity. It did not apply to actual gods, anyway. When they had been alive, the gods did not care about who believed in them and why. Why would they, if their power had been born long before humanity even existed? At that point, Nephi suddenly turned her head and said without opening her eyes. You talk too much. Keep swinging that sword, Rain. The teenage girl flinched and obediently raised her weapon. Yes, Lady Nephis. Sunny opened his mouth. Wait, who's the teacher here? Neph, meanwhile, lingered for a moment and added. The power you talk about might be real, but it is fragile and insubstantial. It can be broken just as easily as it was created, unless the person wielding it has actual strength to defend it. At the end of the day, nothing that has been handed to you is as valuable as what you have nurtured and cultivated yourself. So, don't slack off in your training. Her expression softened a little, and the corner of her mouth curved upward. You are doing very well already. Just continue practicing with the same determination. A bright smile suddenly appeared on Rain's face. Really? You really think so? Sunny said so, too. He said that I am way better than he was. Nephi slowly shook her head. Sunny did not have a systematic education and the solid foundation that you enjoy. He never had a proper teacher, let alone a personal tutor. And yet, he has achieved so much, in such a short time. You are far from his level, for now. Even if you catch up to his corresponding accomplishments, it won't be enough. With your background and advantages, the only acceptable result is to surpass them. Sunny scoffed. Yeah, no way that happens. Rain threw an angry look at him, and then said defensively. But I am not even a sleeper. I don't have a soul core and an aspect. I can't do what he did. Neff opened her eyes and looked at the teenage girl somberly. It doesn't matter if you are an awakened, a sleeper, or a mundane human. Chances are, you won't even be infected by the spell. That doesn't mean that you have an excuse to remain weak. In fact, that only makes your need to grow stronger more dire. She sighed. Most people in this world are mundane, and yet, they face the same dangers. I've known many brave individuals who did not possess supernatural strength or a powerful aspect. It takes a lot of courage to resist the tyranny of the spell without them. Those people might have not wielded weapons or fought on the front lines of this war, but they were more courageous than most awakened I've seen. And the impact they made was no less real. Nephi's closed her eyes again and resumed cycling her essence. Strength is strength. Whether you become an awakened or not, you'll need it. So, train earnestly. Don't let my presence distract you. Sunny felt like he urgently needed to say something. He cleared his throat and looked at Rain solemnly. Yeah. This world is not kind to the weak. Well, you know this, wasn't that the reason you asked me to train you, in the first place? So, stop staring at Neff and get to work. The teenage girl hesitated for a few moments, and then bowed. Thank you, Grand Teacher. Sunny ground his teeth. What? Why don't I get a thank you? What the hell? The alloy stick in his hand came to life, shooting forward to strike Rain on the shoulder. However, the girl had not let down her guard. Reacting with surprising speed, she sidestepped his attack and deflected the stick with her training sword, then counterattacked. Sunny almost got hit in the nose. He hid his surprise and continued pressuring his student. Well, whatever just happened, appears to have worked. Rain did not seem distracted anymore, at least. On a cold winter morning, two people were making their way through the black slush that drowned a rundown street, piling high near the dirty walls of the cheap panel buildings that clung to each other, as if for warmth. The loud sound of their steps echoed in the dim twilight, making it seem as if a monster was chewing on rotten flesh. Nephi glanced at the dirt covering her expensive boots, then smelled the air and grimaced. Adjusting the collar of her white coat, she then glanced at Sunny and asked, "Why are we here, exactly?" He shoved his hands into his pockets and shrugged. "Weren't you told to submerge yourself into how mundane humans live? Well, here we are. This is life, too." He gestured at the ugly landscape that surrounded them and sighed. After several years, Sunny was back in the outskirts. Brings back memories. In the aftermath of the collapse of old humanity, ravages of war and natural cataclysms made most of the planet uninhabitable. To exist in relative safety, people had to congregate in large cities like the one he had grown up in, the Northern Quadrant's siege capital. Everywhere else was either drowned underwater or looked like a desert. Of course, life persisted. Some trees and plants were still clinging to life. Large mammals mostly went extinct, but a few species of animals and insects had managed to adapt. However, the damage to most ecosystems was too severe. The earth turned barren, the water turned poisonous, and even the air itself was not safe to breathe anymore. Luckily, humans had technology to help them survive. The city incorporated sophisticated water filtration systems, food distribution infrastructure and other means of keeping the population alive. It was surrounded by tall barrier walls that prevented excessive microdust, various toxins, stray remnants of weaponized bacteria, harmful radiation, and other hazards from getting into the air supply. Sunny did not know much about how the barriers worked, but they were sufficiently effective in keeping the city in a bubble of breathable air. Of course, each district also possessed its own additional means of purifying the air even further. The problem, however, was that the barriers were stationary, while the city was not. The human population across the planet had dropped, but here in NQSC, it was slowly growing. As a result, the city grew, too. It stretched further and further, both into the sky and underground. Of course, it also sprawled horizontally. Eventually, the city had outgrown the circle of barriers. Hence, the outskirts appeared. Although there were new barrier walls in construction, their completion required vast amounts of funding, human resources, and even more time. The colossal, skeletal frames of unfinished barriers had loomed above the outskirts for as long as Sunny could remember, unfinished. With what he knew now, he doubted that they would ever be completed at all. In any case, whole generations of people like him had already lived and died outside their protection. The air in the outskirts might not have been as bad as in the desolate wilderness beyond, but it was far from safe. Those who breathed it every day did not tend to enjoy good health or long lives. It reeked. Breathing in the familiar stench, Sunny struggled not to follow Neff's example and grimace. He had been accustomed to the smell for most of his life and never paid it much attention, but just a few years of sweet life in the dream realm and in the better parts of the city made it seem rather intense. What's the big deal? It's not that bad in winter, anyway. Just like the air, all other facets of life in the outskirts were barely suited for human life, as well. The buildings were straining to keep themselves together, clean water was scarce, most food came in the form of synth-paste rations provided by the government. Everything was dirty, worn out, and on the verge of collapse. The infrastructure barely functioned. Theoretically, there was supposed to be a working transportation system with connections to the rest of the city, but in practice, it broke down and malfunctioned so often that getting anywhere with its help was hard. That was the reason why Sunny and Nephi's were currently on foot. He did not regret this turn of events, however, because that gave them the chance to get a good look at people who lived in the outskirts. Just like the slums themselves, the inhabitants looked decrepit. They were all frail, thin, and with unhealthy skin. The most striking difference was their height. People who lived in the outskirts were much shorter than those who lived in the inner city, mostly due to malnourishment and sickness. In short, they all looked similar to how Sunny had been before the first nightmare. Looking at them now, he couldn't help but think of his past. Only 3 years and a few months ago, he had left this place, thinking that he would never return. But Sunny was already a very different person. He saw the familiar sights differently, too. This is so strange. Sunny had always thought of himself as someone from the outskirts, but now, after traveling through several regions of the dream realm and building a life for himself in the city, Sunny suddenly understood that the outskirts were not a monolithic place. They were actually vast and encompassed numerous different areas. He had only ever known and explored a small part of them. The only world he had known for most of his life was even smaller than he had thought. How could it not be so? Sunny had never considered such things, but after his last conversation with Master Jet, he realized the true scope of it all. From what she had told him, there were somewhere between 60 and 70 million people living in the outskirts. 20% of the total population of the city existed in these unpleasant conditions, barely surviving as they were slowly ground to dust. If the mass evacuation from Antarctica succeeded, that number was going to grow even further. The outskirts were much greater than Sunny had ever thought. More than that, every city that remained on Earth had its own version of them, even if the excess population of NQSC was by far the largest. Thinking about all the struggle, misery, and desperate hope that surrounded him, Sunny sighed. People were people. Even in this pit, they found ways to adapt and find moments of happiness. They never lost their motivation to live and seek purpose. It's just that those moments were rare, and their lives were usually on the shorter side. His family had not been unhappy until it was destroyed. People more lucky than him could have a semblance of a decent life even in the outskirts, although their chances were slim. Nephi grew silent, observing the inhabitants of the outskirts with her usual distant expression. However, there was a hint of emotion hiding deep in her eyes. After a while, she turned to Sunny and asked, "Are we here to just walk around?" He looked forward, then shook his head. "No. We came here for a reason." Soon, the narrow street they were walking on made way for a small lot. Spaces like these were not rare in the outskirts, since no one really bothered with city planning here. The mess of streets and alleys grew chaotically, with many of them being nothing but an accidental result of tall buildings, factories, and massive human hives being constructed in close proximity to each other. As a result, there were plenty of random gaps like this one around. What made the empty lot special, however, was that it had somehow turned into a small park. Greenery was exceedingly rare in the outskirts, which made the park especially precious. The modest space in front of them was currently covered by dirty snow, but come spring, patches of real grass were going to appear from beneath it. There were a few bushes, a frozen pond, and a lonely tree that somehow clung to life despite all reason. Currently, it stood bare and dark, devoid of the bright crown of its leaves. The park was surrounded by tall buildings, making it seem as if it was situated on the bottom of a deep well. Sparse sunlight fell on the tree from far above, illuminating its thin branches and the gray snowflakes that swirled in the air around them. There were several clean pathways through the snow, as well as a few damaged and vandalized benches here and there. Several people were sitting on the benches, enjoying a quiet moment of respite. They gave the young woman dressed in white and the young man dressed in black uneasy looks. Nephi studied the park for a few moments, then glanced at Sunny. "Aren't you wary that something can happen?" He took a look at her, then at himself. Both were obviously out of place, considering their physical appearance and expensive clothes. Everything about them screamed of wealth, status, and citizenship. Sunny doubted that the inhabitants of the outskirts would recognize them as ascended, but they would inevitably come to the conclusion that the strangers were rich. He shrugged. What can happen? Even if some idiots decide to try and rob us, the worst they can do is shoot at us with cheap firearms. I doubt that their bullets can bruise our skin, let alone penetrate it. One would have to use a heavy assault vehicle with state-of-the-art magnetic cannon, or better yet a spell-tech armament, to leave a small scratch on the body of a master. Even then, landing a shot would not be easy. Nephi shook her head. I'm not worried about us. I'm worried about the idiots. Sunny smiled. Well, don't be. If there is one thing we outskirt rats are good at, it's self-preservation. Anyone can see that both of us are killers. They'll stay away. Changing Star gave him a hesitant nod. A few moments later, she asked. So what is the reason? He lingered for a moment, then shrugged. I met your mother already. So I thought I would bring you to meet mine. Nephi raised an eyebrow. I thought your mother was dead. Sunny nodded. She is. Come. He headed toward the tree, knowing that Neph would follow. As they approached, Sunny sighed and said in a neutral tone. Most people in the outskirts don't get to have a burial, so there are no graves either. Space is a precious commodity, energy and fuel are, too. Human remains are usually dissolved, and then discarded. Still, it is nice to have a special place to remember them by. This tree is such a place for me. A long time ago, I carved 2 lines into it, one for my mom, and one for my dad. He stopped and stared at the tree, a distant expression appearing on his face. In truth, Sunny had been thinking about his mother a lot recently, and that prompted him to visit the small park. Taking Nephi so long was just an afterthought. He had decided that showing her the hidden side of the city would do her some good. It could give her perspective, at least. As they stood silently under the tree, Nephi studied it for a while, and then suddenly said. There are 3 lines. Sunny looked at her in confusion. What? Neph pointed to the bottom of the trunk. There is a 3rd line. He stared at her for a moment, then turned away. Oh. The 3rd line is for me. I added it before going away to face the first nightmare. Changing Star glanced at him, then asked in her usual even tone. Were you not confident of conquering it? Sunny laughed. Gods, no. I was pretty sure that I would die. I was ready to, actually. Back then. I was sort of ambivalent about life, I guess. Very few people from the outskirts survive their nightmares. We are physically weak and less educated than proper citizens. Local schools are not exactly known for training skilled fighters. He remained silent for a moment, and then added. It's weird, actually. A large part of why I survived the first nightmare was exactly because I did not really care to survive. Since I already accepted that I would die, I did not worry too much about anything. No matter what happened, I was able to calmly react instead of panicking. I acted with unrestrained coldness and calculation. Sunny sighed. Of course, such an attitude is of limited utility. It helped me at the start, but one can't get far by acting like a walking corpse. It was only halfway through the nightmare that I suddenly decided that I wanted to live. And once I did, I really, really wanted to live. That was what pushed me to go on despite all reason, and eventually escape. He looked at the lonely tree, lingered, and said, I haven't been back here since. When I was carving the third line for myself, I had no idea that I would return one day as a master, let alone one with the special strategic asset designation and enough value to make both the government and the great clans fight over me. Sunny shook his head and grinned. What a strange turn of events, huh? They stood silently under the tree for a while. Eventually, Nephi looked at him and said evenly. You did well. Sunny glanced at her with a pale smile, then nodded. I guess I did, didn't I? My mom would have been very happy. If she was alive, that is. I am healthy, well-fed, and have a house in a good part of the city. I even found a student. These things might not sound like much to you, but to her, they would have been like a dream. He turned to the tree and added after a short pause. I don't really remember my dad too well, because I was too little when he passed away. But my mom, I remember her perfectly. She was, like a ray of sunshine. The strangest thing, though, is that when I was a kid, she was the whole world to me. I thought that she knew everything, could do anything. But now, I realize that she was barely older than we are. She was more or less a kid herself. Nephi looked at him and said. But we aren't kids. Sunny tilted his head, then shrugged. That is true, I guess. We are adults, which is a strange thought. I don't really feel very different from how I was before, at least not in terms of being confident and knowing what the hell I am doing. Changing Star sighed, then shook her head a little. That is because you have been an adult for a long time. People like us have to grow up early. Sunny thought about it for a moment. I don't know. I have a suspicion that when I look back on today in a decade or so, I will be dismayed by how big of an idiot I was. Nephi smiled with the corner of her mouth. That has nothing to do with adulthood. He spared her a short glance and scoffed. That was the point where you were supposed to say that I am not an idiot, you know. She stared at him with a deadpan expression, then said in her usual tone. I know. Sunny couldn't help but laugh. Anyway. I don't really understand why I wanted to come here. I guess I expected to feel something, and I do. It's just not what I thought I wells feel. Nephi lingered for a few moments. Eventually, he said with a hint of hesitation in her voice. Do you maybe want to say something to your mother? Sunny lingered for a while, then shook his head. What is the point? She is dead, and the dead can't hear anything. They are simply gone. They only exist in the memories of the past. I would rather concentrate on the future. Despite the fact that he had achieved many things that his mother would have wanted for him, it had not been without a cost. His house, his wealth, and the fridge full of food he had back home were only one side of his life. The other side was full of dire things like the sovereigns, the Obel scale. And Nephi's. His bond with her was a dire thing, too. His future was not cloudless at all. The past few weeks had been some of the calmest and most enjoyable in Sunny's life. He had mostly been in Neff's company, doing nothing but training and spending time with her. He had hidden his head in the sand and refused to think about all the troubles that loomed on the horizon. That pleasant time was coming to an end. In a few days, Nephi's was going to finally leave to face the Fire Keepers. About a week after that, they were going to accept Clan Valor's invitation and attend their ball. After that, everything was going to change. Their futures were going to be decided on that day. Sunny found himself standing at a crossroad, not knowing where any of the roads actually led. Even worse, he was not the only one making the decision on what turn to take. All of it was so tiresome. He sighed, then walked over to the tree and touched it for a brief moment. "Hey, Mom. It's me. I am doing well, I guess. Rain is well, too. She looks like you very much. You would have been really proud of her." Sunny felt rather stupid at that moment, but at the same time, strangely soothed. He hesitated for a few seconds, and then thought. "Anyway, I don't think I will be able to visit again for a long time. Not that you're really here." "Oh, that young woman right there is Nephi's. She is well, it's complicated. In any case, I think you would have liked her. I have several other friends, too. So I am in good hands. You don't have to worry about me." With that, he stepped back, looked at the lonely tree one last time, and turned away. "Let's go." As they walked away, Neph looked at him and asked tentatively. "Are you all right?" Sunny smiled crookedly and shrugged. "Of course. Why wouldn't I be?" She opened her mouth to say something, but at that moment, several figures suddenly appeared from behind a corner, surrounding them. They were all dirty and disheveled, looking like typical outskirts thugs. The leader, a muscular man with a chemical scar on his face, pointed a kinetic handgun at them and grinned. "Not so fast, lovebirds. Rich kids like you really should think twice before coming to where you don't belong." Sunny silently palmed his face. "So why don't you give us your communicators and other valuables, before something bad happens? Damn it. This is so embarrassing." Before the thug was done speaking, Sunny appeared near him, grabbed the barrel of his gun and squeezed gently, turning it into a deformed steel pancake. The muscular man stared at his weapon in shock, then suddenly let go of it and jumped back. Awakened. "Run." The thugs all froze for a second, then paled and dashed away, disappearing as fast as they had appeared a few moments ago. Sunny was left standing with a broken gun in his hand. He sighed heavily, then threw it into a rusty trash container that stood a couple dozen meters away. The gun clanked against its edge as it disappeared inside. Unbelievable. The most disheartening thing about it all was that he knew the leader of the thugs. Growing up in this area of the outskirts, Sunny had run into this particular gang more than once, something being mistreated by them, something running small errands for the thugs in hopes of earning some food. And yet, none of them had recognized him, instead mistaking Sunny for a rich city kid. He looked at Nephi and cleared his throat. Sorry about that." She shook her head. "No need to apologize." Sunny hesitated for a moment, then shrugged and continued walking away from the park. "I guess I am really not an outskirt rat anymore." A few days passed in pleasant tranquility. Eventually, however, the time ran out. Nephi gathered her things and left for the Immortal Flame Manor, leaving Sunny alone. It was a bittersweet feeling. Sweet because he finally had the house for himself once again. Bitter because, well, Sunny was not sure that he enjoyed his home being so empty anymore. Nevertheless, he had chosen not to follow her to join the rest of the cohort yet. Sunny felt like the looming ball was going to change a lot of things, and had to prepare a few contingencies. If the worst happened, there was a big possibility that he would be gone for a very long time again. There were several things he had to do, just in case. His lecture course at the academy had just started, but at this rate, it was under threat of ending prematurely. Sunny spent some time imparting his students with the best and most essential knowledge he could relay in such a short amount of time, but other than that, there was not much else he could do to prevent his academic reputation from potentially receiving a hit. Luckily, all masters led hectic lives. The administration was long accustomed to their star lecturers disappearing for months on end without much of a warning, so his case was not unique. His second worry was the brilliant emporium. The memory store was already in a difficult position because of the invisible blockade that had prevented Sunny from visiting the dream realm and hunting down nightmare creatures for half a year. Their inventory was running low. In the past 6 months, Sunny had slowly shifted his business in the direction of selling memory versions of mundane items that he weaved. That was not a straightforward endeavor, however. Sure, the idea of having a toothbrush memory sounded pleasant, but he had to use a soul shard to create one. Considering how expensive soul shards were in the real world, the price of a simple toothbrush would have been simply unreasonable. So, after thinking for a while, Sunny had come up with a strategy of shifting his focus from necessities and toiletries to luxury items. That way, he could price them high enough to earn more than the price of a soul shard. Rich clients already had access to mundane items in the dream realm due to their connections to masters and saints, but were willing to pay a lot for the convenience of having various luxuries readily at hand. So, Sunny spent a few days painstakingly creating an especially large batch of these extravagant memories and then met with Aiko to transfer them. After thinking for a while, he gave her a strange set of instructions. Sunny wanted the brilliant emporium to stock up on as many memories that provided either warmth or resistance against cold as possible. The second priority went to memories that could serve as a source of light, which were usually cheap and plentiful. He also told Aiko to sell every soul shard they had left. The reason behind this decision was simple: the approaching disaster in Antarctica. Once the government announced the voluntary mobilization, a lot of people were going to need to equip themselves for the harsh realities of polar night. The large amount of opening gates would also flood the market with soul shards, probably crashing their price to a certain extent. In any case, he hoped that the brilliant emporium would survive for a while thanks to these measures, should something happen at the ball. Lastly, there was Rain. His sister was going to turn 16 in a few months, which meant that Sunny had very little time left to prepare her for the potential first nightmare. On the other hand, there were not a lot of things left that he could teach her. Of course, Rain still had a lot of room to improve, but at that stage, Sunny's presence was only of marginal use. What she really needed to do was to truly internalize and assimilate the skills and knowledge that he had already imparted to her. While Sunny could help his sister along, most of the work had to be done by Rain herself. Still, he used the week before the ball to the fullest extent. The teenage girl might have been sour about how intense their lessons suddenly became, but it was for her own good. She was already better prepared to face the nightmare than he had been, by far. Whether or not that would be enough, he did not know. Other than these 3 things, there was not a lot for Sunny to do. He prepared his home to go into conservation mode in case he did not return from the ball. He restocked the covetous coffer with various supplies for a long expedition. He fought against Saint to clean the rust off his battle instincts. He tinkered with his memories for a bit, trying to improve them. All of these preparations might have been for nothing, but Sunny was more willing to be wrong than to be unprepared. Finally, the fateful day came. Wincing at the thought of how much money he had spent on that thing, Sunny donned a stylish black suit and briefly looked at himself in the mirror. The bespoke attire had been made by a luxury establishment that serviced many prominent legacies and incorporated the most rare and durable materials, many of them coming from the dream realm. The suit was made in the style that many Awakened preferred, existing somewhere between the modern fashion and the more antiquated aesthetic that Memories adhered to. It was elegant and fitting, including a stylish half-cape and tall leather boots. Even though Sunny had said a few strong words to Kai during the fittings, now that he looked at himself, he could not deny that he looked rather good. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then sighed. Let's face the music, I guess. With that, he briefly circulated essence through the coils of Soul Serpent, wrapped 3 of the 4 shadows around his body, and walked outside. His carriage, in the form of a luxury PTV, was already waiting.